Hey, David here. We're back after a little break for the Metaphysics series. So it's been over a month, and I didn't mean to take so long, but the Passover holidays and just random things, lower numbers, less demand. So it's almost 2 months since I did my last uh, Metaphysics stream, and prepared this. I've had this ready for a while. It's pretty complicated, but mainly we're just caught up with other things and but we're back, and important research has to continue, and so here we are with more metaphysics. So this week we will be looking at Indian and Chinese metaphysics, and we might come back to Indian metaphysics and also Buddhist metaphysics. It's very important, but just to round out a full program, and God forbid it could be like 7 hours because there's a lot of material. I just decided to combine the Indian and Chinese because they're both ancient alternative forms of metaphysics, and the Vedic Indian Hindu metaphysics is very deep, and there's all sorts of Buddhist and offshoots that are important, and we might come back to. But today we just give a general overview of the important issues, and then in the future we'll see if we have time. Because I'd like to cover everything, but time is limited, and it's quite a bit of work to prepare these and think over this stuff. And I've been reading through a lot of other material. I probably pounded through like 50 books in the last 2 months since I haven't been doing this stream. And the Chinese stuff was stuff that I didn't know that much about. You got it. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, the more likes is because the people were liking it probably before because I pre-programmed it and said I was going to be streaming. So the people that liked it before are probably people that saw it beforehand, just like that I put that I was going to stream. And so I'm also live on YouTube. And so just a quick few thoughts. One is that generally, when people think metaphysics and epistemology, there's probably a strong connection to Hinduism, Indian, Vedic metaphysics and epistemology. Yeah, Shalom, got it. Good to see you. Got best wishes. Still doing week in review on Sundays, or most Sundays, trying to do that regularly. Largely because as we've talked about ad nausea, and we'll continue to, and we'll go much more in depth into some of these details, is because modern Western philosophy generally takes an anti-metaphysical standpoint. Since the Vienna Circle, Wittgenstein, and the Vienna Circle, and also the American philosophy of pragmatism. And one of these weeks we'll do a deep dive into American pragmatism with Pierce and Dewey and James and some others. And so metaphysics is kind of considered like superstition. So you're thinking like metaphysics is like a fancy word that esotericists and spiritualists use to try to defend spiritual doctrines. And then even like Kabbalists, like, well, what's Jewish metaphysics? And so because Jewish metaphysics, Kabbalist, is much more often used to explain the nature of miracles or like magic, how to perform magic, that it's well, what's the purpose of learning or understanding metaphysics? And so from like the esoterist Kabbalist point of view, it's to be able to perform magic. So like Duvid could take a metaphysical, I say Kabbalah is basically metaphysics. And although the minority of Jews take that approach, they think there's some special power of metaphysics, to do miracles, and the Kabbalists, they knew how to do things with that wisdom, as opposed to just being kind of like armchair philosophers that understood deeper issues of first principles. So the importance of Duvid trying to revive metaphysics, uh, you know, with the value and appreciation of the Vienna Circle and American pragmatism, saying that we do need metaphysics by going into these studies and understanding what are these first principle questions, what are these various questions that are precursors to philosophy, science, and mathematics that metaphysics proposes, such as the nature of categories, hierarchies, cause and effect, uh, things like time, being, ontology, epistemology, the nature of knowledge. In these various questions, they're somewhat presupposed for science and philosophy. But what if you say, well, maybe you can't just presuppose these, what we're presupposing, and therefore you do need metaphysics, and we have to return to some of these more complicated questions of the various nature. So when you look at Vedic and Chinese metaphysics, a lot of times they're very systematic and cover the whole gamut of possibilities, including the precursors in the West. However, often they take different approaches in the first principles. In almost all of these various schools, you'll find parallels in other systems. But this question of first principles, what does it mean of these first principles? And then you'll see that the Vedic or Chinese systems often answers differently the questions of first principle, like in epistemology, what is knowledge? How do we obtain knowledge? The nature of cause and effects, mind, body, differentials, and so on and so on. So before moving forward with more deeper metaphysics, um, I thought it was important to cover Vedic and Chinese metaphysics, and they're pretty complicated and intense. And although I would consider myself somewhat of a scholar of Hinduism, like I actually, I've read over like 500 books on Hinduism. I practiced Hinduism for almost a decade, but I'm no means an expert, like a Vedic scholar in that sense. And nor do I know the language. I've never been to India. My exposure is majority through the Hare Krishnas, although I have read substantial amounts of literature on the subject. So um, I found it quite enlightening to go through some of this stuff. And so let's jump right in. It's going to be long. It's going to be a lot of reading. So, part of the reason, you fall out of practice, and you got to keep the academic rigor to be able to, sit straight, to sit and do hours and hours of, reading to get this right, to, really try to understand it, break your head, and all the preparation, like of highlighting, reading over it, thinking about it, digesting it, so on and so on, and then actually presenting it. Is quite a bit of work. Definitely 3 to 4 hours of work for each hour streaming, sometimes more. So, but there's a lot of material to cover today. So let's jump right in. So just a quick review on the series that we have covered. I started my metaphysics series with just a basic overview of what is metaphysics and epistemology through the Stanford Encyclopedia and Wikipedia. And then the second one on metaphysics, I went into the ancient Greeks, and we talked about Greek skepticisms, Plato, Aristotle, innateness, forms, and Neoplatonism. And Neoplatonism will be extremely important, and we'll see that again and again. And then my sister series of portraits of metaphysics, which because a lot of the connection is between names and thinkers and progression of thoughts, especially in the Western canon. So we started with kind of like the father of Western metaphysics, Immanuel Kant, showing somewhat like a breaking point of the precursors from the ancient world to the modern world, and the connection with like logic and mathematics and the scientific mind that changed from the ancient world So, first one we looked at Kant, Russell, Frege, Wittgenstein, and started to look at Bolzano, and a lot of those were specifically connected to logic. And logic is extremely important. Well, how do you express first principles? So, in modern Western systematic metaphysics, metaphysics is always um, discussed in terms of symbolic language, and most of that goes back to Frege. And some of that in part two, we looked at somewhat German idealism and Leibniz, Fichte, Lotze, Bolzano, and Windelbaum. And Leibniz, one of the founders of calculus and modern science and mathematics, but also logic and notational systematic thought about various metaphysical issues. So very important. And then we continued with um, the Germans largely, but the advent of science, the post-Kantians, the neo-Kantians, the move away from metaphysics to more straight science. And then we had Whewell, Poincare, Mach, Duhem, Helmholtz, and we also looked at Ibn Sina, Islamic metaphysics. I threw that in there. Also very important in the history from the transition from Greek metaphysics to modern Western metaphysics. But from the post-Kantians, the German idealist, to scientific metaphysics, leading into the Vienna Circle. And so Mach, the first chair of the philosophy of science in Vienna, the precursor to the Vienna Circle, but somewhat developing the modern scientific template that will eventually attempt to replace metaphysics. And the question of how do you understand things, and a lot of these people were integral in the creation of science, and most specifically, science being universal truths expressed in mathematical language. So there's a lot of material to cover, and so that just a brief overview of some of this. So let's jump right in. We're going to start with the epistemology in classic Indian and we'll start with the epistemology in classical Indian philosophy, and these are all in the Stanford Encyclopedia. Then we'll look at perceptual experience in concepts in classical in Indian philosophy, because perception is one of the big deals of that metaphysics deals with, the mind matter distinction. And then we'll look at metaphysics in Chinese philosophy and epistemology in Chinese philosophy. And some of these are quite long and complicated. So Oswald, good to see you. So let's jump right in. People want to talk more, they could join the Discord, or we can review. So a lot of material to cover. So let's just jump right in. Epistemology in classical Indian philosophy. Theory of knowledge, Pramana Sastra, is a rich genre of Sanskrit literature spanning almost 20 centuries, carried out in texts belonging to distinct schools of philosophy. Debate across schools occur, especially in epistemological issues, but no author writes on knowledge independently of the sort of metaphysical commitment that defines the various classical systems: darsana, realist and idealist, dualist and monist, theist and atheist, and so on. Arun and Oswald, God bless, good to see you. And every one of the dozen or so major schools from early in its history takes a position on knowledge and justification, if only, as with the Buddhist skeptic Prasangika, to attack the theories of others. There are nevertheless many common epistemological assumptions or attitudes, the most striking of which is the focus on belief source in question of justification. Mainstream classical Indian epistemology is dominated by theories about pedigree, views about knowledge-generating processes called pramana, knowledge sources. The principal candidates are perception, inference, and testimony. Other processes seem not truth-conducive or reducible to one of the more of the widely accepted sources such as perception and inference. However, surprising candidates such as non-perception for knowledge of absences and presumption defended as distinct from inference provoke complex arguments, especially in later texts from about 1000, when the number of Sanskrit philosophical works of some of the schools begins to proliferate almost exponentially. The latter texts present more intricate views and arguments than the earlier, from which the later authors defend. Classical Indian philosophy is an unbroken tradition of reflection expressed in the pan subcontinent intellectual language of Sanskrit, or we should say it is comprised of interlocking traditions, since there are the distinct schools, all nevertheless using Sanskrit and engaging with other schools. Later authors expand and carry forward positions and arguments of their predecessors. Skepticism and the issue of whether knowledge that P entails that you know that P are addressed, as well as the question of the usefulness of knowledge, not only for the purposes of everyday life, but for the religious goal of world transcendence, about which most schools take positions. The authority of testimony among candidate sources is considered by some to have special religious importance. Others view yogic perception and or meditative experience as crucial for religious knowledge, which is usually distinguished from the everyday knowledge analyzed in the textbook of epistemology. And just to mention, as usual, Jai Shri Rune Shalom. The red is for section heading. Purple and green are for major ideas. Purple usually having higher hierarchical value. Orange is for proper names or book titles. Yellow for schools or sometimes subjects, and gray for numbers and lists. Common presumptions in classical Indian schools. Commonalities in the common Indian approaches to knowledge and justification frame the arguments and refined positions of the major schools. Central is a focus on a current knowledge coupled with a theory of mental dispositions called samskara, epistemic evaluation of memory, and indeed of all standing belief, as it is seen to depend upon the epistemic status of the current cognition or awareness or awarenesses that formed the memory, the mental dispositions in the first place. A current knowledge in turn must have a knowledge source, pramana. Knowledge and knowledge sources. A common failure of translators rendering the technical terms of the Indian epistemological schools into the technical terms, or even not so technical, of English and analytical philosophy is ignorance of the latter. For example, several words, the most common which is jhana, are standardly rendered with the word knowledge in English. However, the proper Sanskrit usage allows false jhana, whereas there is no false knowledge, as the words are used in analytic English. There is a deeper lesson here that the translator should study Western philosophy. The lessons, namely, that although there may be false jhana, let us say cognition, there are true and false cognition. It is commonly assumed in everyday speech, as well as the Indian epistemologists, with a few exceptions, notably the 2nd century Buddhist Nagarjuna and certain followers of Sri Harsha, the 11th century Advaitin, that cognition is ordinarily by nature true or veridical. It is an error and falsity that are the deviations from the normal and natural. That is to say, cognition is regarded as knowledge as a kind of conversational default, and so to translate jhana as knowledge turns out not to be so bad after all. When the 8th century Advaitin Sankara says that from the perspective of spiritual knowledge, vidya, the knowledge we recognize in everyday speech turns out to be illusory, mithya jhana, false knowledge. This is supposed to be felt as almost a contradiction in terms. Now it is argued by practically everyone, save the anti-epistemology group headed by the Nagarjuna, that at least everyday knowledge is proved by our unhesitating action to get what we want and to avoid what we want to avoid. We would not so act. So if we had doubt, guided as we are by our knowledge, belief which cognition embeds is tied to action, and actions in turn blunts the force of skepticism. It is pointed out in several of the classical schools, Buddhist Yogacara, as well as Mimamsa, and most Vedanta view knowledge as inherently known to be true. Even Nyaya, the school championing a view of knowledge as unself-conscious of itself as true, subscribes to the epistemological principle of innocent until reasonably challenged. Surprisingly, given the rancor of some exchanges across school, the 6th century Nyaya philosopher Udyatakara, who is famous for his attacks on Yogacara positions, takes a similar charitable attitude to be a rule applying to other philosophies, for it is a rule with systems of philosophy that a position of another that is not expressively disapproved to be regarded as in conformity with one's own. Knowledge is cognition that has been produced in the right way. Cognitions are moments of consciousness, not species of beliefs, but we may say that cognitions form beliefs in forming dispositions, and that veridical cognitions form true beliefs. The knowledge episode, to speak in the Indian manner, is a cognition generated in the right fashion, whether this be because it is, as they say, the realist of Mimamsa, Nyaya, Vaisheka, that it has the right origins in fact, or whether it is because it guides successful action in helping us to get to our desire satisfied, as say Yogacara idealist and pragmatist. Knowledge is cognition that arises in the right way. There are different theories of truth, but everyone sees knowledge as not only revealing the truth, but arising from it. Knowledge episodes from non-occurrent knowledge, it is assumed, we may say, and so an examination of what is crucial to the arising of a knowledge episode is crucial to the evaluations of epistemology. Knowledge cannot arise by accident. A lucky guess, though true or veridical, would not count as knowledge because it would not be generated in the right fashion, would not have the right pedigree or etiology. The central notion throughout classical Indian epistemology is the knowledge source pramana, which is a process of veridical cognition generations. A elemental, God bless, good to see you too. Now the word pramana, knowledge source, and the result prama, knowledge, that is a technical usage that matches practically perfectly the analytic usage of knowledge in English, along with the words used for individual knowledge sources, for perceptions, and so on, are commonly used such that the truth of the resultant cognition is simplified. This runs counter to English usage, along with broad philosophical supposition, which is different with the word perception and company, for no knowledge source ever generates a false belief. Yogacara Buddhists who subscribe to the metaphysical view known as momentariness, which is presentism, only things existing right now are real, claim that there is no difference between source and result, process of knowledge and effect, pramana and prama. Thus, there can be no wedge driven between cause and effect, such that there could possibly be true belief by accident. The Vedic schools, Mimamsa, Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Ika, Samkhya, Yoga, do not distinguish knowledge from true belief, but also see the concepts of truth and knowledge-producing process as wedded in that. As indicated, no genuine knowledge source ever produces a false belief. Only pseudo-sources do. That is to say, no non-veridical cognition is knowledge source generated. A knowledge source is not merely a reliable stochastic practice, but merely reliable. Being merely reliable does not fit the bill. The concept of a knowledge source has a truth logic. Like knowledge in English, it is factive. Maybe we should say perception, inference, testimony to render the classical Indian ideas. False testimony, for example, does not count as a knowledge generator. The Sanskrit word for testimony is used only for what would be termed in English epistemically successful testimony, with a hearer having knowledge in virtue of a speaker telling the truth. A non-vertical perception is not really a perception at all, but a pseudo-perception, apparent perception, a perception imitator. You don't really see an illusory snake, you only think you see one. The touchstones of everyday speech. Everyday patterns of speech, Vyavahara, are taken as a starting point for theorizing in epistemology as in other areas of philosophy. So, for example, perception and inference, more exotic candidate sources too, are defended as veritable knowledge generators by the observation that people commonly regard them in that way. People cite a belief's pedigree and question of justification. Note that in English, we do commonly recognize perception and some of the other as centrification. Thus, this seems to be a common human practice, not restricted to classical Indian civilization, for sometimes we say, for instance, S is indeed over there since I see him, and you couldn't really have perceived S because condition Y does not hold it. You can't see anyone from this distance. Habits of speech are reinforced by success in action. Classical theorists recognize and accepting the presumptive authority of common opinion, but a knowledge source may be thought of as a technical term, one that entails activity, as we have seen as a matter of definition. Similar with justification, pramanya, the having of which, if veritable or objective, as opposed to the apparent abhasa, means that the justified cognition is true. Knowledge and world transcendence. There is much controversy over the religious goal of life among the several schools, both among the schools accepting Vedic culture, liberation versus heaven, individual dissolution into the absolute Brahman, blissful yogic isolation, Kaivalya, enjoyment of God's presence, and among other outsider schools, Buddhist nirvana or becoming bodhisattva or Jain arhat, as well as Charvaka's entire rejection of soteriology. But from a distance, we can see common conceptions linking at least many of the Indian views. One is to draw a distinction between everyday and spiritual knowledge and to theorize about the relationship. A prominent position is that thinking about the world is an obstacle to spiritual enlightenment. Another is the proper understanding of the world helps one disengage and to know oneself as separate from material things, and so is an aid to transcendence. The most distinctive form of skepticism in classical Indian thought is the so-called worldly knowledge is not knowledge at all, but a perversion or deformation of consciousness. Who seems a philosophical skeptic is really a saint helping us achieve our truly greatest good of world transcendence by helping us see paradoxes and other failures of theory. Skepticism. With an eye to the alleged power of inference to prove the existence of God or personal survival, the Charvaka materialist school recognizes perception as a knowledge source, but not inference nor any other candidate. Inference depends upon generalizations which outstrip perceptual evidence. Everything F as a G. No one could know that Charvaka claims. Testimony is also no good since it presupposes that a speaker would tell the truth and thus is subject to the same criticisms of lack of evidence. And so on through the other candidates. Madhava, the standard response is pragmatic. We could not act as we do if we could not rely on inference, albeit inference does not depend on generalizations that often not invariably outstrip the experience. The skeptic himself relies on such generalizations when he opens his mouth to voice his skepticism by using words with repeatable meanings. Gangisa, some of these names and schools and books are hard to pronounce, so I might avoid that. The Charvaka argument identified the problem of induction is turned by both Buddhist and Nyaya philosophers into an argument for fallibilism about inference. What we take to be the result of genuine inference may turn out to hinge on a fallacy, an apparent but misleading reason or sign, but to accept that sometimes we reason in ways that mimic but fail to instantiate right forms is not to be a skeptic. Indeed, the very concept of fallacy presupposes that the veritable reason or sign, a veritable prover, making us have new knowledge. A different kind of skepticism is broader in scope, not restricted to inference or other candidate sources. It appears both in Buddhism and Advaita Vedanta, but let us rehearse only the Buddhist version. By discerning absurdities that arise in viewing anything as having an independent existence, one realizes, as Nagarjuna says, that everything is nisava bhava without a reality of its own. Applying this to oneself, one comes to see the truth of the Buddha's teaching of anatman, no self, which is viewed as a decisive step toward the summum bonum of enlightenment and perfection, prajna paramita. In particular, Nagarjuna identifies a problem of justification regress in the Pramana program, which assumes that process and result can be separated, along with various conundra or paradoxes concerning relations, such as the so-called Bradley problem. The Nyaya Sutra argues that the Nagarjunian type of skepticism is self-defeating, but many of the problems identified by the Buddhist and his intellectual inheritors, such as Sri Harsa, occupied the reflection of philosophers for centuries, Buddhists as well as Nyaya and Mimamsa, among Vedic schools in particular. Knowing that you know. One of the philosophical problems that Nagarjuna raised for epistemology has to do with alleged regressive justifications on the assumption that a pramana is required in order to know, and that to identify the source of a bit of knowledge is to certify the proposition embedded. Nagarjuna claims it is absurd in that it would require an infinite series of pramana of identification of a more fundamental pramana for every pramana relied on. Mimamsa and Vedanta philosophers argue that such a thread of regress shows that knowledge is self-certifying. Vedantins connect the Upashanic teaching of a truest or deepest self, Atman, as having self-illuminating awareness, Svaprakasa, with a Mimamsa epistemological theory of self-certification. At least in the case of spiritual knowledge, Vidya, awareness is self-aware. From this, it follows that only awareness is right concerning all questions about awareness, since only awareness itself has, so to say, access to itself. Awareness itself is the only consideration relevant to any question about awareness itself, its existence, or its nature. Mimamsa defends Vedic truth by claiming that knowledge of it wears its certification on its sleeve like everyday knowledge, where the initial credibility of an occurrent cognition seems practically absolute. According to the Prabhakara Mimamsa from the late 7th century, no cognition that in itself purports to be veridical is indeed non-veridical. No cognition is absolutely wrong, but at worst a confusion. The same causal nexus that produces a veridical cognition produces knowledge of its veridicality, according to Bhatta Mimamsa, deriving from Kumarila, Prabhakara's teacher. Veridicality is known through the process of inference, whereby cognition itself would be known as having occurred. A cognition, which is an act, produces a feature in the object it cognizes, a cognizedness, and then from apprehension of this feature, both the original cognition and its veridicality are known. Certification is thus intrinsic to a cognition's being known, that is, with cognitions that are veridical. With respect to knowledge and non-veridicality, extrinsic certification is necessary. Nyaya takes an extrinsicality view of certification. It denies that KP entails KKP. To know that you know requires a perceptive certification, and so seems vulnerable to the regress charge. The solution involves the notion of a perception, which is a second level cognition that has another cognition as its object without itself being self-aware. Certification, psychologically considered, involves a perception as seeing that a challenge target cognition is false or true. Vatsyayana, 4th century, whose Nyaya Sutra commentary is the oldest extant, expressly rebuts the regress charge. We do sometimes certify our claims without having to certify the certifiers under Nyaya Sutra. If comprehension of perception or another knowledge source landed us in an infinite regress, then everyday action and discourse would not go on through comprehension of self-consciously known objects and their known causes. However, everyday action and discourse do proceed for someone comprehending self-consciously known objects and their known causes. When self-consciously I grasp by perception an object, or I grasp one by inference, or I grasp one by analogy, or I grasp one by tradition or testimony, the four knowledge sources according to Nyaya, the aperceptive cognition that occurs goes like this: my knowledge is perceptual, or my knowledge is inferential, or my knowledge is from analogy, or my knowledge is testimonial. And motivation to seek righteousness, dharma, wealth, pleasure, liberation proceeds through these comprehensions, where if there is doubt, no such goal-directed activity would occur, as likewise motivations to reject their opposites. Everyday discourse and action would cease to be possible for such a subject if what is alleged were indeed to hold justificational regress. Nyaya's strategy is then 1, to charge the objector with making a pragmatic contradiction, 2, to take veridicality as cognitive default, and 3, to certify cognitions by source identification as well as by inference from the success or failure of the activity that they provoke and guide. We assume without checking that our cognition is veridical, but sometimes we need to check. Note that practical pursuits that Vatsyayana mentions as guided by second order reflection knowledge are righteousness, dharma, wealth, pleasure, and liberation. Perception. All the classical schools that advance epistemologies accept perception as a knowledge source, although there's much disagreement about its nature, objects, and limitations. Are the objects of perception internal to consciousness or external? Are they restricted to individuals, or are universals also perceived? How about relations, absences, or negative facts, parts or wholes, both a self-awareness itself? There are issues about perceptual media such as light and ether, akasya, the purported medium of sound, and about what is perceptibly yogically God, the Ishvara, the Atman or self, Purusa. What about the environmental conditions that govern perception, and how do these connect with the different sensory modalities? Are there internal conditions on perception, such as attention or focus, viewed by some as a voluntary act? Is a recognition perceptual, and does it prove the endurance of things over time, including the perceiving subject? Do we perceive only fleeting qualities, dharma, as Buddhists tend to say, or qualifiers and qualifying qualificanda, as say realist Nyaya in Mamamsa? Does all perception involve a sensory connection with an object that is responsible for providing its content or intentionality? Or is the content of perception internal to itself? How do we differentiate veritable perception, which is defined as veridical, and pseudo-perception illusion, which is non-veridical? How is illusion to be examined? These are some of the outstanding issues and questions that occupy the schools in all periods of their literature. Yogacara subjectivism views perception as concept-free, whereas the holist grammarian Bhartahari of the 3rd century finds it to be clothed in language. Mamamsa and Nyaya realists emphasize the concept-laden nature of at least the type of perception that is epistemically foundational for observation statements containing basic sensory predicates. To be sure, Mimamsa and later Nyaya also admit concept-free perception. Kumarila Bhatta mentions the cognition of an infant as an example. Phenomenologically, humans would seem to have much in common with infants and animals considering this type of perception, but according to the great Mimamsaka, perception does not so much divide into types as from a process with the concept-free as the first stage. Awareness of the object is only quasi-propositional in the first moment, and at the second has its content filled out to become the means, whereas an individual is a certain to have a certain character, to be a certain kind of substance, or to possess a universal or an action. The object perceived is known in the first stage as an individual whole, both in its individuality and as having character, but the character and its being here right now are not known without the mediation of concepts which are supplied internally. Seeing is ultimately seeing as, and is shot through with words, to use the expression of Bhartahari. However, the mind or itself does not, according to the realist, have any innate ideas, unlike then Yogacara, which postulates a collective storehouse consciousness. Concepts are the records of previous experiences. Yogacara holds that all predication, including the sensory, depends on ideas of unreal generality. All predication involves repeatable general terms. Thus, the realist propositional content is suspicious just because that is not raw perception, which alone is capable of presenting the truly real, the sva laksana, that which is its own mark, the unique or particular. Classical Indian realists hold that perception is none the worse for being conceptlating, and that concepts are features of the world as impressed upon the mind or self. Perception founds true beliefs, and the repeatable predicates and concepts perceptually acquire and presented and employed in verbalizations pick out constituents of real objects, things that do reoccur. For instance, Nyaya philosophers' concept-laden perception comes so to dwarf in importance the intermediate concept-free variety that later becomes problematic. Perception in its epistemological role is concept-laden, otherwise it could not be certificational. Perception as a knowledge source is a stochastic belief-generating process. Beliefs are anyhow perceptual cognitions, and their verbalizations are dependent on concepts. The Yogacara Buddhist best argument for the subjectivism, which one suspects derives most fundamentally from a commitment to the possibility of a universal nirvana experience, although this is not said, is perceptual illusion. Illusion proves that a perception's object is not a feature of the world, but is contributed somehow from the side of the subject. Similarly, dreams are the perceptions of a dreamer, but do not touch reality. Our word is a dream, say Buddhist. Our world is a dream, says Buddhist. And we should try to become Buddha awakened. One way to resist the pull of the illusion argument belongs to Prabhakara Mamamsa, which insists that not only is perception invariably veridical, but also cognition in general. Jhana, Nyaya philosophers hold in contrast that illusion is a false cognition. Rich debate occurs over Nyaya's misplacement view of illusion and Prabhakara no illusion or omission theory. Illusion is a failure to cognize of a certain sort, an absence of cognition. Here Nyaya agrees with the subjectivist. Sometimes a person S apparently perceives A to be F, has an apparent perceptual cognition embedding FA when A is not in fact F, while S cannot discern from her own first-person perspective that the cognition is non-veridical. Nevertheless, the predication content, according to Nyaya, is also Mamamsa. The presentation or indication of Fhood originates in things, really being F through previous vertical experience of Fhood. Here we touch the heart of the classical Indian realism. Snakehood is available to become illusory predication content through previous vertical experience of snakes. It gets fused into the current perception by means of a follow-up in the normal causal processes through the arousing of a snakehood memory disposition, samskara, formed by previous experience. The content or intentionality, visyata, objecthood of an illusion is to be explained causally as generated by real features of real things, just as is genuine perception, though they are distinct cognitive type. Illusion involves the projection into current determinate cognition, which would be pseudo-perception of predication content preserved in memory. Sometimes the fusion of an element preserved in memory is cross-sensory. These are cases of veridical perception with an obvious admixture of a tinge of memory. Illusion, according to Nyaya, is to be analyzed similarly, but unlike veridical cases of projection, illusion involves taking something to be what it is not. A seeing or perceiving is thought a misplaced qualifier. This means that concept-laden perception is necessarily combinational, a position taken by Gautama himself, the sutra maker, and much elaborated by Vatsyayana and the other commentators in text apparently aimed at an earlier form of Buddhist subjectivism. The upshot of these sutras is that first, the concept of illusion is parasitic on the veridical experience. Not all coins can be counterfeited. And second, that illusion shows a combinational propositional structure. This is something or other. According to Nyaya, perceptual illusion is right in part, that there's something there but wrong about what it is. Ontologically, Nyaya takes a disjunctivist position, and illusion is a different kind of critter than a genuine perception, since its intentionality is different. To fill out the realist account in the late Nyaya, thought-laden perception, determinate perception, gets its content or intentionality, its object-directedness, not only from the object in connection with the sense organ, but also from the classification power of the mind or self. With the perceptual cognition, an individual in connection with a sensory faculty is responsible for the awareness of a property bearer for what is called the qualificandum portion of the perception without admixture of memory. But the sensory connection is not by itself responsible for the qualifier portion. A qualificandum is qualified by a qualifier is perceived all at once, but a determinate perception's portions have distinct etiologies. Now, the classificational power of the mind or self is not innate, as pointed out, but is rather a product of presentational experience over the course of the subject's life. Repeatable features of reality get impressed on the mind or self in the form of memory dispositions. For most adults, prior determinate cognition is partly responsible for the content predicate of a particular or group of things presented through the senses. That is, in perceiving A as an F samskara formed by previous knowledge source produce bits of a current cognition of things F would be a causal factor. The perception's own content includes the repeatable nature of the qualifier through the operation of this factor. But sometimes neither a prior determinate cognition nor a memory disposition is at all responsible for the predication content. Rather, an in the raw perceptual grasping of the qualifier delivers it to an ensuing concept-laden and verbalized perception. In other words, there are cases of determinate cognition where indeterminate concept-free perception furnishes the qualifier independently, and the ensuing concept-laden is not tinged by memory. Normally, samskara memory dispositions do play a causal role in determinate perception, according to Nyaya Mamamsa, and indeed epistemologists of all flags, but sometimes an immediate prior concept-free perception of a qualifier plays the role of the samskara, furnishing by itself the concept, the predication content, the qualifier portion of the ensuing determinate, the proposition-laden perception, which is the type of cognition that found our beliefs about the world. If this were not in immaculate perception, but itself a grasping of proper through the grasping of another property, we would be faced with an infinite regress, and directional perception of the world would be impossible. Concept-free perception need not provide the classifying not only with second and third time perceptions of something as F, but not even strictly speaking with a first time perception, since there could be an intervening cognitive factor provided, say, by analogy. But with the factor, again, the question would arise how it gets its content. And so, since an indeterminate perception has to be posited at some point to block a regress, it might as well be at the start. This is the main argument of Gangisa, the late Nyaya systematizer, in defense of positing the concept free as a type of first stage of perception. Nevertheless, for all intents and purposes, perception embodies beliefs. According to the realist, more accurately, a perceptual belief is the result of the operation of perception as a knowledge source. Everything that is nameable is knowable, and vice versa. There's nothing that when we attend to it cannot bear a name, for we can make up new names. We can in principle verbalize the indications of our experience, though many of them are not named since we are indifferent. Concept-free perception is the classical Indian realist rendering of our ability to form perceptual concepts by attending to perception's phenomenological side. Epistemologically, it plays no role, since it itself is a posit and an unverbalizable and not directly a perceived. As mentioned, Yogacarya takes issues with the realist theory of perception, viewing all perception as concept-free. What is perceived is only the unqualified particular. Svalakshana, the realist qualifiers are mental constructions, convenient fictions. Various reductio arguments are put forth to show the incoherence of the realist conception of a qualificandum perceived at once to be qualified by a qualifier. The different views of the objects of perception feed different views of inference. Inference. Logic is developed in classical India with the traditions of epistemology. Inference is a second knowledge source or means whereby we can know things not immediately evident through perception. Oke finds three roots in the earliest concerns with logic in India. 1. Common sense inference. 2. Establishment of doctrines in the frame of scientific treatises, sastra. And 3. Justifications of tenets in a debate. The three of these come together through the latter, though the latter two are predominant within the epistemological tradition in an almost universal regard of inference as a knowledge source. Seeing classical Indian logic as part of epistemology, as explaining how we know facts through the mediation of our knowledge of other facts, makes it easy to understand why both the Buddhist and Vedic schools count a valid but unsound argument as fallacious. Knowledge is not generated. Classical Indian philosophers are not focused on logic per se, but rather on the psychological process whereby we come to know things indirectly by way of a sign, hetu, or linga, as indication of something currently beyond the range of the senses, whether at a distance spatially or temporally or sort, such as atoms or God or the Buddha mind, that by nature cannot be directly perceived. The two greatest names for classical Indian logic belong to the logicians of the Buddhist Yogacarya school, Dignaga, 6th century, and Dharmakirti, early 7th century. Dignaga laid out all the possible relations of inclusion and exclusion for the extensions of two terms called the prover or sign, hetu, and the probandum, sadhya, the property to be proved. Thereby he revealed the underpinnings of the pramana of inference in terms of the set of particulars which, according to Yogacarya ontology, are the only reals. Dharmakirti classifies inference based on the ontological nature of class inclusion relationship that underpins all inference as a knowledge source. Early philosophers, both Buddhist and non-Buddhist, provide examples of everyday reasoning, several of which are abductive in character, informal reasoning to the best explanation. But there are also instances of inferences comprised by deductive, extrapolative, and sometimes properly inductive reasoning on topics of everyday life, as well as philosophy, in numerous pre-Dignaga texts of several schools. It is not true, as is sometimes claimed, that no one before Dignaga had the notion of inference underpinning pervasion, vyapti, or a prover property by a property to be proved. Dignaga does not, however, get the credit for the earliest systemization, which employs three terms: a site or subject of the proposed inference, paksha, the prover of the property hetu, and the probandum sadhya. Dignasa, it should be stressed, as the nominalist sees inference as proceeding from knowledge of particulars to other knowledge of particulars, avoiding the universals of the realist as nicely explained by Hayes, with reference to the Buddhist Poa exclusion theory of concepts. Dignaga formulates a threefold test for a good prover. 1. The prover's occurrence of the inferential subject of a proposed inference must be known to the subject. 2. A prover's occurrence at least once together with the probandum must be known to the subject. 3. No counter case of a prover occurring without the probandum must be known to the subject. Udyatakara, in his Nyaya Sutra commentary, incorporates Dignaga's ideas to formalize many of Vatsyayana's informal inferences. The Nyaya philosopher owes almost everything to his Buddhist adversaries, as opposed to his Nyaya predecessors, but he does not criticize and alter what he sees as the certification conditions of inference as a knowledge source, combining Dignaga's second and third test into a single requirement, knowledge of pervasion. He also adds a third condition, the subject having to reflect and put the information together, so as to say, 1. Paksha dharmata, the prover has to be known to the subject as qualifying the inferential subject. 2. Vyapti smarana, the prover is being pervaded by the probandum, has to be remembered by the subject. And 3. Linga paramarsa, the subject must connect by reflection the pervasion with the inferential subject. The upshot of the addition may be interpreted as the recognition that knowledge is not closed under deduction, considered an abstraction from the psychological process of reflection, but through the process epistemic warrant, or certainly Niskaya, passes from premises to conclusion, and we act unhesitantly. Things are yet more complicated. Inferential knowledge is defeasible, or more precisely stated, when a subject takes to be inferential knowledge may turn out to be pseudo non-genuine, a false cognition imitating a true one, or even a Gettier-style cases, an accidentally true cognition masquerading as a genuinely inference born. Knowledge has a social dimension. Not only would awareness of a counterexample be a defeater, but also if someone were to present a counter inference to a conclusion opposed to ours, no longer would we have inferential knowledge. Awareness of any of several kinds of blocker or reflection can undermine the generalization on which such reflection depends. There are also potential preventers of inferential awareness, defeaters, bahaka, leading to the belief relinquishment by someone who has hitherto not noticed a counterexample or the like, who has thus drawn a conclusion erroneously. Just thinking about interesting, a lot of Hindus I know like Kahneman and Tversky, I guess the behavioral economics of cognitive biases. So just an interesting parallel to think of the perception, false perceptions, and the modern work like Kahneman and Tversky on cognitive biases. However, one should not think of the epistemologist's inference as not non-monotonic, as established by Tabor against Oetke. In particular, the paradigm logical form embedded as a good inference is monotonic. New information is irrelevant to the validity of the pattern itself, although it may well be relevant to a subject's justification for acceptance of that premise. Examples of inferences in classical texts often seem non-monotonic because fallibility attaches to the premises. Such fallibility, of course, passes to the conclusions too, targeting the relation of pervasion of Udayattara's second condition of Vyapti Smarana, which appears to be the ontological underpinning of Dignaga's conditions 2 and 3. Dharmakirti divides inferences into 3 kinds. Svabhava, self-nature. It's a tree because it's a Simsapa oak. Tad Utpati, causality. Fire is there because smoke is there. Anupal Abdi, non-perception. There's no pot here because none is perceived. Yogacara holds that the first type of inference, the underpinning pervasion, is internal. We may think of this as internal relation because concepts, and thus as similar to the a priori of Western philosophy, but it is actually a technical point about whether the term that picks out the inferential subject or subjects thinks that the paksha as a set closes it off from being inclined to the inductive base of the generalizations or extrapolation That gives us knowledge of privation relationship. Mimamsa and Nyaya rule out this kind of inference as begging the question. We want to know whether the inferential subject possesses the probandum property, and so to cite the subject itself, even a part of it runs counter to the very purpose of inference. Later, Nyaya divides inferences not according to the ontology of privation, which is mapped onto the Nyaya Vaishika ontology and causal theory, sometimes not very successfully, but rather by the way of pervasion is known. Anvaya Vayata Rika, positive and negative inference is based on positive and negative correlations, where both are available. Kavala Anvaya, positive only inference based on positive correlations only, where there are no known examples of absences of the probandum property, such as would have to be the case with the universally present property knowability. There is nothing that is not knowable. Kavala Vayatareka, negative only inferences based on negative correlations only, where outside of the inferential subject there are no known cases of the probandum. Many of the inferences that Buddhist identifies hinging on an internal pervasion, Nyaya philosophers see as negative only. Western interpretations and representations of inference, as classically conceived, have often missed its unity as a knowledge source. Ganeri claims that it is better to understand both the Buddhist and early Nyaya patterns as non-entheomimetic, not skipping a step of generalization, and then implicitly using universal instantiation and modus ponens in applying the rule to a case at hand. Case-based reasoning need not be interpreted as relying on universal quantifiers, and the representation of Scheer and others which uses them as misleading. Theirs is indeed misleading, and Ganeri appears to be right with regards to earlier theories, but with late Nyaya, Scheer's argument form of universal instantiation and modus ponens misleads for yet another reason, namely failing to be sufficiently sensitive to the logic of occurrence and non-occurrence of properties at a location, or qualifying a property bearer, as Stahl and others have brought out. Furthermore, Ganeri is right that in analyzing the pattern, one tends to miss the unity of the causal theory that has one mental state brought about by another. In the Nyaya theory, everything is integrated in the notion of reflection, paramarsa, as an inference proximate instrumental cause or trigger, karana. Well, not the only necessary condition. This one is the last in place, securing the occurrence of inferential knowledge. Following Madilal, we can reconstruct such a reflection as a singular inference. This says that on the condition that a subject knows that H as qualified by being pervaded by S qualifies A, then the subject knows that SA. The arrow should be interpreted as depicting causal sufficiency in line with Udayatthana and the later tradition. Reflection is a complex mental state that is nevertheless a unity both in particular cognition that can be causal factor for the rise of another cognition, and as having intentionality or objecthood expressible in a single sentence. Attempts to find a single rule are in consonance with both of these dimensions of the theory, but a lot of inductive depth is packed into the idea of pervasion being known, and a lot about it is said that shows that there is a generalization, at least in the later Nyaya theory. Knowing a general rule is considered crucial, not just extrapolation to a next case. For Udayatthana on Nyaya philosophers treat pervasion as the equivalent of a rule stating that to use the language of sets and terms, the extension of the probandum term includes the power, the prover term includes its entirety, such as there is nothing that locates the pervaded property, the prover that does not also locate the pervader, the probandum, as argued by Kishore Chakrabarti, among others. The centralmost issue with inference, to consider the effort of the late Nyaya philosophers, is to make plain the logic of pervasion, as well as how we know the universalized items or entire extensions of the terms figuring in our knowledge of such rules, the items that underpin our knowledge of such inclusions, such naturally necessary pervasion of a prover by a probandum property. Lots of work from the earliest focuses on fallacies and inferences in the context of formal debate, and there are many philosophical inferences advanced in the literatures of the various schools, such as proofs of momentariness, the existence of God, the possibility of liberation from birth and rebirth, and dozens more. Testimony. Vaisesika among the Vedic schools, along with the Buddhists, who, of course, impugn the testimony of the Veda, reject testimony as independent knowledge source pramana. Buddhists claim that their religious teachings are found on nothing other than the reasoning and experience, albeit mystical experience, the nirvana experience, that makes a Buddha an expert about spiritual matters. As with memory, whose correctness is dependent on the veridicality or non-veridicality of the cognition that forms the samskara memory impression, the veridicality of testimony depends on the knowledge of the testifier, the speaker, whose sources has to be bona fide, namely depending on the epistemological theory, perception, or inference of, or perhaps testimony in a series where an original testifier would know by means of a source other than testimony. Vaisesika and Yogacharya join together in seeing a hearer H's knowledge that P, which other philosophers see as flowing from testimony, as really resulting from an inference, having as one premise that the speaker is trustworthy, and as another that the speaker has said P, assuming that trustworthy people who know the truth communicate it faithfully, to conclude that P is true. Nyaya resists such an inferentialist account from the earliest in the sutras of Gautama, claiming that the inferentialist conflates inferential certification of the truth of P with testimonial knowledge that P at a first or unreflective level. Vatsyayana and others argue that the certification conditions are different for the two knowledge sources. The 8th century Jayanta Bhatta writes, the conditions that determine inferential knowledge and those that determine verbal knowledge are not the same. The Nyaya position is that comprehension and acceptance are normally fused, such that normally we do not get knowledge immediately, non-inferentially from being told. Here they join Mimamsa, though there is also much controversy on the matter between the two schools. Gautama provides a definition in the Nyaya Sutra 117. Testimony is the true statement of an expert apta. An expert apta is a trustworthy authority, such that expert is not entirely adequate of a translation. Vatsyayana, in defining the term, outlines a moral dimension. An apta is a person who not only knows the truth, but also wants to communicate it without deception. The commentator also brings out a certain egalitarianism in the workings of the knowledge source, contra the privilege afforded the priestly caste in matters of Vedic interpretation. He says that even foreigners, barbarians, Mlekcha, can be experts whose statements convey to us testimonial knowledge, provided, as always, they know the truth and want to communicate without deception. According to those who accept testimony as a genuine knowledge source, the process of generating testimonial knowledge begins with a speaker who knows a proposition by perception, inference, or testimony. Chains of testimony are okay, and who has a desire to communicate the proposition to someone or other. A hearer gains knowledge through a speech act of a speaker communicating the proposition to the hearer, who has to be competent in the language in which the proposition is expressed, to know the words and grammatical forms which the hearer has learned, on most accounts also chiefly through testimony, but also in other ways such as analogy. Mimamsa, whose leaders Kumarila and Prabhakara are followed by many Vedantins and by some Nyaya philosophers, comes to the debate about testimony with an axe to grind, namely to defend Vedic authority. The words of the Veda are not spoken by anyone originally. Speakers are subject to error, but not the Veda, whose verses are not originally composed. Vedantic theists, in the main, along with almost all Nyaya philosophers, take the proposition that, like all sentences, those of the Vedas should be understood as spoken or composed by someone with the intention to communicate. Thus, the Lord Ishvara is the author of the Veda, the best or only candidate according to Udayana, 11th century. Mimamsa, however, is atheistic, viewing the Veda as primordial, resounding in the ether that surrounds the universe, heard and memorized by great rishis in their pre-lucid consciousness, not cluttered by ordinary thought. Thus, according to Mimamsa, sentences can be meaningful without having a speaker with an intention to communicate. Vedanta and Nyaya theists generalize from the everyday to assume that no statements and sentences require a speaker, a composer who, in the case of a speaker's knowledge passing to a hearer, must be an apta expert, someone who knows the truth and wants to tell it without a desire to deceive. The Lord is the speaker in the case of the Veda, it is inferred by some. The Prabhakara takes the view that everyday testimonial knowledge wears, like all knowledge, its truth on its sleeve, namely similar Vedic knowledge. Speaker's intention is irrelevant. A parrot can make us know something, like a tape recorder, and even a liar deceived into believing a proposition can communicate not the proposition, trying to deceive the hearer, who nevertheless learns the truth through the speaker's statement. Nyaya, in contrast, champions speaker's intention, tatpartya, as epistemically relevant. According to the later writers, speaker's intention is not the trigger of testimonial knowledge on the hearer's part, which is instead the transmitting sentence under the interpretation of the hearer, but a slightly upstream causal factor relevant for certification. If we knew it were a parrot or a liar who was responsible for the statement, we would no longer believe. If it was true that the hearer has to understand something in the case of the parrot, otherwise there would be nothing to check in finding out that the parrot speaking in the case of apparent testimony. But discerning speaker's intention is championed as necessary for disambiguation in some cases of testimony and is relevant to triggering figurative speech, according to many, including writers in the aesthetics literature called Alankara Sastra. Testimonial knowledge is a matter of comprehending a statement, transmitting sentence, and to be a transmitting sentence, certain conditions must be met. The following three necessary conditions for a meaningful statement are proposed and discussed throughout the philosophical and grammatical literatures. 1. Words' mutual expectancy. Akanksha. 2. Semantic fittingness. Yogyata. 3. Contiguity or proper presentation, pronunciation, and the like. Asitya. The words in a sentence have their expectancy mutually satisfied in the completion of the sentence as a string of words. This and the third condition are pretty obviously required for sentential measuring, but not the second, at least not to philosophers of language in the West, although the notion seems related to the a priori as understood in early modern philosophy. In any case, semantic fittingness is connected to a theory of figurative meaning throughout the schools, including the aesthetic literature. Some define yogyata in a positive fashion, but it seems easy to find counterexamples. Language has to be flexible so that we can report novelties. Furthermore, we understand something when we understand a false statement. Otherwise, again, we would not know where to look to determine its falsity or truth for that matter. Gangesa says explicitly that false statements as well as statements of doubt meet the requirement of semantic fittingness. Even statements that are not just false but that we know are false can pass the semantic fittingness test as, for example, the views of one's opponents. For these and other reasons, Gangesa, for one, defines yogyata negatively as absence of knowledge of a blocker of testimonial knowledge. This shows a coherence tie. We cannot even understand testimony way out of whack with what we know already. Two Mimamsa views compete to explain sentential unity, along with a third, a sentence holism belonging to the grammarian Bhartahari, 3rd century, who holds that words have no meaning outside of the context of a sentence, which is the basic semantic unit. Words are abstractions from sentences, and a sentence is understood holistically in a flash. Spota Bhartahari's theory is so-called Spotavada. This is an easy target for Mimamsakas who point to our abilities to use the same words with different sentences. But the one camp, the Prabhakara, agrees with the grammarians that words do not convey meanings apart from the full sentence being understood. That is to say, apart from the full fact indicated being known in a flash, as it were. The other camp, the Bhatta, whose theory comes to be taken over by Nyaya, claims that individual words have reference in isolation, and that in understanding a sentence, we understand the meaning of the individual semantic units, which get combined not so much by the sentence as by the fact that makes the sentence true, the relation holding the fact together becoming reflected in the unity of the sentence, so that each word's meaning or referent is hooked up with every other. These two views are termed in Sanskrit Anvita Abhinana Vada, reference of the connected, which Sideritz translates as the related designation view, and connection of the reference, which Sideritz translates as the words plus relation view. However, the latter might not be the best rendering, since its advocates argue that the relation is nothing other than the individual that denotes as related. In other words, according to the more radically referentialist view, which is incrementalist, the relation is not just an additional element, it's not just words plus relation. No word is unsaturated. Bringing, for example, requires that its referent is both be related both an agent and an object, and no reference to bringing would generate a bit of new testimonial knowledge if these were not also mentioned or the ideas it then supplied. There are only a few purely logically and syntactically binding words in Sanskrit, only a few mainly connectives that are just syncategorematic, since every other word is inflected and there's no need for prepositions. Alternatively, we could say that every word is unsaturated because no single semantic unit conveys the meaning of a sentence by itself alone, independently of its relation to at least one other unit. The main difference between the two Mimamsa views is that the former insists that only a sentence successfully refers, not the individual words of which a sentence is composed, whose meanings have to be connected to one another in order for there to be reference. Abhidya, the primary mode of power, Sakti of language, whereas the latter holds that words do have reference individually, but not to the connection of the things mentioned, which is given by the sentence as a whole. In both cases, the fact or object known by way of a sentence has constituents. On the second view, the fact is the relatedness of the word's reference as they are in the word. Relatedness, anvaya, not indicated by a semantic unit. The connection is to one another of the things referred to, a connection in the world, which we become aware of because the order of the connectedness of the words. Gopinath the Bhattacharya writes apropos 17th century Anambhata's discussion of the Bhatta theory. It comes to this then that the understanding of a statement of what is signified by the constituent terms in relation to one another depends, among other things, on the presentation of the terms in the required order. But the order of arrangements of the terms is not itself a term of the sentence, so that it cannot be said that this order has its own sakti like the term. Just what a word refers to is sometimes ambiguous, not just apart from the sentential context, but within it. Still, we know what the word means. S's intention to communicate P, in such a case, crucial to the disambiguation in that S speaks in context. Ordinarily, the overall context need not be taken into account, according to New Nyaya philosophers, to ascertain the meaning of a sentence, which has to meet only the three conditions of grammaticality, semantic fittingness, and proper pronunciation. But we do have to take into account the overall context. Let us say speaker's intention, tatparya, it is stressed. In some cases of ambiguity, as also of figurative speech, which involves a second power of words, the power sakti, to express meanings indirectly. However, we've been able to understand a spoken sentence to be able to determine a speaker's intention, which we infer from what is said, supplemented sometimes by contextual cues. Thus, knowing the intention is not an invariable antecedent of testimonial knowledge. Understanding S's intention is not a fourth condition on the statement's meaningfulness from the perspective of H, except in some cases of ambiguity and indirect figurative speech. But in those cases, it is indeed crucial, and there is no way to get around the need to make it out in order to fix the meaning, which cannot be gathered at, so to say, a first pass. But on the second pass, we're able to gather not only indirect secondary meaning, but also more information through inference. In this way, Anambhata would explain what others see as the result of activation of a third power of words, namely Devani, also called Vyanjana, suggestion. In other words, if a sentence contains an ambiguous word or indirect figurative meaning admitted as a bona fide second power of words, there may well be no way to tell what it means without considering S's intention. Finally, we might mention that with vertical testimonial knowledge, not involving figurative meaning, where all three sentential conditions are met, we do not notice the grammaticality of the transmitting sentence or sentences. These factors have to be present, but we do not have to be aware of them. For figurative meaning and contrast, we have to notice a blocker, which paradigmatically may be thought of as a violation of semantic fittingness, though this is not precisely correct according to several theorists who provide examples of figures where semantic fittingness is not violated. Examples of less severe misfit occur than to water with fire. Violating yogyata is not the only way to trigger the second power of words, yet further exploration of figurative meanings of suggestion would carry us outside of the epistemological into the aesthetics and grammatical literatures. Analogy and other candidate sources. Analogy and similarity. Briefly, we may consider the more exotic candidate sources proposed in the classical literature, mainly with Mimamsa, often elaborated by the Vedantins, beginning with analogy, which is viewed as the pramana for knowledge, or similarly in Mimamsa and Vedanta, but is rejected by other schools, Vedic and non-Vedic alike, except for Nyaya, which, however, provides a radical reinterpretation to provide a hermeneutics of Vedic injunctions to make them suitable for practice and actual performance. The Mimamsa exegetes need to be able to designate substitutes of one type of grain for another, depending upon availability in the first place, but upon similarity in the second place. In Vedanta, analogy is useful for understanding the Upanishads, which make comparisons between spiritual or yogic experiences and the experiences of ordinary humans, as pointed out by Kumar. Yogacara, Jaina, and Nyaya logicians find similarity or relevant similarity to figure and inference as a knowledge-generating process. It is through cognizing similarity and dissimilarity that we arrive at knowledge or pervasion as required for inferential knowledge. It is part of what is called the sapaksa, the set of positive correlations that make us know an inference underpinning pervasion. Knowledge of similarity is not viewed in Nyaya or Yogacharya as the result of analogy as a knowledge source. For Nyaya, analogy is restricted to a subject's learning the meaning of a word, and Yogacharya does not countenance it as a separate pramana. But pervasion is known typically through generalization from cases, although in some cases a single observation, some say, will suffice, presupposing knowledge of relevant similarity, which can be a matter of perception. Vedanta and Mimamsa philosophers who take similarity to be a special object known through this special source give examples different from the stock scenario provided by Gautama and elaborated by Vatsyayana, who limit the scope of analogy to learning the meaning of a word. The knowledge has been generated by analogy, its knowledge source pramana. The ontology of similarity is controversial. Several different theories are proposed. One of the best belongs to Kangisha, who sees it as a relational property supervening on other properties and defined as something having a lot of the same properties as something else. It is not universally argues for similarity relates a correlate and a countercorrelate, whereas a universal in contrast rests as a unity in. In this way, it is like contact samyoga, there are also other obvious differences, not reducible to any single category among the traditional seven: substance, quality, motion, universal, individualizer, inherence, and absence. For some substances are like one another, as are certain qualities and actions, but similarity also is not pace the prabhakara, a category over and above the recognized seven. Kangisha's main argument, there is a similarity, is not uniform. It is to an extent a property that is mind imposed, in that the counterpositive is supplied from our side. Moreover, it supervenes on other properties. Presumptions. Arthapati, another candidate source championed by the Mimamsa and Vedanta philosophers, but rejected by everyone else, is an independent pramana, is Arthapati, a kind of reasoning to the best explanation, which Nyaya views as the same as negative only inference. Mimamsa rejects this analysis and holds in contrast that presumption is an independent knowledge source and an important one, operative in basic language comprehension, as well as in knowledge of the various everyday facts. The reasoning is not inferential because no pervasion is known, it is commonly argued. Non-cognition, anupalabdha, Palapti, how do we know absence is? Dharmakirti would answer by inference, inferential knowledge of an absence being one of the three fundamental types identified by the Yogacharan. Gautama and Vatsyayana, without elaborating, agree that absences are known inferentially, but Udyatakara and the later tradition argue that we know absences sometimes perceptually. Bhat Mamamsa says no, there is an operative here, a special knowledge source called non-cognition and non-perception. The main argument centers on the sufficiency of perception or inference to make known such negative facts, which clearly we do know. The Bhat argues, for example, that perception makes known only presences. Indeed, Nyaya has a difficult time assimilating such knowledge into a theory of perception, in particular since the difficulty widens into what is known in analytical philosophy and the generality problem. Nyaya recognizes that an absence has a peculiar relational structure, namely to relate a locus to a counterpositive, and that the idea of a counterpositive is furnished by the cognizer entirely from memory. If memory can have such a crucial role in the type of perception, how then to draw the limits of what is perceptible? The Nyaya project threatens to spin out of control. Not surprisingly, therefore, there is a large literature on absence and epistemology. Gesture and rumor. We learn some things from gesture, such as the come when beckoned by a conventionalized movement of the hand. Gangisa says that this is an aid to testimonial knowledge, not really a form of it since it depends on other semantic items. He says being supplied. Rumor is defined by Vatsyayana as a testimony chain whose originator is unknown. The Nyaya attitude is to regard even it as presumptively vertical in consonance with the school's overall theory of testimonies. Suppositional reasoning, Tarka. Many classical Indian philosophers held the apparent certification may not be enough to warrant belief in some instances, even if our beliefs and cognitions have indeed been generated by processes that would be counted knowledge sources. Did they not face counter considerations? In facing counter considerations, in being reasonably challenged, they are not trustworthy and do not guide unhesitatingly effort and action. There is no social dimension to knowledge, where reasoning reigns, resolving controversy in ways over and above the sources. They're the ways of Tarka, hypothetical, or suppositional reasoning. Paradigmatically, Tarka is called for in order to establish a presumption of truth in favor of one thesis that has putative source support against a rival thesis that also has putative source support. A thesis and a counter thesis both backed up by, for example, apparently genuine inferences, the most common situation, or by competing perceptual or testimonial evidence. By supposing the truth of the rival thesis and its Socratic style, showing how it leads to unacceptable consequences or breaks another intellectual norm, one repossesses a presumption of truth, provided the classical epistemologists never tire of emphasizing, provided one's own thesis does indeed have at least the appearance of a knowledge source in its corner. The consensus across schools is that such agreements are not in themselves knowledge generators, but they can swing the balance concerning what it is rational to believe. Suppositional reasoning is what a philosopher is good at, drawing out of implications of opposed views and testing them against mutually accepted positions according to, broadly speaking, criteria of coherence but also of simplicity. Here we come to the vital center of the life of a classical philosopher, which is reflected in honorific appellations and book titles, dozens of which use Tarka as an crestjewel of reasoning. Udayana Nyaya 11th century appears to inherit a sixfold division of Tarka according to the nature of error in opponent's position, and expressively there's 5 types, a 6th contradiction or opposition either being assumed as the most common variety or subsumed under Udayana's 5th type, unwanted consequence. Philosophers of the other schools present distinct but overlapping lists. The Nyaya textbook writer Visvanatha, one of the early 17th century, mentions 10 Udayanas, 5 plus 5 more, many of which are used by the Advaitin Sriharsa, probably Udayana's younger contemporary. Among other reasoners, they are self-dependence, begging the question, mutual dependence, mutual presupposition, circularity, reasoning in a circle, infinite regress, and unwanted consequences. including contradiction, presumably. Udiana's 5 plus being presupposed by the other. The first establishes a form of favorable suppositional reasoning, hasty generalizations, differentiation, failure, theoretic lightness, and theoretic heaviness. It is Tarka that establishes a presupposition, a presumption against skepticism. Gangisha, 14th century, were a person P who was certain through thoroughgoing positive correlations, F wherever G, and negative correlation wherever no G, no F, to doubt that an effect might arise without a cause. The argument, which is found in the Nyaya Sutra and other works, is that without the coincidence that presupposes knowledge, we would not act as we do. Contemporary discussions of classical Indian epistemology. Although classical Indian epistemology is interesting and valuable to study independently from comparisons with contemporary analytic or non-Indian epistemology, at least since the latter half of the 20th century, there's been a number of profitable and interesting discussions of classical Indian epistemology in relation to contemporary work. In this section, we discuss 3 areas of engagement: epistemic luck, perceptual content, and perceptual error. Epistemic luck. One of the most important developments in the 20th century analytical epistemology concerns the topic of epistemic luck. Gettier, 1963, argued that even if justified true belief is necessary for knowledge, it is not sufficient for knowledge because there are cases in which one has justified true belief but lacks knowledge. Since the time of Potter's Does Indian Epistemology Concern Justified True Belief? Indian philosophers have been interested in how classical Indian treatment of jhana and prama relate to the analysis of knowledge and analytical philosophy and the topic of epistemic luck. Potter argues that classical Indian philosophy does not concern itself with the justified true belief analysis of knowledge. 2 main points of view are that prama and jhana at best capture a non-dispositional, occurrent, episodic notion of belief, which is contrary to the dispositional use of common to justified true belief. While truth in justified true belief is often understood as a correspondence model of truth, and in classical Indian philosophy, truth is more understood on a pragmatic or workability model. The core of his argument aims to show that there are differences between what the relevant term mean in sense critic epistemology and what their analog means in analytic epistemology. Shaw maintains that even if classical Indian epistemology is not concerned with justified true belief, there are tools and techniques of argumentation that can be used to respond to the problem of contemporary epistemology in the area of epistemic luck. He offers Nyaya's inspired response to Gettier's counterexample to the sufficiency of justified true beliefs for knowledge. The central feature of his response is that neither of Gettier's examples are cases of justified true belief, rather they are cases of justified false belief, and as such are not counterexamples to the justified true belief analysis. Justified true belief is about belief and not about sentences that can be interpreted in different ways. Shaw argues that justified true belief is a theory of true belief that is justified where justification applies to true belief and not merely to a sentence that is true and a belief that is justified. The problem is that the truth maker for the proposition separates from the source of justification for the proposition. In sum, justified true belief is not about justified true belief as 3 separate occurrences, but about true belief that is justified. Das aims to draw the problem of epistemic luck from Gettier and analytical philosophy in general into the problem of space of Nyaya epistemology. He aims to show that the Nyaya definitions of knowledge and commitment to form of infallibilism about knowledge sources requires a nuanced treatment of the problem of epistemic luck. To this end, he turns to the work of Gangisha to defend epistemic localism, the thesis that upstream causal factors play no epistemically significant role in the production of knowledge. Das explains Gangisha's epistemic locationism in the case of testimonial knowledge as follows. The view is an instance of epistemic localism for Gangisha. Testimonial knowledge events are produced not due to the transmission of knowledge from a trustworthy speaker, but rather due to the truth-conducive properties of a sentence, its semantic fitness, and the hearer's true awareness of the truth of those truth-conducive properties. Therefore, the epistemically significant factor which explains testimonial knowledge events are local to the sentence and the hearer and do not belong to the source of the sentence, the speaker. Not all analytical philosophers think that knowledge can be analyzed. Williamson argues for a knowledge-first epistemology, where knowledge cannot be analyzed into a conjunction of belief, justification, truth, and other conditions, because it is a mental state of its own that is factive. Uh, Vaidya argues that Gengisa's epistemology can be understood as a version of knowledge-first epistemology in the following two senses. First, Gengisa, like Williamson, holds that knowledge is not a form of belief and cannot be analyzed into belief plus other conditions. Gengisa thinks knowledge is simply accurate awareness, including that it is produced in the right way. Second, Gengisa, like Williamson, holds that seeing that P is a direct way of knowing that P, that as well perception can be cited as the justificatory basis for knowing that P, as one does on an indirect model of the relation between perception and knowledge. It is not the case that one can have perceptual knowledge without conceptualizing on their perception as the justification for their knowledge. However, unlike Williamson, it is not clear that Gengisa holds that knowledge is first in the order of explanation of epistemic terms. Perceptual content. One of the most important debates in analytical philosophy of perception is the debate over whether perceptual content is fully conceptual at all levels. McDowell defends this position against Evans. For at least 2 decades, analytic philosophers such as Travis Heck and Peacock have debated the nature of conceptual content and perception. Chakrabarty inaugurates a similar debate in contemporary Indian philosophy. Traditionally, Naiyikas, at least since Vaikaspati Misra, maintained that there are 2 stages of perception. The first stage of perception is Nirvikapalka Pratyaksa. This is characterized as non-qualificative, non-conceptual, indeterminate, and elemental stage of perception. The subject is said to be related to objects and properties in the perceptual fields, but not under any specific aspectual relations, such as via qualificand and qualifier. What is central to the stage of perception is that the sense organs of the subject make contact with the elements that will be unified and made determinate at the second stage of perception. The second stage of perception is Savikalpaka Pratyaksha. This is characterized as a qualificative, conceptual, and factual stage of perception. A subject is related to a fact in their perceptual field, where the fact is constituted by objects bearing properties and standing in relation to one another. In the first stage, there is only relation to elements. In the second stage, there is relation to the fact as well as the truth evaluative content. Chakrabarty claims that his goal is to reconstruct Nyaya epistemology by shedding the distinction between indeterminate and determinate perception, by shedding one half of the distinction from NPT. By eliminating indeterminate perception, he forces out the view that all cognition of awareness is uniformly qualificative. In pursuing this goal, Chakrabarty aims to capture the direct realism of Nyaya. He takes note of Mohanty's claim that indeterminate perception is vital to Nyaya realism because only such an awareness opens access to things as they really are. Chakrabarty holds that this is doubtedly mistaken. On the one hand, according to Nyaya, the world has qualified particulars. As a consequence, a layer of perception that has revealed them to be without qualities, and the path to how the world really is would not reveal them as they are. On the other hand, if indeterminate perception were the path to revealing the world as it is, it would be the case that determinate perception involved distorting how things are. Thus, it must be the case that indeterminate perception is not necessary for Nyaya direct realism. Chakrabarty's work sparks a lively debate amongst contemporary Buddhist and Nayikis such as Phillips, Chadya, Siddharidis, and Chakravarty. Phillips defended the view that the Nyayikas need indeterminate perception. Chadya explores the connection between Neo-Kantian Nyaya views of perception. Siddharidis argues that indeterminate perception is central to Buddhist epistemology and serves as a forceful objection to the Nyaya point of view. Siddharidis and Phillips, for different reasons, maintain that indeterminate perception is core to an effective epistemology. Chakravarty argues Chakrabarty is correct that the Nyaya does not need indeterminate perception. He insightfully appeals to the work of the Dvaita philosopher Vyasatirtha in his response to Gangesha. Perceptual error. Another important debate in analytical philosophy of perception concerns the relation between vertical and non-vertical perception. Consider the common kind thesis. Common kind thesis There is a common kind of state that exists in both the veridical good case and non-veridical bad case that is of epistemic significance. Disjunctivists such as McDowell argue that the common kind thesis in favor of the view that a perceptual experience is either mere appearances or a relation to the fact that does not involve an appearing. The fact that veridical states lack an appearing as an intermediary and non-veridical state only have an appearing is the foundation of metaphysical disjunctivism. Pritchard defends epistemic disjunctiveness, which acknowledges a metaphysical common kind but denies an epistemic common kind. Anti-disjunctivists such as Berg argue against disjunctivism by claiming that it is inconsistent with vision science, where there is at least some kind of commonality between the good case and the bad case. Phillips maintains that Nyaya perceptual theory involves a kind of disjunctivism. He is concerned most to defend this in the case of Gangisha. A non-veridical perception is not really perception at all, but a pseudo-perception, pratyaksha, apasya, apparent perception, a perception imitator, or perception solely from first-person point of view. An apparent perception may be indistinguishable from the subject's own perspective from a bit of genuine perceptual knowledge, both forming A as F-type dispositions, but Naya insists they are different, taking the disjunctivist position. Although Guarneri offers an argument against the factivity infallibility of knowledge against sources in Gangisa, it can be reconfigured around the concept of disjunctiveness as follows. 1. Gangisa is a naturalist. 2. Naturalism is inconsistent with infallibilism, the idea that cognition is pramana produced but is false. Disjunctivism is a form of infallibilism. And finally, so Gangisha is not a disjunctivist. The core of Guarneri's argument is focused on the view that naturalism requires fallibilism about knowledge sources in the sense that knowledge sources are ways of gaining knowledge that can go wrong, and the claim that perception as a knowledge source is disjunctive is inconsistent with the view that it is fallible. Disjunctivism goes along with the infallibility. Phillips' view of Nanai is similar to McDowell's view of perception, and Guarneri's view of Gangisa is similar to Berger's view of perception. Vidya argues that the evidence in favor of disjunctivism provided by Dotsky actually supports Berger's perceptual anti-individualism, and in his 2020 paper, Vidya argues that the disjunctivism is present in Nyaya. It is distinct from the disjunctivism based on both truth and causation in a nuanced and intricate sense known as multi-factor causal disjunctivism. What separates the good case from the bad case isn't just in the good case there is truth, and in the bad case truth is lacking. Rather, it also has to do with that conscious perceptual state is caused. Okay, so there you have the first part of Indian epistemology, and we're also going to look at analytical philosophy and perceptual experience. So we'll first look at perceptual experience and then analytical philosophy. All these are very long, just a handful of people watching, but Elemental, anyone in the chat, appreciate you being there. Hope it's useful to you as it is to me. Okay, so moving right along. Perceptual experience and concepts in classical Indian philosophy. Classical Indian philosophy accepts perception, pratya, aksha, or perceptual experience as the primary means of knowledge. Pramana, perception, pratyaksha, is etymologically rooted in the sense faculty of the sense organ aksha and can be translated as sensory awareness. While pramana, on the other hand, is derived from knowledge, prama, and literally means the instrument in the act of knowing. However, the standard interpretation of perception accepted by classical Indian philosophers, barring the Buddhist and the Vedantins, is that it is a cognition arising within the self, the knowing subject from mental operations following a sense-object contact. It therefore is neither an instrument in the act of knowing nor a mere sensory awareness. Definitions of perception from various classical Indian philosophical schools are given in section 2 below. The same is true of concepts. There is no one agreed notion of or definition of concept understood in the meaning of the general term in classical Indian philosophy. Rather, we have a variety of views ranging from robust realism about concepts as real properties, essences, or universals to extreme nominalism, which admits only of unique particulars with versions of conceptualism in between. The robust realist position is defended by the Nyaya, Vaisheshika, and Mimamsa schools, the nominalist by the Buddhist schools, and the conceptualist by the Vedantins and Jains. I will not be discussing the conceptualist position or their arguments here because ultimately this position ends up collapsing into a version of realism or nominalism. Introduction. The etymology of perception in Sanskrit underlies a major, perhaps the most controversial issue in classical Indian epistemology. Is the sensory core all there is to the content of a perceptual experience? Put differently, it is asked whether the content of a perceptual experience is restricted to being unconceptualized, or can any part of it be conceptualized as well? The Nayayakis generally take perception to be a two-stage process. First, there arises non-conceptual perception of the object, and then a conceptual perception, both being valid cognitions. For Buddhists, non-conceptual perceptions alone are valid, while grammarians, Sabdikas, deny their validity altogether. Samkhya and Mimamsa agree with the Nyaya position. These two realist schools, Nyaya and Mimamsa, contest the grammarian as well as the Buddhist position. Advaita Vedanta positions on perception seem to agree in spirit with the Buddhists, but their reasons for supporting non-conceptual perceptions alone as ultimately valid are very different. The debate on the role of concepts in perception is discussed in detail in section 3. Yet another debate about the nature of universals and concepts looms in the background of this debate. How do we know universals or concepts? The Buddhists introduced the doctrine of Aphoa to provide the resources for constructing concepts from sensory content to further the nominalist project of explaining thought and language in a world of particulars. In response to Buddhist nominalism, Nyaya philosophers present a defense of realism in the course of which they argue for a theory of real perceivable universals. This debate will be the focus of section 4. A very critical question germane to these epistemological issues is raised by the Buddhist philosopher Vasubandhu, 4th century CE. How do we distinguish veridical perceptions from non-veridical ones? This is taken up in the last section. Before we start out with the definitions, the following observations may be noted. It is true that the classical Indian philosophers were seriously concerned with the notions of enlightenment, the highest good, freedom from the cycle of rebirth, and the attainment of ultimate bliss. Therefore, some even question whether they were concerned with any epistemological questions at all, much less the ones raised here. But they were. For the Nyayikas in particular, this is a major focus. The reason offered in the earlier Nyaya tradition in Vatsyayana's commentary in the Nyaya Sutra is that without knowledge of objects, there is no success in practical response to them. Not very enlightening, perhaps. However, a much sharper justification comes from Gengisa, the 12th century, the founder of the Navya Nyaya school, in the introduction to his great work, Jewel of Reflection on the Truth, Tattva Sintamanani, in order that discerning persons may have interest in studying the work. Aksapada Gautama, 2nd century CE, laid down the sutra. Attainment of the highest good comes from right knowledge. It should not then be surprising that one of the most sophisticated classical Indian treatises dealing with perception, Kumarila's 7th century Pratyak Sapa Richida, a portion of Slakavatika pertaining to the 4th sutra of Mimamsa Sutra, discusses the nature and validity of perception without any consideration of its role in the ascertainment of religious and moral truth. In fact, the Mimamsa Sutra itself characterizes perception as not being a means of knowing righteousness dharma. It is true that epistemological debates in classical Indian philosophy arose in the religious philosophical context. However, there is plenty of evidence on record to show that classical Indian philosophers are haunted by the very same epistemological concerns that have troubled the minds of Western philosophers throughout the ages. This controversial classical Indian epistemological issue, whether perception is conceptualized or not, continues to be debated in Western and Indian philosophical journals even today. That said, what makes this historical inquiry significant is that the epistemological issues in classical Indian philosophy are introduced against the backdrop of radically different metaphysical and ethical presuppositions. Perspectives on perception. Most classical Indian philosopher schools accept perception as the primary means of knowledge, but differ on the nature, kinds of, and objects of perceptual knowledge. Here we first survey Buddhist and Orthodox Hindu schools' definitions of perception, excluding Vaishika and Yoga schools, since they simply take on board Nyaya and Samkhya ideas respectively. And note the issues raised by these definitions, as mentioned above. The Orthodox schools generally accept both non-conceptualized indeterminate and conceptualized determinate perceptual states, in sharp contrast to the Buddhist view that perception is always non-conceptualized or indeterminate awareness. Buddhist nominalism. The oldest preserved definition of perception in the Buddhist tradition is the one by Vasubandhu, 4th century. Perception is a cognition that arises from the object which is represented therein. However, the more influential and much discussed view is the later Buddhist Yogacara philosopher Dinaga, for whom perception is simply a cognition devoid of conceptual construction. Tabor notes two important implications of this definition. First, perception is a non-conceptual in nature. No seeing is seeing as, because that necessarily involves intervention of conceptual constructs, which contaminate the pristine given. Perception is mere awareness of bare particulars without any identification or association with words, for, according to Dinaga, such association always results in falsification of the object. Reference of the words are universals, which for the Buddhists are not real features of the world. Second, Dinaga's definition only indicates a phenomenological feature of perception. It says nothing about its origin, but does not imply that it arises from contact of a sense faculty with the object. Therefore, for the Buddhist idealist, the object that appears in perceptual cognition need not be external physical object, but a form that arises within consciousness itself. Both these ideas led to vigorous debates in classical Indian philosophy between the Hindus and Buddhists. The first of these ideas relates to the notion of non-conceptual perception, the second to idealism. Dinaga's philosophy is idealist nominalist in spirit, and his epistemological position is in sync with the Buddhist metaphysical doctrines of no self, evanescence of all that exists, and emptiness, which expectedly evoke strong reaction from the realist Nyaya, Vaishika, and Mimamsa schools. In recent literature, there has been a scholarly debate on whether the Indian Yogacara philosophy is a form of idealism or not. This debate is murky because there are various versions of idealism discussed in the literature in Buddhist philosophy. At least three versions have been discussed in recent literature in Buddhist philosophy: subjective idealism, the view that there is no mind-independent objects; metaphysical idealism, the view that external objects do not exist; and epistemic idealism, the view that we are immediately aware of is intrinsic to cognition. Lusthaus and Koseru have argued respectively for a phenomenological and phenomenalist naturalist interpretation of Yogacarya in opposition to the standard idealist interpretation. The main argument for the phenomenological reading is that the epistemic claims made by the Yogacara philosophers do not commit them to ontological claims. This would avoid the charge of metaphysical idealism, but is still open to being interpreted as an offering an epistemic or subjective idealism. Luthow sees Yogacara philosophers' denial of solipsism and affirmations of other minds as a fatal blow to the subjective idealist interpretation of Yogacara. Idealism does not necessitate solipsism, as is made clear in Berkeley's version of subjective idealism and Hegel's absolute idealism, which explicitly requires other minds. Thus, there is reason to think that the epistemic idealist interpretation of Yogacarya is not threatened by its commitment to other minds. Kellner and Tabor have argued that Vasubandhu argues for a standard metaphysical idealist position, which is to deny the existence of physical objects outside of consciousness. Kellner and Tabor also present a new reason for the revival of the standard idealist reading of Yogacara. Their argument for this reason is based on Vasubandhu's argumentative strategy rather than the logical structure of individual proofs. They claim that in the Vimsika, Vasubandhu uses the argument from ignorance, according to which the absence of external objects is derived from the absence of evidence for their existence. They also note that Vasubandhu uses the same strategy to refute the existence of the self. The argument from ignorance seems like a bad strategy. It is often listed as a logical fallacy of the general form, since statement P is not known or proved to be true, P is false. But because the general form of the argument is bad, it does not necessarily follow that every argument of that form is unsuccessful. It may well succeed because of other features, for example, the semantic meaning of the terms, or when the arguments are arguments to the best explanation. Kellner and Tabor emphasize that some arguments from ignorance are successful when they function as arguments to the best explanation, especially in contents where they are agreed upon standards of verification. So then the question is Vasubandhu's argument from ignorance successful for establishing idealism? I fear not. This is because there are no universally agreed upon criteria among classical Indian philosophers, not even among fellow Buddhists, as to what counts as evidence for the existence of external things. More recently, in a series of papers on Buddhist idealism, Kellner revisits Vasubandhu's argument from ignorance to establish the non-existence of external objects, and Dharmakirti's objections to it. Dharmakirti was among the first Indian logicians to pay attention to how we can know about non-existence. Dharmakirti is worried about the validity of arguments from ignorance in general, and was the first to argue that these arguments cannot be used to establish the absence of a class of entities. He posits non-apprehension, anupala abidi, as a special kind of reason, hetu, to provide non-existence of objects, but is careful to qualify again that the non-apprehension can only prove the situationally specific absences of particular objects. It cannot prove the non-existence of an entire class of objects. Arguments from ignorance and non-apprehension cannot prove the ontological non-existence of objects. Dharmakirti thus is only interested in supporting the weaker epistemic idealist position that external objects are imperceptible. As far as his arguments go, they never establish anything beyond this conclusion. Some, for example, Ratte, argue that Dharmakirti does not need to add anything to this to establish the stronger metaphysical idealism. The stronger thesis follows because its ontological principle to be is to be causally efficacious. If external objects are completely imperceptible in that they cannot even produce the minimal effect of perceptual awareness, then they are as good as being non-existent. Kellner, however, notes that such a conclusion is excluded by Dharmakirti's logical theory, which highlights the evidential gap between imperceptibility and non-existence. For him, absence of evidence does not equate to evidence of absence. Dharmakirti's target is to show that external objects are imperceptible. Any further conclusion about the existence of or otherwise is totally irrelevant, only to be argued by those interested in futile metaphysical arguments. Following Kellner, his arguments for the imperceptibility of external objects can be divided into two groups. The first group of arguments points to the defects of the realist theory of perception, supported by the Hindus and fellow Buddhists. The second group focuses on the positive arguments against the imperceptibility of external objects based on the nature of cognition. It is this group which contains Dharmakirti's distinctive and novel contribution to the debate and deserve much more attention than they received in the contemporary philosophical literature. The first group of arguments leads Dharmakirti to conclude that self-reflexive nature of cognition is aware of itself and of nothing else. The second group of argument then defends this conclusion by appeal to the nature of cognition. Dharmakirti begins by pointing to the well-known fact that there is incongruence between the external object of our perceptions of it. Visual perception, for example, is limited to certain aspects or features of the object. The external object as a whole is never visually perceived. We do not perceive cups and pots, but only its color, shape, size, and so on. So we ask, what reason is there to cup and pots over the above visual perceptions of shape, size, and color? This incongruence allows him to conclude that perception does not have the form of the external object, or its form is deviant. Next, he questions whether the realist commitment to causation and resemblance between the form, image, impression, and the external object establishes that perception must have external objects. Causation cannot work on its own by virtue of the well-known fact that our cognitions can and do have internal mental causes, and the notion of resemblance is too weak and vague to do any real work in indexically linking particular forms to objects in front of one's eyes. These two negative arguments suggest the conclusion that there is no external object to be experienced by cognition. This conclusion is then supported by two further positive arguments referred to as the Samvedana argument and the Sohapala Baniyama inference in the literature. The The Samvedana argument appeals to the nature of cognition as that which appears in a certain way, and this appearing to in a certain way highlights the intransitive nature of cognition. Cognition, by its nature, is self-illuminating, it shines forth itself. This argument is no doubt terse and can do with further explication, but Dharmakirti does not elaborate. The second argument, Sabo Palam Baniyama inference, is also tersely encapsulated in a single sentence in the text. No object is observed without awareness, nor is an awareness observed being experienced without an object. Thus, they are not different. Presents a useful reconstruction of the argument. The argument draws on the logical principle of identity of indiscernibles. Two things have exactly the same properties are identical. However, the argument at issue just points to sharing of one crucial property, the property of being perceived at the same time. The crucial property is being as sufficient evidence to establish that the two things are non-different. Both these arguments deserve further elaboration before we can properly assess whether they are successful in establishing the conclusion. This new literature in certainty is a start in the right direction and opens new research questions for contemporary philosophers. Nyaya realism. The most comprehensive and most influential definition of perception in classical Indian philosophy is offered in Gautama's Nyaya Sutra. Perception is a cognition which arises from the contact of the sense organs and object and is not impregnated by words, is unerring and well ascertained. Expectedly, each part of the definition has raised controversy and criticism. If perception is a cognition and non-erroneous, then it is a state of knowledge rather than a means to knowing. How does that constitute a primary means of knowledge? Some Nyaya commentators, Vakaspati Misra and Jayanta Bhatta, among them, suggest that the sutra is to be understood by adding to it the term from which yata, since the preceding sutras indicate that Gautama's formulation of the sutra was intended to find an instrument of knowledge. Another issue has been the interpretation of the word contact. In what sense are the eye and the ear, the sense organs for vision and auditory perception, respectively, in contact with their objects? Here, a careful look at the term sanakarsa generally translates as contact to help resolve the issue. Sanakarsa literally means drawing near and can be interpreted as being in close connection with or in the vicinity of. Thus, perception is that which arises out of close connection between the sense organ and the object. More substantial debates on the nature of perception focus on the adjectives in the latter part of the sutra, nonverbal, non-erroneous, and non-deviating, and well ascertained or free from doubt. There is some disagreement among the Nyaya commentators about the interpretation of the adjectives nonverbal and well ascertained. Vatsyayana, in his commentary in the Nyaya Sutra, argues that the adjectives nonverbal and well ascertained are really part of the definition nonverbal to point out that perceptual knowledge is not associated with words. Bhartahari, the famous grammarian, on the other hand, holds that awareness is necessarily constituted by words and apprehended through them, and well ascertained to affirm that perceptual knowledge is only of a definite particular and specifically excludes situations in which the perceiver may be in doubt whether a perceived object A is an F or a G. Vakaspati Misra argues that the adjective well ascertained need not be used to exclude the so-called perception in the form of doubt, as doubtful knowledge being invalid is already excluded by the adjective non-erroneous. Rather, the term Vasya Yatmaka stands for the determinate perceptual judgment. Thus understood, the adjectives nonverbal and determinate seem to be complementary. A piece of nonverbal perceptual knowledge cannot be said to be at the same time determinate. Vakaspati Misra posits that these two adjectives indicate two different forms of perceptual cognition and are not to be regarded as its defining characteristics. According to him, Gautama included these adjectives to identify two kinds of perceptual knowledge. Avyadapadishyam indicates non-conceptual or non-verbal perception, and Vivasayatmaka indicates conceptual or determinate perceptions. He contends that by the term nonverbal, Gautama refutes the grammarian view and includes non-conceptual perception, and by the term well ascertained, he refutes the Buddhist view and includes conceptual or judgmental perceptions as valid. Pradyat Mandal traces the history of this controversy among the Nyayikas. He offers overwhelming scholarly evidence in favor of the view that the Nyayikas mostly regard the adjectives as part of the definition of perception and do not agree with Vakaspati's interpretation. For most Nyayikas, nonverbal is included to deny the causal role of words in origination of perceptual knowledge, and therefore it applies to non-conceptual and conceptual perceptions both, the difference being that the former is inexpressible in language while the latter is not. Thus, Mondale claims that the adjective nonverbal is sufficient on its own to reject the grammarian and Buddhist views of perception. The Nyaya philosophers seek the middle ground between these positions to defend their thoroughly realist view. They argue that there is some mental shaping in almost all perceptual events. Memory dispositions acquire on account of previous experiences are among the causal factors contributing to the current perception. Perceptual experience in this sense is laden with the infused by concepts. This, however, does not comprise the realism, since the concepts themselves are repeatable features of real objects and are perceptually acquired in past encounters with these features. For perception to be a source of knowledge, it must be concept laden such that it is verbalizable and determinate. The exact role of concepts in perception in dispute in the Nyaya Buddhist debate will be discussed in the next section. The early Nayakis held that perception is determinate, but under pressure from the Buddhist opponents of Vakaspati Misra, concedes that there is also concept-free indeterminate perception. In his commentary on the Nyaya Sutra, Vakaspati interprets the qualifier as nonverbal and well-ascertained or free from doubt, as indicating two types of perception, indeterminate and determinate. Indeterminate perception is thus conceived as the first stage of sensory processing without any mental shaping. The indeterminate sensory perception generated at this stage is then classified by the mind, resulting in a determinate perception of a whole object qualified by its parts or features. The idea is later taken up by the Navya Nyayika Gangisha, according to whom indeterminate perception is indispensable for explaining how our concepts originate in reality. Determinate perception of a thing is qualified by its features. Gangisha also objects to the notion of sensory connection in the classical Nyaya Sutra definition of perception, arguing that this makes the definition too wide and too narrow at the same time. Too wide because it implies that every awareness is perceptual, being produced by the virtue of connection with the inner sense faculty of mind. Manas, too narrowly because it fails to include divine perception, which involves no sensory connection. Gangisha offers a simpler definition of perception as an awareness which has no other awareness as its chief instrumental cause, being concerned that his definition may be interpreted as ruling out conceptualized or determinate perception that may have non-conceptual or indeterminate perception as one of its causes. He argues that indeterminate perception can never be the chief instrumental cause of determinate perception, although it is a cause since it supplies the qualifier of the concept for determinate perception. This simpler definition has other problems. Perception is a source of knowledge, so Gangisha must explain how this definition rules out non-veridical perceptions, so he spends the longest section of the chapter on perception in his Jewel of Reflection on the Truth about Epistemology, on giving a general account of illusion as an appearance of something other than it is. Okay, last Australian. God bless. Good to see you as always. Mimamsa Realism. The Purva Mimamsa Sutra was originally composed by Jamini around 200 BCE. The fourth Mimamsa Sutra says the arising of cognition when there is a connection of the sense faculties of a person with an existing sat object, that tat is perception. It is not the basis of the knowledge of Dharma because it is the apprehension of that which is present. There's no consensus among the Mimamsa commentators on whether this is intended as a definition of perception. Even well, an initial reading of it suggests that it may be. Kumarila, the noted Mimamsa commentator, argues that the first part of the sutra is not intended as a definition because the context in which it figures, the sutras preceding it, are not concerned with an inquiry into righteousness, dharma. Moreover, the sutra construed as a definition of perception results in too wide and not too accurate a definition because it only says that perception arises from a connection between the sense faculty and an existing object and does not exclude perceptual error or inferential cognition. Tabor, on the other hand, suggests that it's possible to construe the Mimamsa Sutra as a valid definition. Indeed, such a construal was proposed by an earlier commentator, the so-called Vitakara, quoted by length by Sabara in his Sabarahasyam. This most extensive commentary on the Mimamsa Sutra suggests that the words of the sutra tat, that, and sat existing be switched around for a different reading for the first part of the sutra, which would then state a cognition that results from the connection of the sense faculties of a person with that tat same object that appears in the cognition is true sat perception. This which rules out perceptual error and inference, both these present objects other than those that are the cause of the perception. Samkhya definition. In the oldest Samkhya tradition, perception is the functioning of the sense organ. This is clearly inadequate, as the ancient skeptic Jayarasi Bhatta, 8th century, is quick to point out. Perception in this sense cannot mean a knowledge pramana, as it does not distinguish between proper and improper functioning of sense organs, and therefore between valid and erroneous perceptions. A more sophisticated definition is later devised when perception is an ascertainment of buddhi or intellect in regard to sense faculty. This implies that perception is a modification of the intellect in the form of selective ascertainment of an object brought about by the activity of functioning of a sense faculty. In some respect, this characterization of perception as an ascertainment of the intellect neatly captures the idea of perception being an instrument of knowledge. It is the primary means of knowledge. Ascertainment residing in the intellect is regarded as the instrument of perception, while residing in the self, it is regarded as a result of a process of perception. Furthermore, the Samkhya Karika states that the function of the sense is with regard to the object is a mere seeing, and the function of the intellect, referred to as ascertainment, can be thought of as an identification of an object. This suggests a two-stage process. First, the functioning of the sense faculty results in a mere seeing of the object, non-conceptualized awareness, and later there's more seeing is acted upon by the intellect or the mind and results in conceptual identification of the object. This two-stage process is very similar to the detailed account of conceptual perception offered by the Mimamsakas and the Naiyayikas. Advaita Vedanta, direct knowledge. According to Advaita Vedanta, the defining characteristic of perception is the directness of knowledge acquired through perception. In highlighting the directness of perceptual process, the Advaitin differs from the Nyaya Mimamsa proponents, of whom the contact of the sense faculty with the object is central to the perceptual process. Vedanta Parabhasa cites pleasure and pain as instances of perceptions that are directly intuited without any sense-object contact. For the Advaitin, perception is simply the immediacy of consciousness, knowledge not mediated by any instrument. It is worth noting that this definition is very close to that accepted by the Navya Naiyakis. Like the later, the Advaitins regard the role of the sensory connection as accidental rather than essential to the perceptual process. The Neo-Advaitins accept the distinction between conceptual or determinate perceptions. They refer to it as a Visyagata Pratyaksha, and non-conceptual or indeterminate perception, Nirvikalpta Pratyaksha, but do not think of non-conceptual perception as simply a prior stage of conceptualized perception, as other Hindu schools do. Nirvikalpaka and Sakivakapalka Pratyaksha. The Sanskrit term kalpana is variously translated as imagination or conceptual construction, and is meant to be the source of vikalpa, roughly translated as concepts, but which may stand for anything that the mind adds to the given. The time-honored differentiation of perception and conception-free perception and conception-loaded perception is made on the basis of concepts, vikalpa. The basis of Buddhist nominalism. The distinction between non-conceptual and conceptual was first drawn by Dinaga, who contended that all perception is non-conceptual because what constitutes seeing things as they really are must be free from any conceptual construction. The claim that is that a verbal report of proper perception is strictly impossible, for such a report requires conceptualization, which is not perceptual in character. The objects of conceptual awareness are spontaneous constructions of our mind and essentially linguistic in character. On the other hand, what is seen The given does not carry a word or a name as its label, and neither is such a label grasped along with the objects not inherent in it, nor even produced by it. Objects as such, the real particulars, do not, as Quine would say, wear their names on their sleeve. Furthermore, the sense faculty cannot grasp a concept or a name. If I have never smelled garlic before I first encounter it, I cannot smell it as garlic, though I can smell it. An olfactory awareness can only grasp a smell present in the olfactory field. The Buddhists argue that a perceiver apprehends only the real particulars, arbitrarily impose concept words on them, and believes mistakenly that these are really there in the objects and integral to them. The conceptual awareness conceals its own imaginative quality, and because it results directly from experience, the perceiver takes it to be perceptual experience. The perceiver fails to notice that imagination is involved and mistakenly thinks that he really perceives the constructed world. From the Buddhist standpoint, therefore, a perceiver can only perceive real particulars, so that any perceptual experience is always and only at the non-conceptual level. The development of Hindu realism, the Nyaya mission. The Nyaya view evolves in response to Buddhist account of perception. They regard perception as a cognitive episode triggered by causal interaction between sense faculty and an object. The interaction first results in sensory impression, nothing more than mere physiological change. This preliminary awareness, non-conceptual perception, is a necessary first step in the process of perception and is invariably followed by a structured awareness leading to conceptual perception. A cognition that is independent of preliminary sensory awareness cannot result in perceptual judgment. The first awareness does not destroy the perceptual character of the second, rather it facilitates the subsequent awareness. Non-conceptual perception is an indispensable causal factor for generation of conceptual perception, although memory, concepts, and collateral information may also be required. It is important to note that the Nyaya notion of vikalpa in their distinction of nirvikalpa and savikalpa is different from that of the Buddhist. Unlike the latter, the Naiyikas do not think of vikalpa as mental creations or imaginative constructions, but as objective real properties and features of objects. Vikalpa, in this sense, indicates the operation of judging and synthesizing rather than imagining or constructing. Thus, conceptual perceptions truly represent the structure of reality. Of the 5 types of concepts of vikalpa recognized by the Buddhist, nama, word, jati, universal, guna, quality, kriya, action, and dravya, substance. The Naiyikas regard all but the first vikalpa as categories of reality. Unlike the grammarians, the Nyaya school do not accept the objective reality of words. Words are not inherent to the objects presented in perception. Rather, the Naiyikas hold that the relation between word and object is created by convention in the linguistic community, although a concept associated with a word, nama vikalpa, by means of a convention, it is not merely a fabrication. Thus, perceptual awareness includes knowledge of words, but insofar as it is perceptual awareness, it is brought about by sensory contact with the object and its properties, which exist independently of words. The Buddhists reject this argument on the basis that the conventional meaning of the word relates the word with the concept of the universal. Universals or concepts cannot be objects of our perception. They cannot be sensed. Universals, attributes, and concepts are theoretical constructs for the Buddhist. What is sensed is the actual objects, the exclusive particular, the ultimate existent. The Buddhists offer 2 arguments in favor of the claim that only particulars are real. First, knowledge by means of words or verbal testimony is very different from perceptual knowledge. For what we are aware of when we hear the words garlic is pungent is very different from what we are phenomenologically aware of when we smell garlic. Words do not denote or stand in for actual objects and can be uttered in the absence of any object, but perception cannot arise in the absence of objects. Second, the particulars are real or existent because they have causal efficacy. Only particular real garlic can flavor one's food or ruin it, but the universal garlic cannot do any of these. In this sense, only the particulars are real, for they fulfill the purposes artha of humans. The foregoing discussion shows that the epistemological debate between the Buddhists and the Naiyikas regarding the nature of perception rests on and brings to the fore their metaphysical disagreement about the nature of universals. The Naiyikas are realist about universals. Universals are objective features of the world that impress themselves upon minds. They are not mere figments of our imaginations. The Naiyikas hold that particulars are qualified propertied wholes, and we directly perceive them as they are without any kind of manipulation or imposition. we do not impose universals or propertyless real particulars. Rather, we find stable, durable, relational wholes in reality that do not require any imposition or manipulation. They argue that there is no evidence of a world of bare particulars as claimed by the Buddhists. Therefore, conceptual or determinate perception does not involve distortion of reality. Rather, it presents things as they really are. The idea that the world consists of property particulars seems to put pressure on the notion of non-conceptual perception. If there are no indeterminate particulars, what is the object of indeterminate perception? Indeed, some Navya Nyaya thinkers hold that the raw data of perception, real particulars in the Buddhist sense, is too inchoate and elusive to count as objects of knowledge. Recently, Arindam Chakrabarti, a prominent contemporary Navya thinker, offered 7 reasons for altogether eliminating non-conceptual or immaculate perceptions, as he calls them, for Navya epistemology, in an attempt to understand the deeper relation between direct realism and concept-enriched perception. Chakrabarti's skepticism about non-conceptual perception as a cognitive state stems from the fact that we cannot assign an intentional role to the object of indeterminate perception, because the object of non-conceptual perception is incapable of being apperceived or directly intuited in any fashion. Chakrabarti's gauntlet has been picked by several Nyaya enthusiasts and defenders of Buddhist doctrine. This debate brings to the fore an important feature of non-conceptual perception, first highlighted by Gangisha, suggesting that while there is no direct apperceptive evidence for non-conceptual perception, it is posited as the best explanation for the availability of the qualifier property feature, since this cognizing subject is not immediately aware of the object of non-conceptual perception. Phillips presented Gangisha's argument for the inclusion of non-conceptual perception as an essential part of the Nyaya epistemology. If nirvikalpa pratyaksha is posited by the force of the following inference, it is the first step of a 2-step argument. The perceptual cognition is generated by a cognition of the qualifier, since it is a cognition of an entity as qualified by the qualifier appearing like an inference. The second step takes a person's first perception of an individual as the perceptual cognition, figuring as the inference subject paksha, such as the cognizer's memory not informed by the previous experience, could not possibly provide the qualifier. The qualifier has to be available, and the best candidate seems to be its perception in the raw qualifier. That is to say, not, as some are wont to misinterpret the point, as divorced from the qualificandum, but rather as neither divorced nor joined, and furthermore, not as qualified by another qualifier, but rather just as the plain unadored entity. The Navya Nyaya notion of the non-conceptual perception differs from that of the Buddhist in many respects, 2 of which are very important. First, according to the Navya Nyayakis, there is no apperceptive evidence for non-conceptual perception. Unlike the Buddhists who contend that non-conception-free awareness is necessarily self-aware, the Navya Nyayakis, as is obvious from the quote above, emphasize that the evidence for a non-conceptual sensory grasp of universals comes in the form of an inference. Second, according to the Navya Nyaya, the object of non-conceptual perception is a qualifier concept, although not given as that in the first instance, but not a bare particular as in the Buddhist hypothesize. It is, as the above quote explains, posited by the force of an inference. The bare object of non-conceptual perception becomes the qualifier in a resultant determinate perception. While this does not satisfactorily address Chakrabarti's concern that lack of apperceptive evidence implies that the subject cannot assign an intentional role to the object of non-conceptual perception. Chada argues that the subject's not being in a position to assign an intentional role to the object of non-conceptual perception is no hindrance to the intentionality of non-conceptual perception itself. Non-conceptual perception is awareness of a non-particular individual and can be assigned the intentional role of a qualifier in virtue of the recognitional abilities acquired by the subject on the basis of the perceptual evidence. The subject sees a non-particular individual, but since there is no apperceptive or conscious awareness, the subject does not see it as an instance of a universal or a qualifier. Chadra explicates Gangisa's insight that a qualifier is given in it as a non-particular individual, neither divorced from nor joined to the qualificandum, and therefore it is wrong to suggest that a lack of apperceptive evidence implies that non-conceptual perception is not an intentional perceptual state. More recently, Chakravarti analyzes counter-arguments against Gangesha's defense of non-conceptual perception offered by the 16th century Dvaita Vedanta scholar Vyasatirtha. Chakravarti argues that Vyasatirtha's objections undermine Gangesha's main inferential proof of non-conceptual perception to show that it has a necessary role to play in generating contemplating determinate perception. In addition, Vyasatirtha questions the internal consistency of Gangesha that the contents of indeterminate perception is not available for introspection. Despite all the problems pointed out by the Vedantin, Chakravarti argues that there's still hope to reconstruct Gangesha's account of indeterminate perception, with some help from the recent empirical science can help to restore the overall plausibility of this view. The Mimamsa advance in realism. Kumarila argued against the Buddhist position to show that perception is not always devoid of concepts. In Prakyakta Saparachita, he principally targets Dinaga's theory while simultaneously addressing some of Dharmakirti's ideas and arguments. Kumarila, like Nayikas, hold both the two kinds of perception as valid. For him, the initial non-conceptualized perception is born out of the undifferentiated pure object and is comparable to the perception of an infant and others who lack a language. The pure object is the substratum for the generic and specific features of the object, but the subject is not distinctively aware of any of these and simply cognizes the object as an indeterminate particular, and this is something as this or something. Although Kumarila agrees with the Buddhists that the object of immediate perception is inexpressible in language, he maintains that it is different in at least one respect from the real particular of the Buddhist, the latter being a structureless unitary whole, whereas the former is a non-unitary and grasps both the particular and the universal aspects of the object. Otherwise, Kumarila argues, it could not give rise to conceptual awareness, which explicitly identifies such features. Dinaga's counterpoint to this is that conceptual awareness at second stage cannot be a perception, since it involves applications of concepts and words, which in turn requires memory. If we admit conceptual awareness as perception, we are forced to accept that a sense faculty is capable of remembering, since perception is a cognition brought about by the functioning of the sense faculty, but that cannot be the case because a sense faculty, being a mere instrument of cognition, is in itself unconscious and cannot remember anything. Kumarila admits that conceptual awareness is aided by memory and concepts, but argues that that does not rob it of its perceptual character, for the sense faculty is still functioning well in contact with the very same object. He further suggests that we should not expect a perceptual cognition to arise as soon as there is contact between a sense faculty and its object. A conceptual awareness can be referred to as a perception, even though the mind, while memory, is involved because for the functioning of the sense faculty is the factor responsible for the rising of the awareness. Furthermore, he insists that the mind must be involved in all perceptions, since its function as a link between the sense faculty and the self. The sense faculty is turned on or activated by connection with the self, and the self as a subject of knowledge is involved in all cognitions. He points out that even Buddhists do not deny this, since they hold that self-reflexive awareness accompanies every cognition. He contends that the Buddhists are wrong to insist that only a cognition arising directly from the functioning of a sense faculty is perception. They agree that we perceive inner states, pleasure and pain, and if the mind is accepted as the operative sense faculty in the self-reflective awareness of such cognitions, it follows that they should admit that the mind is also the sense faculty that gives rise to conceptualized cognitions. He, however, clarifies that not every cognition that follows a contact between a sense faculty and an object is a perception. Like Dharmakirti, using a methodology very different and akin to proof by contradiction from his predecessor Dinaga, raises new problems for the Nyaya Mimamsa view. Assuming, he says, for the sake of the argument that universals are real, then the judgments relate two distinct entities, namely a particular or object and a universal or concept, arguably via a non-relational tie, as in being substratum and superstratum, with the proviso that the substratum object has the power to let the universal reside in it. This leads to all the universals then being tied to the object by the simple and single power. In such a scenario, any perceptual judgment involving the universal makes a subsequent judgment superfluous, for if one perceives an object along with its power to let any one universal reside in it, one must be able to perceive its power to attract all other universals that reside in it. Matalil notes 2 points in connection with this argument. First, Dharmakirti assumes that an object or a unique particular is perceived in its entirety and no part of it is left unperceived. Second, the realist has objectified all the universals, including the relation universal. If, as the realist believes, the object of perception, the particular, has the power to accommodate all universals in it, then the onus is on him to show why only the single universal manifests itself in a perceptual judgment. This concern is pertinent especially against the Nyaya philosophers who admit only one single relational universal inherence, which supposedly unites all nesting universals with the object. The Nyayikas readily respond to this argument by pointing out that the redundancy objection rests on Dharmakirti's assumption that an object is grasped in its entirety in perception. This assumption is false. Perception is perspectival. We never see all sides of an ordinary three-dimensional object, but we still see it. Furthermore, Dharmakirti argues that conceptual or judgmental awareness is phenomenologically distinct from non-conceptual awareness. In the latter, we are confronted with the object of perception, which is vivid and immediate, while in the former, no object is present. Dharmakirti admits that the words we apply to things have some objective basis. Universals, according to the Buddhist, are arbitrarily constructed exclusions of Foa. Words serve the purpose of separating things off from other objects. A conceptual awareness, insofar as it imputes a word to a particular object and therefore a universal nature it shares with all others of the same universal kind, essentially falsifies the object. Kumarila's object to the Buddhist theory of universals on the grounds that it is counterintuitive and circular. The theory of universals contradicts our intuition that meaning of a positive word is positive. A negative entity can be the meaning of a word only where something is negated. Moreover, if we accept that understanding X requires eliminating non-X, then in turn we presuppose knowledge of non-X, which entails an understanding of non-non-X, and so on. The Mimamsakas also take on board the concerns raised by the Nyayika philosopher Udayatthara, who questions the theory of exclusion on the specific grounds that it fails to offer an adequate theory of reference and relation between concepts and reality. This last point begs the question because the Buddhist denies that words refer to objects in the real world. For him, words refer to universals, and that is precisely what the world does not contain. The onus is put back on the realist to show that universals, which serve as meanings of words, are real properties of objects rather than imagined or mentally construed features. This challenge is taken up by the Nyayakis, and their position against the nominalists stand on both the Buddhist and the grammarians is presented later below. The Sabdika grammarian nominalist and the realist objections. Bhartahari, the most notable grammarian, highlights the immediate relation between language, thought, and knowledge. Two aspects of his theory have important implications for all nature of perceptual experience. First, there's no non-linguistics cognition. In the world, all knowledge appears permeated by words. Though Bhartahari's theory may leave room for extraordinary or otherworldly cognitions, there's no scope for pure non-conceptualized perception in this world. The essence of his theory is words do not designate objects in the external world directly, but through the intervention of universals which are inherent in words. The universals constitute the basis of our knowledge of the external world, since they are intimately connected with language and mind on the one hand, and the world on the other. Given this, the grammarians question the very possibility of non-conceptual perception. This second aspect is underscored by Kumarila, who ascribes the so-called superimposition theory to Bhartahari, according to which a word has its own form superimposed upon its meaning. This has implications for determinate conceptual perception, which for the pluralist and direct realist of Mimamsa and Nyaya persuasion arises purely out of the object itself and involves discrimination and determination of its nature. Bhartahari's argument can be thought of as an attack on the adjective nonverbal in the Nyaya definition of perception, aimed at their belief that for cognitive comprehension, language is an inessential detail. For him, bare sense impression cannot count as awareness because they are nor effective enough, nothing is accomplished by them, and they do not result in appreciable mental activity. Consciousness cannot reveal an object to us unless we discriminate it, and the process of discrimination requires verbalization. In the non-conceptual perceptual awareness, in adults and even some animals, speech potency is latent. It is an essential trait of human consciousness and the defining characteristics of cognitive awareness. All knowledge of what is to be done in this world depends on speech potential. Even an infant has such knowledge due to residual traces from previous births. The initial sensory awareness of external objects, which does not grasp any special feature of them, nevertheless illuminates them in a non-specific manner as mere things, but by such expressions as this or that. Thus, insofar as the initial sensation is an awareness, it can be verbalized. The following analogy is offered as an argument for positing the presence of speech seed, verbal disposition, and some modern philosophers call it in prelinguistic awareness. Think about the experience of trying but failing to remember a verse heard before. Bartari claims that the entire verse exists in the cognitive faculty as speech potency, but because lack of other contributory factors, there is no verbalization. Similarly, a non-linguistic experience of a mute person is an awareness because of the presence of the verbal disposition of speech seed, even though there is no actualization of speech. There are no non-conceptual perceptions because ordinary objects are not given to us without a concept or some mode of presentation. Verbalization makes the concept explicit. There are infinite concepts associated with an object, none integral to it. However, we also perceive an object in a concept as an instantiation of a universal. The point to note is that concepts or universals are word generated and superimposed on the objects. There are no thing universals or real universals over and above these. Bartahari defends linguistic nominalism, according to which words are the only universals that exist. Thing universals are word generated illusions. As Matalel remarks, for Bartahari, there's not much of distinction between words and concepts. They're two sides of the same coin. Nyayikas and Mimamsakas, the common sense realist, raise specific objections to the grammarian view on the ground that is not borne by experience. We have separate awareness of words and universals. A non-conceptual awareness of an object is implied by the subsequent occurrence of a conceptual awareness with determinate content. Kumarila also points to the phenomenon which indicate that the awareness of the meaning of a word, the object, is independent and distinct from the word itself. Furthermore, awareness of the meaning and that the word are usually different kinds of representations. There is no possibility of confusing or conflating these. Kumarila brings to attention linguistic phenomenon that reinforce the point that words and meanings must be distinct representations. Hominy, simony, categorizing and recognizing grammatical parts of speech. The ability to distinguish and discriminate types is perhaps enhanced by knowledge of language and concepts, but is not completely dependent upon it. Avatsayana also appeals to the ordinary experience of people who are conversant with words. Ordinarily, words are apprehended by names of objects. The knowledge of the word-object association comes after the perceptual knowledge derived through the sense-object contact. Such contact results in perceptual awareness, which in turn provides the occasion for recalling the appropriate word, if indeed the appropriate word exists in the experiencer's linguistic repertoire. Perceptual knowledge is antecedent to verbal knowledge and cannot owe its existence to words. Vakispati Misra specifically objects to Bartahari's claim that infants and adults who lack a language perceive objects by memory impressions of their names from previous births. Objects are vividly and clearly given to us in perception, but the memory impressions of previous births are best vague and indistinct. Vakispati Misra asks, how can such a vague and unclear thing be identified with clear and distinct perception? His other argument against Bartahari is the obvious point that words do not necessarily refer to their objects. For example, words in quotation marks do not refer to objects, only to themselves. The Nyayikas also have general response to the nominalist Buddhists as well as grammarians. They posit monadic universals that correspond to natural and metaphysical kinds and one dyadic universal inheritance. The main nominalist objection is that once we accept real universals in our ontology, we risk overpopulating the world with entities corresponding to every expression that designates a property. The Nyayikas proposed that not every expression which designates a property generates an objective universal, jati. Some property expressions correspond to subjective constructed categories, which, though useful for analysis, are not ontologically real. Udyatakara argues that to correspond to a real universal, a general term must meet two conditions. A general term should be based on the ground, which accounts for the common awareness of a number of different objects that make the application of the term possible, and that ground should be a simple, non-compound unitary property or entity that cannot be analyzed or explained away otherwise. Universalhood is a bogus universal. It violates the second condition. However, this strategy forces the Naikas to admit that many general terms designate bogus universals, and consequently, they start succumbing to the anomalous pressure. Matilil notes that there is another way in which it happens that to Navya Nyaya, a real universal must partake in the nature of one and many. The Navya Nyayika Udayana, the 10th century, lists a third necessary condition for disqualifying a property from being regarded as a real universal. Under this condition, abstract property that belongs only to one individual is also a bogus universal, even though it is simple and unanalyzable. In this sense, Nayikas maintain that some real universals are directly perceivable. This leads to the peculiar Nyaya view that real universals are basic properties, and basic properties are grasped in our awareness as epistemic first or ultimates. Gengisa calls such a perception, which universals are grasped as such, non-conceptual perception. Hey, Lauren, God bless. Good to see you. Hope everything's going good. The Advaita Vedanta, a compromise on Hindu realism. The Advaita Vedanta theory comprised on the realism of early classical Hindu philosophers. Their early view on perception is akin to the Buddhist, although arrived at from a different perspective. Madana Misra says perception is first without mental construction and has for its object the bare thing. The constructive cognition which follows it plunges into particulars. He draws a distinction between perceptual cognitions and constructive cognitions, but is careful to use Vikalpa Buddhi rather than Savakapaka Pratyaksha for the latter cognition. For him, perception is always non-conceptual perception, and it is of a universal, indeed of the highest universal being. According to early Vedantins, the real is bereft of all character since its nature is non-differentiated consciousness or Brahman. Therefore, perceptual cognition, which presents the real, must be non-conceptual or indeterminate, for it is the knowledge of the existence of a thing without any qualifications or predications. Madana Misra also denies the thesis that non-conceptual perception is non-verbal. This surprising claim is clearly owed to Bhartahari's influence and is evidenced by the example used by Madana Misra in the argument confronted by an opponent with the claim that verbal knowledge involves duality in relation and thereby must involve concepts. Madana Misra replies that verbal knowledge is not necessarily relational. The highest knowledge of the ultimate reality, Brahman, is which there is no duality, no relations, no concepts, may still be verbal. Neo-Advaitin Vedantins, however, accept a distinction between non-conceptual perception and conceptual perceptions from an empirical or practical standpoint. From ultimate standpoint, such a distinction is untenable. A brief description of conceptual Advaita Vedanta term for conceptual Visya Gata, the Advaita Vedanta term for Savakapaka perception, will help put it in perspective. Applebaum's reconstruction of their notion of non-conceptual perception later. Determinate perception is the result of activity of mind, manas, or atha karana, literally translated as inner vehicle. The terms are frequently used interchangeably. Advaitins maintain that the mind goes out through the respective sense organ and pervades the object of attention. As a result of this contact, the object presents itself as data to the receptive mind, which in turn transforms the mental state, vritti, as soon as the data are presented to inner faculty. There is an identification of consciousness associated with the mental state, with the consciousness associated with the object. To say that the vritti and data are identified is to say that the form of the mental state, if all goes well, corresponds one-to-one with the form of the object. The mental state is a reflection of the object of perception, and as such is non-different from the object. Thus results a determinate judgment. Furthermore, according to them, we do not perceive our mental states, we directly perceive the objects themselves. Billimore explains the vritti in the form of the object impresses itself, as it were, in the mode of the subject itself, and thereby comes to be apprehended, but as a predicate and not as the pure subject content, which is the I notion in the subject's a perception. The initial mental state subsides and the subject becomes directly aware of the object itself. The cognition is self-evident to the subject, Just like the cognition of pleasure and pain, in this reflective stage, the mind integrates the mental content corresponding to the object with familiar or recognized precepts. Determinate perception of the totality of the object occurs with the completion of the assimilative process. David Applebaum notes that Bill Moriah's discussion of the Vatin notion of perception focuses on the necessary conditions or criteria for valid or veridical perceptions. According to him, this approach, while justified in the light of perception's inclusion among the means of knowledge, pramana, is mistaken because it only focuses on sensation as a species of mental state. For the Advaitin, sensation is not a mode exhausted by the judgmental content of the mental state. It has epistemic value independently of its role in judgmental perception. Applebaum quotes the Upanishadic text to support this view. Manas is for men a means of bondage or liberation, of bondage if it clings to objects of perception, and of liberation if not directly towards these objects. Non-conceptual perception furnishes us with knowledge of pure existence rather than with some proto-data to construct imagined particulars. Therefore, it is not simply a prior stage of conceptual perception, and so also not necessarily a mental state produced in cooperation with the objects. Applebaum suggests that non-conceptual perception in this sense focuses attention on sensing, in which consciousness turns its attention inward to the activity of the sense organs, resulting in deepening and broadening their proprioceptive content. Proprioception, he claims, points to the way that the soul or self, Atman, mind, returns to its presentational activity, its function of monitoring and unfolding the sensory manifold to create conditions for the emergence of self, which, according to the Advaitin, is identical with the ultimate reality of Brahman. In non-conceptual perception, consciousness is returned to itself and opens up the possibility of manifesting or seeing the seer, Atman, or knowing the ultimate reality, Brahman. Constructing concepts or knowing universals. The problem of universals, as we have seen, is at the epicenter of the debate between Hindu philosophers and their Buddhist opponents. The doctrine of exclusion, Aphoa, is the Buddhist attempt to account for the relation between concepts and sensory content. The Aphoa theory of meaning is originally propounded by Dignaga and his followers, an attempt to explain the functioning of language, conceptual thought, and inference without appeal to real universals. For these Buddhist universals are merely imaginary constructs which lack causal efficacy, and the awareness that they produce are faint. The unique particulars alone are ultimately real, but they do not have any common properties, and thus cannot be brought under any concept, nor can they be expressed by words. They are inexpressible. Dignaga explains that language functions through what is known as exclusion of the other. This claim needs to be unpacked. Matila explains a word expresses a concept, and a concept, being a fiction, cannot positively qualify, characterize the particular, but it can negatively disqualify the particular from being claimed by other fictions or concepts. Thus, constructions and verbalizations are to be understood as exclusions of all rival claims. The Hindus, in particular the Nyaya philosopher Udyatakara and the Mimamsa philosopher Kumarila, raised the many epistemological and metaphysical objections to Dignaga's Apoavada. The basic problem, metaphysical problem, is how to understand Aphoa and non-existence. Both the Hindu schools regard non-existence as a real property of a thing, and therefore are not convinced that by introducing Aphoas, the Buddhists will be able to ultimately avoid reference to universals. The epistemological issue concerns how is it possible to know Aphoas as they cannot be known by perception, and any appeal to inference would be circular. These philosophers also raise linguistic concerns that are important because the Aphoa doctrine does double duty as a Buddhist theory of meaning. First, since Aphoa is basically an absence, the meaning of all words would be synonymous. Second, how is it possible to learn which Aphoa a word refers to? More recently, two new annotated translations of primary text, the first by Elchinger and a second by Taber and Kitaoka, have become available. These translations offer new insights into the debates between the Hindus and Buddhists. In the text, Kumarila takes up the linguistic concerns raised above. He notes that if the relationship between a word and a meaning is established by not observing that the word is applied to certain things, and one never observes what the word is applied to, then the word simply would have no meaning at all. Kumarila developed this notion into what is known as the mutual presupposition argument. but such a dichotomy does not hold in the case of every word. Sen offers an example of the word all sarva. There is no entity called not all a sarva, which may be obtained by negating the meaning of the word all, nor can it be suggested that the expression not all is applicable to unity duality because the word all stands for a collection. The components are constituents of which may be things that are one, two, or so in number, and once all the constituents of this collection are negated, the word all will become an empty expression. Kumarila also argues that the Theravada is unable to account for words which designate actions, connectives like and or not and but, verbal prefixes and presupposition adjectives like knowable and cognizable, and so on. The Buddhist philosopher Dharmakirta, a follower of Dignaga, takes up these concerns on behalf of the Buddhist in his Pramana Vaktrika Savrita. Dharmakirta responds to this concern, but rather than addressing all these categories separately, he offers a general argument. He claims that all meaningful discourse serves to rule things out, and utterance is inseparably related to delimitation. The point is illustrated by using examples of commands. Topper and Takoka summarize it thus: a word is only uttered when certain things are to be included by uttering it, not otherwise. A presumption this would be true of all parts of speech. Dharmakirta adds two other considerations. First, words are uttered only when there is some doubt. Second, words are almost always uttered in a sentence, and their excluding function is specified by the content and relation to other words and context. Dharmakirta also responds to the first concern raised above: aren't all words synonymous on the Buddhist view? No, says Dharmakirta, because affos are not real properties. Rather, they are differences. Affos are contrast and distinct individuals share by differing from the same, more exactly qualitative similar other things. They are not properties that things in themselves have by virtue of belonging to a class, say, of cows. Rather, they are absences, things that have in virtue of not having certain properties. Different words that are applied to the same object have different meanings depending on the corresponding differences or exclusion from other things. Explaining these stanzas, Dharmakirta says, therefore, although the nature of a particular which might serve as the subject of an inference is undivided, the difference, visesya, that is, distinction that is known through any property, dharma, that is, name whatsoever, cannot be imparted by another property or word, because the other word would exclude other things. Thus, all words do not have the same meaning. There is an unusual view of the nature of particulars expressed in this passage. Dharmakirta, following Dignaga, holds that the nature of particular is one, unified. Sometimes he expresses this misleadingly by saying that a thing is without parts or without aspects, when what he probably means to say is that the different aspects of its nature are fused into one. They are inseparable, completely integrated. If one apprehends any part of the nature of a thing, one must apprehend the thing in its entirety, because its nature is undivided. This is exactly what happens in perception. A thing is grasped completely. It is only inference and other conceptual cognitions we assert in the foes, which are not intrinsic properties of the thing nor aspects of their natures. Perception is always veridical, owing to its direct link with the real thing, providing that all of its causes are in place. Conceptual cognition or inference is characteristically erroneous insofar as it mistakes the general features that it abstracts from and superimposes on a particular for the thing in itself. Still, some conceptual cognitions are correct in a sense. Kellner clarifies the sense in which they are correct is that they identify things correctly and can serve as a solid basis for successful action, whereas others are incorrect because they misidentify things and lead people astray. In addition, Kellner clarifies that there is a kind of perceptual ascertainment over and above sensory perception, which enables us to superimpose or ascribe features, properties of the objects. We may superimpose them correctly or incorrectly depending on the environmental factors, as well as the cognizer's mind being focused in ascertaining certain aspects of perceived reality. Concepts in this Buddhist sense are well-formed rules for identifying exclusions, even though the Buddhist talks about the awareness produced by concepts as faint impressions. It is not meant to be taken in the sense of Hume's ideas, which are a blurry expression of the real thing. Rather, the point is that concepts are constructed from abstracting general features of objects and then superimposing them back on the objects. General features or properties cannot be known in sensory perceptions, as the Nyaya and Mimamsa opponents believe. Rather, we see general features can be correctly or incorrectly superimposed on the particulars if the perceptual or inferential ascertainments They are correctly ascertained when they lead to successful action, and correctly ascertained when they lead us astray. In the secondary literature discussing the Foa theory, Tilsman draws a useful distinction between the two versions of the Foa doctrine offered by Dignaga and Dharmakirti, the top-down approach and the bottom-up approach. The former is presented by Dignaga according to the top-down version. The negation operator in the exclusion, the Afoa somehow manages pick out real particulars in the world while avoiding any commitment to universals. Afoa in this sense functions like a sense or meaning, a non-not X expressed by the word X, which enables us to pick out real particulars while at the same time avoiding the commitment to real universals in virtue of the special features of double negation. The latter is presented by Dharmakirti, who uses the causal approach to link language and the world. According to this version of the doctrine of Foa, provides a way to bridge the gap between sensory perception in particular and expressions of belief and judgments in thought and language. The top-down version of the Foa doctrine was subjected to various criticisms from the Hindu realists, especially by Kumarila, who criticized the doctrine on grounds of circularity. The bottom-up approach developed by Dharmakirti was basically a response to the circularity worry. His version of the Foa doctrine is developed as a strategy to bridge the gap between non-conceptual perceptual content and conceptual content. Dreyfus develops Dharmakirti's naturalized account of concept formation by elucidating the mediating role of representations that link reality to conceptuality. Representations in this sense stand for agreed upon fictional commonalities and are projected onto discrete individuals. The top-down approach is promising, but there is a concern that a bottom-up account might not succeed in offering a completely reductive story about concepts. In response to this concern, Ganeri develops a hybrid account that combines the resources of the top-down and bottom-up approaches. The idea is that we work up from the basic sentience and down from the language of reference and predication to meet in the middle ground of feature placing in the formation of proto-concepts. These proto-concepts show that sense experience can normatively constrain belief and judgment, though it does not give us a full-blown reductive account of concepts in a non-conceptual terms. The doctrine of Foa and Ganera's hybrid version may well be ingenious, but it is a far cry from what would satisfy the Hindu realist. According to Nyaya Vaishika, universals exist in the very world of ours. We do not need to construct concepts from sensory content. Rather, universals are part and parcel of the sensory content. Chadha explains that according to Nyaya, for a universal to exist, all that is required is that it be exemplified in a Quinean twist. To be is to be exemplified. There is no further requirement that exist independently of an abstract entity or in Plato's heaven. Universals are given directly in perception insofar as their loci are perceived. Tabor develops the Mimamsa view about how universals are cognized. In the first verse of his Arktavada, the Kumarila explains what is at stake for the Mimamsakas in the debate about universals. Unlike the Naiyikas, the Mimamsa philosophers are not motivated merely by epistemological requirements. Their main aim is to defend the eternality of the Vedas. This requires that the language and in turn their words and their meanings are eternal. Therefore, the meaning of a word cannot be particular, which is perishable. It must be universal, that exists eternally. But like the Naiyikas, the Mimamsa philosophers believe that universals are not merely inferred, but are directly perceived. Kumarela's argument for the perceptibility of universals developed in response to the Buddhist doctrine of Foa. To the Buddhist who says that we cannot perceive universals distinct from particulars because perception can only cognize particulars. It is useful to think of a universal in this sense as a non-particular individual. If we are not thinking of universals as abstract entities in Platonic heavens or in the minds, but as individuals out there in the world, it is easier to grasp the idea that there can be perceived. The Nyaya equation of universals and properties might tempt one to think that the Nyaya conceives of universals as natural properties in David Lewis's sense of the term, but such is not the case. Nyaya's universals are robust as Armstrong's universals. They capture facts or of resemblance and the causal powers of things. Nyayikas will happily endorse Armstrong's one over many argument as the main reason for including universals in the ontology. Udayana puts the point thus: causality is regulated by universals, so it is effecthood. It is natural universal if there is no obstruction in establishing it. It is a conditional nominal universal when we have to establish it through effort construction. Although Gautama mentions universals in the Nyaya Sutras as the meaning of general terms, there is no explanation of these original sutras as how they might be known. Prasjapada was the first to argue that universals are sensorily given. He argues that universals, when they inhere in perceptible loci, are perceived by the same sense organs that also perceive these loci. This thesis is explicated in detail by Jayanta Bhatta in the Nyaya Manjari, where he argues against the Buddhist nominalist as well as the holistic monist panlinguist Bhartahari and his followers. Jayanta makes an allusion to the view that universals are given in indeterminate perception, a view later developed by detail by Gengisha in Tattvacintamani, the chapter on perception, on indeterminate perception. Most of Jayanta's arguments against the Buddhist nominalists are discussed in detail in Chakrabarti. However, he does not discuss the issue about universals being given in indeterminate perception. This is, as we have mentioned the above sections, because Chakrabarti is skeptical about the coherence of the notion of indeterminate perception. Chada argues that Gengisha makes a unique contribution to the debate in proposing that the idea of universals or qualifiers are given as objects in indeterminate perception. He spells out the argument in terms of qualifiers rather than real universals because the logical and epistemological role of real universals is the same as that of a simple nominal property. Gengisha is concerned with basic unanalyzable properties that can be grasped as such in our awareness. Basic properties in the sense are simple. They can be grasped without further qualification. They are, according to Nyaya, the epistemic first comparable to non-conceptual perception. In Buddhist epistemology, Gengisha's argument is presented by Bhattacharya using a specific form of the inference developed in Nyaya for convincing others. Its 5 propositional structure. 1. Proposition: the determinate perception of the form a cow or that's a cow is produced by the cognition of the qualifier. 2. Reason, because this is a qualificative cognition. 3. Pervasion with an example. Every qualificative cognition is produced by a prior cognition of the qualifier, for example, inference. 4. Application: the perception of the form a cow is a qualificative cognition. 5. Conclusion: hence it is produced by the cognition of the qualifier. The way of the argument rests on the third sentence. Gengisha supports it, offering various examples of qualificative cognition, namely inference, recognition, analogy, verbal testimony, and so on. Gengisha's argument maintains a causal uniformity among pramana-generated cognitions of an entity as qualified. However, there is a problem. If anything is to be known through a qualifier requires a prior cognition of the qualifier, there will be a regress of cognitions. Gengisha answers is that an indeterminate perception blocks the thread of such a regress because the qualifier is then grasped directly rather than through another qualifier. In other terms, the object is perceived through the property, but the property itself is perceived directly rather than through another property. The indeterminate perception, which precedes the determinate perception of an object through a mode that is as possessing a certain property, is not itself a perception through a mode. Chada argues that Ganesha's argument thus shows that the postulate of indeterminate perception of universals is necessary requirement for realism. Perceptual illusion. The skeptic's challenge strikes at the claim made by the Nayikas that perception should be non-erroneous, as well ascertained or free from doubt. They asked, how do we distinguish between vertical perceptions and non-vertical ones? In case of perceptual doubt, we are uncertain which it is, but a priori sure it cannot be both. In case of perceptual illusion, illusoriness of the experience is exposed with reference to another vertical experience. But again, we are a priori sure that both cannot be true together. Then the Buddhist skeptic Vasubandhu raises the ante with the question, could they not both be false simultaneously? The skeptical argument is premised on the denial of the realist thesis that experience refers to a mind-independent reality. Vasubandhu's arguments for idealism appear right at the beginning of the Vimsatika when he states, this the external world is consciousness only because there is an appearance of non-existent things. Vasubandhu offers many other examples of dreams, delusions, hallucinations, where we are aware of non-existent objects that are products of our imagination and not objects external to the mind. If it is possible for awareness to create its own object and then grasp it as in a dream, then Vasubandhu argues everything that we seem to be aware of could be a making of awareness. The standard reply to this view appeals to the intuitive in that illusory experience is parasitic on vertical experience. The Nyaya Vajrayana explains that erroneous cognition depends on a principal cognition as its basis. A similar argument is put forth by the Advaita Vedanta founder Shankara. He challenges Vasubandhu's view on the ground that it is incoherent when the Buddhists say that which is the content of an internal awareness appears as though external. They are assuming the existence of an external thing even while they deny it, for they use the phrase as though because they become aware of a cognition appearing externally. Feldman argues that it does not suffice to defeat Vasubandhu's idealism. The illusory experience of X no doubt requires a memory impression, which can be produced by a previous cognition, but there's no further requirement that the previous experience be veridical, because such impressions can be produced by illusory experiences. Feldman's arguments ignores the gravity of the concerns raised by Vajrayana and Shankara. However, they reject Vasubandhu's arguments on the ground that we cannot imagine an absolutely unreal thing. The Nyaya theory of imagination, working in the background here, says that to imagine something is to superimpose or attribute properties belonging to one kind of thing to a thing of a different kind, provided that there is some resemblance between the two kinds of objects. However, an absolutely unreal thing can have no properties, and hence a fortiori no experience in common with an existing thing. They therefore cannot be an object of imagination. Udayatthakara presents an even stronger argument against the skeptics. In his Nyaya Vartika, he turns Vasubandhu's own argument against him. Udayatthakara asks, how do we know that the object of a dream experience is non-existent? Vasubandhu accepts that the dreamer does not know that he is dreaming. The knowledge that the object is non-existent occurs only when he wakes and no longer apprehends the object. If non-apprehension of object in the waking state is required to support the claim that the objects of the dream experience do not really exist out there, then apprehension in the waking state must be an indicator of their existence. Otherwise, there would be no contrast between what is apprehended and what is not. If there is no such contrast, then Vasubandhu's argument fails, because there is no support for the claim that the objects of a dream experience do not exist in the external world. And if there is no such contrast between apprehension and non-apprehension, then at least some external objects must exist. Clearly, Vasubandhu's argument for the thesis of universal delusion or idealism does not succeed completely, nor are the realists totally defeated. We close this entry on the note that the sutra were primarily composed in the 7th centuries, from the 5th century BC to the 2nd century. Therefore, for the next millennium and more, the philosophical work was carried forward by sutra commentators from respective schools. This later period saw the epistemological debates rage among scholars from these schools. Note also that there's no consensus on the dates given here. Most Western scholars accept these, while Indian schools place them further back in antiquity. Okay, so your last Australian, Lauren, glad you're still there. Let me just check. Check my eBay real quick. I got to get my mail, and then we're going to continue with analytical philosophy in early India. Some more good stuff. I might have to postpone the Chinese stuff till tomorrow, because this is really long, and I haven't been streaming for a while, so I don't know if I have the strength to do 7-8 hours today. But I'll just the Indian stuff is going to go over 5 hours. So just do a quick update on my eBay, and so just got a few people watching, but appreciate you being there. Yeah, I think certainly the Indian philosophy of perception and mind, the connection of perception to mind, is probably the most advanced of any system. And in terms of like the precursors to psychology, the inner workings of the mind, especially perception, the nature of reality, is the most advanced in Hinduism. Although the Buddhist schools, because the Buddhist schools are somewhat in opposition and propose different things, and say, like, namely this question of is everything false? So Buddhism's definitely more skeptical than Hinduism in the nature of categories or first principles, because the Vedic system saying the Vedas are true, and what's written in the Vedas must be these definite categories, as opposed to Buddhas that reject the Vedas and then say, well, they're just words, and words don't have this intrinsic meaning of first principles or categories. That so all these arguments back and forth, extremely interesting. So let me just get my mail real quick. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes, maybe just 1 minute. Okay, so this one's longer than the first two, and so yeah, okay, John, good to see you also. Okay, yeah, so this one might take like a whole 2 hours. Lauren, yeah, Hare Krishna. Well, I mean, there's similarities, like they're all like Vedic Eastern in origin. So, I mean, they're not covering much of the Jain arguments in this one. I might come back to Jainism in the future because a lot of them are, I mean, so they're all from the same school that you could see, like Jain is clearly an Eastern thought, but like, they're far different. And the epistemology of, the categories of knowledge. So I mean, you're just looking, what are justified true beliefs? What's the sources of knowledge? There's a lot of similarities in the nature of perception, your reality. So certainly there's a Vedic Eastern flavor to all of them. But these conception of first principles. So if you're looking like the multiple truth hypothesis, the broad possibility of categories that you could have for first principles, and you compare systems like the Chinese, the Indian, the Greek, the Judeo-Christian, Islamic, um, pre-Christian European, Native American, they might appear on a wide spectrum, and relatively like the Jain, Buddhist, and Hindu are closer on the spectrum than the other ones, that they're all in the same school, but within that there's many fine differences. So you're looking like, how does logic work? What's the purpose of inference? And like, how does the mind, what's the source of knowledge? These various realities of what are the first principles? How do you come to know the first principles? So I find that, the Jain very interesting, but it's kind of fine tuned, and hopefully in the future I'll be able to get to that. So glad to be back to doing this series. As said, I don't think I'm going to have the strength to go 7 hours to go through the Chinese also. So I'll probably just do the this last one, which is really long, and then we might maybe tomorrow do the Chinese one. So let's keep it going. Analytic philosophy in the early modern India. Two older Indian philosophical traditions, the early Nyaya, grounded in Gautama Aksapada's Nyaya Sutra, the 1st century, and dealing mainly with logic, epistemology, and the theory of debate, and the Vaisesika, grounded in Kannada's Vaisesika Sutra in the first century BCE, dealing mainly with ontology, developed in parallel until at some point in the 11th or 12th century they merged to form a new school called Navya Nyaya, the New Nyaya or New Reason School. Despite its name, Navya Nyaya incorporates and develops classical Vaisesika metaphysics as well as classical Nyaya epistemology. The Navya Nyaya authors also developed a precise technical language through the employment of which many traditional philosophical problems could be clarified and resolved. Navya Nyaya techniques proved to be so versatile that they were employed not just by philosophers but also in poetics, linguistics, legal theory, and other domains of medieval Indian thought. The foundational text in the school was Gesa's brilliant and innovative jewel of reflection of truth. The school continued to develop for about 4 centuries, reaching its height in the work of Raghunatha, Jagadisha, and Gadahara. The sophisticated use of the school made its technical vocabulary made it increasingly inaccessible, and so in the 17th and 18th centuries, several manuals or compendia were written to explain in simplified language the basic tenets of the school. I will describe the philosophical principles of the Nava based on synopsis of the most successful of these, Anambata's The Manual of Reason, together with the auto-commentary, the Deepika. The text was nicknamed Bala Gadahari, a sort of beginner's guide to Gadahara, as well as presenting the Vaisika theory of categories, a mixture of physical theory, metaphysics, and philosophy of psychology, and the epistemological, methodological, and logical techniques of the new Nyaya system. The Manual of Reason interjects a fascinating discussion on a wide variety of topics of philosophical interest, making the text an enjoyable and informative introduction to the later Indian analytical philosophy. So, yeah, I mean, like the last Australian, obviously, the Hare Krishnas focus on bhakti, and you kind of avoid, like the Bhagavad Gita divided into 3 sections of the the middle being the bhakti, the jhana, and the raja, or I'm saying the wrong, the karma yoga, bhakti yoga, and jhana yoga, and possibly also raja yoga, like the Ramakrishna's commentary. But ISKCON focusing on bhakti yoga, love of God, the heart, and devotion. So you don't really have to understand or even the nation of karma, action, reaction. So if you focus on jhana yoga, ISKCON doesn't focus that much on this. Some people within ISKCON are scholars. And so even if you read through all of Prabhupada's commentaries on the Chaitanya Charitamrita and the Bhagavatam, it doesn't get that much into jhana yoga. So the deeper, some of the people within ISKCON are scholars and went on to study this stuff, and certainly performing bhakti yoga, but unfortunately, you don't find that much of this in ISKCON, and that's partly why I don't want to say Duvid evolved past ISKCON, but like I like the devotional service and the chanting, and there's also like intellectual reading and lectures, and but it wasn't intellectual enough for me. Duvid is kind of like a pure intellectual. I wanted the jhana yoga, which is not the focus of ISKCON. So let's go deep dive into this. This one is really long, and we're looking at this Manual of Reason, and it's going to cover a whole bunch of various topics and issues. The Vaisika system of categories, methodology and theory of definition. Most Nyaya Vaisika texts are structured in one of 2 ways. They either follow traditional Vaisika pattern in which categories and their various subgroups are discussed in order, or else they follow a pattern employed by the Buddhist logician Danaga and copied by Gengisa, in which each of the sources of knowledge is treated in turn. The Manual of Reason, however, adapts a style of analysis due to Vatsyayana, the first commentator of the Nyaya Sutra. Vatsyayana stated that the Nyaya system will follow 3-fold procedure: enumeration, definition, and examination. Of these, enumeration means the act of referring to each object to be analyzed by name. Definition means citing a characteristics of the name object which distinguishes it from the other objects. Examination means ascertaining, with the help of the pramanas, the appropriateness of the distinguishing characteristics for the object defined. The heart of this method lies in the use it makes of definitions conceived of as differentiating marks of the thing defined. The Manual of Reason refines the idea. It defines the definition of a class of things as any characteristic which is coextensive with that class. Note that this does not tell us what the essence of the class is. It merely supplies us with a syndrome or trait by means of which we can identify the thing in question. The Nayikas we might say, have a diagnostic rather than essentialist conception of definition. The purpose of the examination now becomes clear. It is to see whether the alleged defining trait really is coextensive with the class to be defined, or whether it is faulty either by overcovering, applying to things outside the definition, or by undercovering, not applying to everything within the definindum, or both. A proper defining characteristic has to be, to use modern terms, both necessary and sufficient property of the thing to be defined. We see the pattern of enumeration, definition, and examination repeated again and again in the Nyaya text like the Manual of Reason. What is the Vaishika system of categories? The Vaishika system of categories, Padartha, is an attempt to classify in a systematic way all the different types of existent. Navanaya lists 7 categories of objects: substance, dravya, quality, guna, motion or action, karma, universal, samanya, particularity or differentiator, visisya, inheritance, samavaya, and absence, abhava. Of these, the first 6 comprise the classical list of categories found even in the Vaisika Sutra, while the 7th, absence, is a distinctive addition by the later school. Most of these types are themselves subject to subdivision. Thus, there are 9 types of substance, 24 types of quality. One main question concerning the list of categories is whether we can discern any underlying structure or organizing principle. This is related with another important question: just what is a category? The Manual of Reason answered the second question by giving the etymological analysis of the term padartha, category. Padartha, or the art, is the artha or meaning of the pada or word. The claim is that the Vaiseka categories are in some way the metaphysical correlates of linguistic structures. One way to make this claim more precise would be to note the existence of striking similarities between the Vaishika system and Sanskrit grammar. Another way is to observe a distinctive pattern of argument employed in which the hypothesis that a certain type of substance quality exists is supported on the ground that explains some feature of our linguistic practice. For example, the argument that space exists as it explains our use of directional terms. An alternative approach would be to seek some purely a priori rationale behind the list. Atelier offers one such. A notion is either positive or negative, and so the external object of a notion might be existent, bhava, or non-existent. Abhava, existent things, again, are of 2 kinds: properties and a common substratum in which they reside. The latter is a substance. Of the properties, again, some reside in many objects conjointly, others in individual things singly. The first is universal, while the latter class is again divisible into properties that are stationary and those that are evanescence, quality, and motion. The remaining 2 categories, inherence and particularity, are assumed to explain the special theories of the Vaishekas. The reconstruction of the Vaisheka system is not quite satisfactory, for it relies on unexplained and perhaps question-begging distinction between stationary and evanescence properties. This and leaves 2 of the categories completely unaccounted for. Another reconstruction, also deficient, is offered by Potter. When we look at the Manual of Reason's own definitions of the individual categories, it seems to be following this approach. The Manual of Reason's definitions are as follows: substance, that which possesses the universal substancehood, and that which possesses qualities. Quality, that which possesses universals and is in a substance or motion, and that which possesses the universal quality hood. Motion, that which causes conjunctions between substances, that which possesses the universal motion hood. Universal, that which is eternal, unitary, and inherent in many things. Differentium, that which exists in eternal substances and functions as their differentiator. Inherence, the thing which is eternal and a relation. Absence, no general definition given. There are certain problems with the series of definitions read as an a priori reconstruction of the categories. In particular, the definitions of substance and quality seem to be jointly circular, unless we take as already given universals such as substancehood, which makes the definitions somewhat vacuous. I will give another reconstruction, one which will roughly follow the great Nyaya Vaisheka author Udayana. The underlying structure of the list. First, divide things up into the existence and the non-existence, the latter corresponding to the category absence. Now take inherence to be primitive, fundamental relation. Given such a relation, the following threefold division is exhaustive. Things which do not inhere in others, but are inherent in. Things which both inhere in others and are themselves inherent in. Things which inhere in others, but are not inherent in by anything. We want to group The first to correspond to the category substance. Unfortunately, the Vaisikas claim that the wholes are distinct from and inherent in their parts. The only substances which do not inherit in anything are the atomic substances, which for the Vaisikas correspond with the eternal substances. Third group corresponds to the category universal. For universals said to inherent things, substance qualities, and motions, but do not have anything inherent in them. And the second group comprises the non-atomic substances, the qualities, and the motions. Let us now divide this group into two, those which are inherent in only by universals, and those which are inherent by other things as well. The former corresponds to the categories quality and motion. For substances that are inherent in, not only by universals, but also by qualities, motions, as well as other substances. Finally, we must find a way to subdivide the former group into qualities and motions. More traditionally, Naikas preserve the distinction by saying that motions, but not qualities, cause the substances in which they inhere to come into contact or break away from each other. This, however, appeals to the idea of contact, which cannot itself be defined in terms of a primitive relation inherence. Some radical Naikas, especially Basara Vajna, claim that motions are not just a kind of quality, as their properties are so similar. The only remaining category is differentium vicisa, whose members reside in and individuate the eternal substance, the atoms. The point, perhaps, is that all other things are individuated by the universals and wholes that inhere in them, but two atoms of the same substance are in all respects identical. But if objects are individuated by means of what inheres in them, then there must be something inhering in each atom which distinguishes it from the others, a differentium. This is a rough sketch omitting many technicalities of how the Vaisika philosophers tried to build their systems of categories on logical principles. For an example of such technicalities, the Manual of Reason points out that substances cannot be defined as the substrate inequalities because of the Vaisika doctrine that substances do not propose any qualities at the moment when they are created. Physical substrate. The five primary physical substances. Vaisika distinguishes among 9 acknowledged types of substance, a subclass of 5, earth, water, fire, air, and akasya, to which it gives the name bhuta, physical substance. A bhuta is defined as a substance which possesses a specific sensible quality, odor, taste, color, touch, and sound. It was perhaps originally thought that the 5 physical substances and the 5 sensible qualities are directly correlated, each quality residing in one and only one substance. The set of correlations between physical substance and sensible qualities is more complex in the Vaisika Sutras and the latter text, and is indicated in the following chart. The orthodox Vaisika view that each physical substance is characteristic by the possession of a particular type of sensible quality and the absence of certain others. Thus, earth is the substance endowed with odor, water with taste but not odor, fire with color but not taste or odor. A drawback of such definitions is that we cannot infer from the detection of a sensible quality which type of substance is present. Later, Vaisika therefore looks for a diagnostic set of definitions, one which seeks to find for each substance a particular sensible quality whose presence is indicative of the substance. The Manual of Reason, as earth is specifically endowed with odor, water specifically endowed with cold touch, fire specifically endowed with hot touch, air is specifically endowed with touch without color, akasha is specifically endowed with sound. Thus, although earth, water, and fire are all tactile, only water allegedly has cold touch, it seems that it could find no positive distinction trait for air and thus reverted to the older style definition. It is perhaps surprising to find the 5 elements theory defended still in the 17th century. Some modern writers have tried to represent those substances metaphors for the different states of matter, solid, earth, liquid, water, gas, air, and temperature, fire. This is, however, improbable, for it is nowhere said that a particular substance can turn from earth to water to air. Perhaps it is a mistake to see the theory as belonging to physics at all, instead bearing in mind the way that substances are defined in terms of their sensible qualities. We might see it as an exercise in the logical analysis of the data presented by the various sense modalities to construct a metaphysical theory of the world. Such a theory would, for example, explain the fact that there are correlations between what we see and what we touch by positing that there must be types of things which can be both seen and touched. Likewise, the occurrence of tactile sensations with no correlated visual sensation leads us to postulate the existence of substances which can be felt but not seen, the air, and so on for the other substances. It is, after all, the existence of such correlations between different sense modalities which grounds an objective conception of the world. Phenomena accessible only by one sense are more likely to be thought of as subjective in origin. Weizsäcker atomism. The manual reason repeats the conventional Weizsäcker theory that the first four substances, earth, water, air, and fire, are each of two types, atomic and composite. An atom, paramanu, is indestructible, nitya, indivisible, non-composite, and has a special kind of dimension called small anu. The Weizsäcker's standard argument for atomism is as follows. It is empirically established truth that whatever is perceived is composite. Thus, even the smallest perceptible things, namely a fleck of dust in a sunbeam, has parts which are therefore invisible. The Weizsäckers called the smallest perceptible thing a triad and claim that it has three parts, each of which is called a dyad. Does each of these parts itself have parts? Yes, for it is another empirically established truth that the parts of visible things themselves have parts. The Weizsäckers say that a dyad has two parts, each of which is an atom. This argument establishes that there are objects too small to be seen, but does not demonstrate that some of them are non-composite. Why cannot the process of subdivision be continued ad infinitum? The manual reason's intriguing answer is that if such were the case, then Mount Miro and a mustard seed would have the same size, as each would have the same infinite number of constituent parts. An implicit premise here, articulated by other Weizsäckers, is that the size of a whole is a function of the size, number, and spatial arrangement of its parts. The argument seems to be a question begging, for the implicit premise is only true if atomism is already accepted. A non-atomist will say that the size of an object is determined not by its constituents, but by the spatial boundaries of the stuff it is made of. The metaphysics of number, Samkhya. The Navya account of number has been likened in content and sophistication to that of Frege, and is indeed fascinating. The manual of reason says that numbers are qualities, gunas, that they are ground for numerical judgments, and that they range from 1 to a very high number called paradya. Note here again discomfort with the idea of infinity. The view that numbers are qualities is in fact associated with old Weizsäcker and turns out to be irreconcilable with the structure of the Weizsäcker ontological system. A quality cannot be by definition reside in another quality, hence numbers cannot be qualities. The problem led to the Naiyikas to develop a new account of number based on a new type of relation called the Paryapti, or completing relation. The solution offered is to postulate a new relation, completion, which relates the property. Raghunathan remarks that the completion relation, whose existence is indicated by constructions, is a special kind of self-linking relation. His commentator Jagadisha adds, it might be thought of the completion relation is nothing but inherence. So Raghunatha states that completion is another relation in sentence like these are two pots. Completion relates one property to wood by delimiting it as a property which resides on both pots. Otherwise, it would follow that there is no difference between saying these are two and each one possesses two wood. The proposal is that number properties are related jointly to objects by the many-one relation, completion. I think we can simplify this proposal a little without losing its essential structure. We can build the completion relation into the number predicate, which then becomes, if a number is n, an n-place relation. The Naya idea then is that the number adjectives are n-place relational predicates, and that numbers are n-place relations holding jointly between n distinct objects. On the Naya proposal then, it looks as though the troublesome inference is blocked because of its conclusion is not even well formed. The Naya, as we have seen, distinguish two relations, the inherence and completion relations. Their motive is, as we might say, to account for the distinction between collective and distributive properties. The Naya idea is to analyze collective predicates like R2 not as one-place predicates of aggregates or sets, but as n-place relational predicates, true of n objects jointly. But since such relational predicates still take objects as subjects, this indeed shows that recognizing the distinction between distributive and collective predicates does not force us to abandon the adjectival view. The Naya indeed have a term for collective properties. They call them properties which occur jointly. Space, time, and motion. Space. The Manual of Reason remarks on the nature of space and time are sketchy in the extreme. We must supplement them with details from other Vaisika and Nyaya authors. Even then, the theories of space and time found in the Nyaya Vaishika text have been studied very little, and we can only form a rough and inadequate picture at the present time. The Manual of Reason's observations concerning the notion of space are as follows. Space is a substance. Space is the ground for statements. Space is unique, ubiquitous, and eternal. Space is an instrumental cause of every aspect. Nearness and farness are spatial qualities of objects. Space is conceived of as a substance in virtue of which statements attributing distance and direction, such as A is to the east of B, or A is near to B, A is nearer to B than C, are objectively true or false. Space is thus an explanatory postulate. It is argued that we must postulate the existence of new spatial substances to explain the fact that objects stand in spatial relations with one another. Problem is to make sense of the claim. Baduri does so as follows. Imagine a sequence of objects, A, B, C, D, each with contact with the next, arranged in a line. Now, A is to the left of B, and B is to the left of C, and since being to the left of is a transitive relation, A is to the left of C, but although A is in contact with B and B is in contact with C, it is not true that A is in contact with B. Contact is atransitive. Thus, contact cannot be what spatially relates objects. What then, according to the Vaisika, it is space which brings A and C into relation. Both are in conjunction with space and thus with each other through its mediation. Space is that which turns the relation of conjunction into a transitive relation. This explanation has a problem. It assumes that between any two bodies there is a chain of touching material objects, but given this assumption, we do not need to postulate a new substance with which everything is in contact in order to create a transitive relation from contact, where we can define being to the left of, thus x is to the left of y, if and only if there are distinct objects p, q, r, t, such that x is in contact with p, p is in contact with q, t is in contact with y. Potter refines this argument. We can say that A is nearer to D than to F because there are more intervening objects between A and F than there are between A and D. Suppose, however, the relation D and F, there is no chain of material objects. How is it thus that we can still say A is nearer to D than F? Potter answers, in order to provide the material to explain the comparative judgment, we must postulate an intervening series of entities, and they must be spatial. Note that this explains not the transitivity of directional relations like to the left of, but rather the magnitude of distances relations like near to. Near to is not a transitive relation. It accepts the basic premise that the distance between two objects is measured in terms of the number of intervening entities and postulates a series of spatial entities when there are no material ones present. This explanation also has a problem, for space is supposed to be a real entity. Perhaps it should be said that two objects are in contact with a segment of space and spatial segments have a magnitude. Perhaps the best way to construe the argument is offering an explanation of spatial separation without having to postulate a series of mediating bodies. Thus, if A is nearer to D than F, and there is nothing either between A and D or between A and F, the best explanation is that D is in contact with a nearer part of space than F. The Manual of Reason says that space is ubiquitous, vibhu, which it defines as being in contact with every sample of earth, air, fire, and water and mind. This raises the question, is space infinite in dimension or the same size as the cosmos? If space is defined in terms of the relation between physical objects, then it would seem to have the same size as the cosmos. There are, however, Vaisika arguments that it is infinite. The Vaisikas say that most bodies are either long or short in dimension, but that a body's having long or short dimensions is unintelligible unless it has bounding perimeter space. Space, however, has no parts and hence no boundary. Some Vaisikas conclude that space has no finite dimension, is infinite. Others say that it has special dimension called maximum length. Time, Kala. The Manual of Reason says that time is the ground for statements about the past, present, and future. This is unique, eternal, and ubiquitous, and that is the container of everything and an instrument cause of every effect. The conception of time mirrors that of space. It is that in virtue of which statements of the form A is earlier than B and are objectively true or false. Time is said to differ from space and thus not be identical with it in the following respect: whereas what is spatially near or far varies from person to person, what is temporally near or far is the same for all persons. But why should we restrict our attention only to presently existing persons? In the Nyaya Sutra, Gautama mentions an argument against the possibility of present time remarkably similar and perhaps even derived from Nagarjuna's argument against motion. There is no such thing as the present time, because when an object is falling to the ground, each point on its descent belongs either to the already transverse sector or to the yet to be transverse sector. There is therefore no point on the trajectory to which the present time can be attributed. The present time is an imaginary point of demarcation between the past and the future. Gautama replies to this by saying that the concepts of past and future are relative to that of the present and not to each other, and that the denial of the present has an absurd consequence that nothing can be known perceptually as perception functions in the present. The point of this perhaps is that even the present is just a boundary, it is not thereby imaginary. Vaisesika's dynamical theory, the nature and causes of motion. Beginning with the Prastapada 6th century, the early Vaisesika authors took a rational and scientific interest in the behavior of projectiles and other moving bodies. The theory bears comparisons with Philoponus Impetus theory, which was responsible for a paradigm shift in Western scientific thought. The manual's account substantially agrees with that already found in the Prastapada, which is partially traceable to the Vaisesika Sutra itself. The content of the relevant stanzas can be summarized as follows. Motion is the non-inherent cause of conjunction and disjunction. It is of 5 types: 4 volitional, throwing upward, throwing downward, contraction, expansion, and the 5th comprising of all non-volitional motion, including falling, rotating, flowing. Weight is the non-inherent cause of the initial falling motion of a body. Fluidity is the non-inherent cause of initial flowing. Impetus is a dispositional property, as is elasticity. Impetus is the non-inherent cause of the second and subsequent falling motions of a body. Elasticity is that which restores something to its original state after it has been distorted. Here is a brief summary of the theory. A moving body possesses at each moment in time a particular motion, which is to be thought of as a momentary quality-like property of the body. Motions are defined to be the causes of conjunctions or disjunctions. A conjunction with a stationary body is brought about by displacement in space. We are thus to think of the motion of a body as being either identical with or else the cause of its displacement in space between 2 moments in time. A motion cannot be caused by another motion, as that would lead to perpetual motion. A body is set in motion by its possessions of quality like weight or fluidity. It persists in motion by having a dispositional property, impetus or elasticity, which is the continuous cause of subsequent motion. It is brought to rest by coming into contact with the other objects. The role of impetus in this account is particularly interesting. The Vaisesikas extend this model to explain certain other kinds of motion. The initial cause of the flowing of water is alleged to be the result of a force called fluidity rather than the weight of the water. The subsequent flowing is the result of the water's required impetus. Interesting, the impetus of a body moving in a straight line was thought to be ontologically of the same type of elasticity of a bent stick, a fact which reveals the impetus was thought of a kind of internal force, not as inertia. The Vaisesikas mention various other kinds of motion: the movement of an iron needle towards a magnet, the upward motion of flames, the movement of air, and the initial motion of the atoms. At the beginning of creation, given the above model, there must be some force which initially gives rise to each of these motions, yet none of these forces, so far isolated, weight, gravity, fluidity, elasticity, will do. The Vaisesikas therefore speak of a new force, the unseen force, alleged to account for such motions. Selves, human and divine. The 8th of the 9 Vaisesika types of substance is self, Atman, defined by the substratum of mental states such as believing, knowing. The 9th is mind, manas, a distinct element of ontology of the mental. Selves are divided into 2 types: human, jiva, and divine, Mahatman, Isvara. The manual reason supplies arguments all traceable back to the earlier authors for the existence of both types of self. A causal argument for God's existence. A properly formulated Nyaya argument has three components: thesis, reason, and example. The thesis again has two components: the locus, paksha, or place of the inference, and the property, sadhya, whose presence in the locus is to be inferred. Thus, every Nyaya argument exhibits the same pattern. P has S because it has H. A sound argument must fulfill at least three criteria. The reason property must be incontroversially present in the locus. The reason property and the inferred property must be appropriately related, roughly such that whatever the reason is present, so is the inferred property. The example must be uncontroversial place where both the reason property and the inferred property are present. With this in mind, let us consider the manual of reason's argument for the existence of God. A dyad of earth has a maker because it has an effect. Here the locus of the inference is a dyad, the smallest composite entity. The reason is being an effect, karyatva, and the inferred property is having a maker. The manual reason carefully defines what it means by a maker, a thing which is non-inferentially aware of the inherent or material cause of the thing to be made, has a desire to make it, and acts accordingly. Comments. Why does the manual reason take dyads to be the locus of the inference? This is, in fact, a clever move. Obviously, we cannot take God to be the locus. God exists because, for then, the first criterion of a sound inference will not be met, the reason property. Whatever it is cannot be uncontroversially present in the locus whose very existence is controversial. We can't take the locus to be everything in the world, for many such things are not effects. So the manual reason's desired reason will again not be unequivocally present in the locus. Hence, we must pick some particular things. We had better not choose a human artifact for the inference, even if sound would then establish nothing about God. For the class of non-artifacts, the choice of dyads is a good one here, for they are the most basic things made out of the atoms, and hence out of which everything else is made. And if the manual of reason can show that these have a maker, then it follows that the maker is aware of everything from the definition of a maker and above. Thus, God's omniscience will be a corollary with the proof of his existence. The argument takes the picture of causation used in the potter pot example and extends it to cover all natural phenomena. God's function is to make things out of the given and uncreated ingredients, which are the product's material cause. Matilel accordingly describes the Naya as having a potter model of God, in contrast with a spider model in which God spins the world out of his own essence, or a magician's model in which the world is an illusion conjured up by God. The argument, however, rests upon an anthropomorphic and agentive view of causation. The Buddhist Dharmakirti ridiculed the argument by likening the pot to an ant-hill, another thing made of clay. Should we say that this admittedly complex and intricate construction is the product of intelligent agents? And even if we do, why should not the world, like the anthill, be a product of a collective agency rather than produced by a single agent? The argument might be thought of as an argument based on induction from the class of artifacts to the class of natural products. What licenses the induction from things seen to have a maker to things not so seen? Dharmakirti says that we are licensed to infer that the object has a maker only if we have seen other objects of the same type being made. The Nyayika makes a bolder inductive claim that two objects belong to the same type in this sense if they are both affects. An argument for the existence of the human self. Vaisesika defines the human self as the substratum of such psychological qualities as believing, as well as of happiness and other emotions which God does not have. There is an implicit appeal here too to the potter model of causation, just as in the sentence the potter makes the pot, the property making the pot resides in the potter, so too in the I believe that P, the property believes that P resides in me. Given that the self is defined as the substance, whichever it is, in which a person's psychological qualities reside, the question is whether we can identify the substances as a physical one, for example, the person's body or their senses, or whether we must postulate some new type of substance. Vaisesika's argument for the coexistence of the self as a new substance is elimination of two rival candidates. One, the substrate in the beliefs is the person's body. The manual reasons makes the case for this as follows. If I say I'm cold, I'm running, it is my body to which the predicate applies. Therefore, when I say I believe that P, the subject likewise is my body. The manual's reply is that if this were true, then there would be the difficulty that with the destruction of hand, foot, there will be the destruction of the body, and will follow that there will also be the destruction of the self. Clearly, I can lose part of my body without ceasing to believe and know things, but losing part of my body does not entail losing my body as a whole. So this argument fails. A better argument is found in the Nyaya Sutra. That very phrase, my body, shows that I'm not identical with my body, but this doesn't work either, for I can also say my soul. There's no clear argument against physicalism here. 2. The substratum for beliefs. If a person's sense faculty recalled that every physical substratum is divided into 3 pertaining to the body, sense faculty, and inanimate object, this rather strange claim might be taken to include the view of the Buddhist that a person is reducible to a stream of momentary mental events, including sense data. The Manual of Reason's argument against such a view, a repetition of argument already found in the Nyaya Sutra, is a strong one. Were this the case, there would be no re-identifying awareness. I, who saw the pot, am now touching it, for there cannot be any recognition by one of what is apprehended by another. The idea here is the possibility of recognitive experience presupposes the existence of a unitary enduring self. There are really 2 arguments compressed here. One is this: I cannot remember an object unless I have seen it earlier. I cannot remember what you have seen. Locke's account of personal identity in terms of a continuity of memory experiences. The other argument is more intricate. The Abhinadharma Buddhists claim that a person is just an aggregate of experiences, some visual, some tactile. The problem raised by such an account by the Nyayika is that it is possible to make transmodality judgments in which the deliverances of one sense faculties are compared with another. Suppose that V1 is a visual experience of object 1 and T2 is a tactile experience of object 2. It is possible to judge object 1 equals 2, but this judgment does not belong to the sphere of any one sense faculty. Hence, it must be located in some other substance. The self is here conceived as that which collates, organizes, and compares the deliverance of the individual senses. This is a convenient place at which to introduce at least the last of the 9 substances, the mind, manas. It is defined in the Manual of Reason as the 6th sense faculty, one by which a person perceives their inner mental objects, beliefs, pleasures, sensations, etc. In other words, it is a faculty of introspection. Naturally, we need an argument why this faculty cannot be identified as belonging to the self, and the usual Nyaya claim is that the self is the agent of cognizing, while the mind is the instrument for cognizing, just as we must distinguish between the axe man, who is the agent chopping the tree, and the axe, which is the instrument for chopping. The Nyaya also claims that the mind has another function, which is to switch between the different sense faculties, it being assumed that while we are being subjected to sense impressions from different faculties simultaneously, we only attend to one at a time. The Manual of Reason says that 8 of the Vaisika qualities reside only in the self and in no other substance. They are cognition, memory, pleasure or happiness, pain or unhappiness, desire, aversion, merit, and demerit. The first 2 we will discuss later. As regards to happiness and unhappiness, Matu summarizes the Vaisika view when he says that the essential characteristics of pleasure or happiness consist in it being experienced as favorable to us or being in accord with us, with our body or mind or a very existential situation, which makes it distinct from knowing or perceiving or apprehending something, and that it is an inner disposition on account of which the external world becomes agreeable or desirable. Desire is the state of craving for something. Merit is that which is produced by meritorious action, karma. Philosophical psychology. Overview of the philosophical psychology. Study of the nature, content, and causes of cognition. Buddhi, jhana, and upalabdhi lie at the very center of the Nyaya philosophical method. In epistemology, the question asked is, how do we distinguish between true and false cognition, and under what cognition does a true cognition arise? In logical theory, the issue is, when does one cognition follow from another? In some suitable articulated sense, in philosophy of language, the assumption is that a sentence structure mirrors cognitive structure, and hence that an inquiry into sentence meaning proceeds via an analysis of the cognition sentences expressed. The importance of this topic is reflected by the Manual of Reason, for another cognition is technically just one of 24 types of qualities in the Vaisika schema. Its analysis accounts for nearly half of the book. The term cognition is used by the Nayakis to refer to an intentional, object-directed mental state, including states of perceiving, inferring, doubting, guessing, remembering, but excluding desiring, hoping, suffering. Because we say that the subject has such states, they are thought to be qualities in the technical Vaisika sense of the soul. The Manual of Reason states that cognition is the grounding for all linguistic practice, reflecting the Nyaya conception of language as primary and instrument for transmitting true thoughts from speaker to hearer. From the point of view of epistemology, the most important division within the class of cognitions between those which are true and the rest. However, the standard Nyaya classification of the species of cognition, repeated by the Manual of Reason, begins with another division between memory cognition, smrti, and the remainder, anubhava, non-recollected cognition. The full classification is as follows. Cognition is either non-recollective or memory. The memory smrta is either true or not true, and the non-recollective is also either true or not true of a different type. The non-recollective true are perceptual, inferential, comparison-based, testimony-based, and the not true are the four types of doubt. Nyaya epistemology, in effect, is a theory of the true non-recollective cognitions and their divisions into four types on the basis of the different accredited epistemic means, pramanas by which they are produced. What about accidentally true cognitions? Results of a lucky guess. There are well-discussed problems with incorporating them to the above schema. It is clear no matter how generally reliable our epistemic methods, it will always be possible for misfires to issue occasionally in false cognitions, perceptual illusions, beliefs resulting from reporting error. The Manual of Reason's example is of the false pseudo-perceptual judgment. I will discuss the epistemology of perception, inference, and testimony later, respectively. Here I'll examine more detailed three types of cognition, which, though very important within the Nyaya framework, are subsidiary to its epistemology. They are memory, doubt, and tarka. Where do dreams fit in the schema? The manual states that they belong in the category of false cognitions. This, however, is odd since they are not the product of any of the four pramans misfiring. Neither are they memories or states of doubt. According to Prastyapada, dreams are the result of free movements of the mind when it's not connected to the external sense faculties, influenced by unseen forces. Memory. Memory is considered in the Western tradition to be an important means by which an individual can justify beliefs about the past. It is striking then to note that the Nyaya at the outset separate memory state from knowledge-yielding beliefs and deny to them the status of knowledgehood. The Manual of Reason has the following to say about memory. A memory state is one which results solely from mental disposition, a bhavana. A mental disposition is a quality of the soul which is caused by non-recollective cognition and causes memory cognition. Memories are either true or false, as the originating cognition is true or false. The general theory is that initial cognition, a perceptual experience of an object, generates a dispositional mental state, which has the capacity, when certain other causal factors are present, to trigger an active memory of that object. The resultant memory state has the same content as the originating perceptual experience and can be said derivatively to be true or false, depending on whether the original perception was veridical or not. Memory on this account is represented as entirely infallible faculty. There is no mention of the possibility of what is called false memory, having memories without originating experience, or faulty memory in which the content of the memory does not exactly match that of the originating experience. Given this account in which memory is seen merely as reproducing a past knowing experience, there is perhaps a sense in which memory does not itself count as knowledge. The idea perhaps is this: in general, we establish the veracity of an experience by examining the way in which it was caused. In the case of a memory, however, we must go via the originating experience. Memory is conceived of as a mere surrogate for the original experience, and its veracity is dependent on that of the original. We might think, however, that memory in fact does more than merely reproduce the original experience. It may represent the experience event as happening in the past and thus have a different content. Doubt, samsaya. The concept of doubt has an important theoretical role in Nyaya, for a state of doubt is claimed to be a necessary precondition for any philosophical inquiry. Doubt is one of the 16 topics listed under the Nyaya Sutra 111, which determine the content of the entire text. In particular, doubt is the first step in a properly formulated inference. The Manual of Reason gives a very precise definition of doubt, a cognition of two incompatible qualifiers in the same qualificand. Schematically, then, a doubt is a cognition whose content is the form X is F or not F. 2 points are worth noting. Although doubts are classified as non-true, a prima cognitions, they are not false. A false cognition is one whose content is F is X, when in fact X is not F. Doubts are distinguished from other cognitions by virtue of having special type of content rather than being propositional attitudes of a special kind. And I do not here say that we can take one of a series of attitudes towards the same proposition, believing, disbelieving, doubting. Yet if the only thing which distinguishes doubt is having a content of form specified, then what differentiates the doubt that X is F from the belief that X is both F and non-F? Vardhamana replies by drawing a distinction between actually having a contradictory belief and merely believing that one has a contradictory belief. The former is supposedly impossible. The supposed contradictory belief is that X is both F and non-F is really a belief that I have a belief whose qualificand is F and whose qualificand are F and not F. Since there are no genuine contradictory beliefs, there are no beliefs with the same contents as doubt. Tarka, suppositional thinking. The term tarka is often used loosely in the sense of a hypothetical or reduction ad absurdum reasoning, but the Manual of Reason gives it much more precise and technical sense. Tarka is the ascription, aropa, of the pervader, vyapaka, by the ascription of the pervaded, vyaptya. The terms of the definition require explanation. The technical sense of ascription, aropa, is counterfactual or suppositional cognition, defined as a cognition whose qualifier is a property, the opposite of which is known to reside in the qualificand. In other words, it is the counterfactual assumption. Pervader and pervaded are notions taken from the Nyaya theory of inference. It is a cognition of a conditional if P then Q, or were P to be true, then Q would be true, assuming that P is false. One main function of the tarka is said to be the elimination of doubt. Suppose one has a doubt that is X F. One might then judge if X is not F, then X is not G. And if one also knows that X is G, it will follow that X is F. The Nyayikas recognize this function but deny nevertheless that tarka is the source of knowledge. Their reason, it seems, is that there is a distinction between citing positive empirical evidence for a thesis and merely eliminating the contrary possibility by a priori methods. This is reflected perhaps in the fact that no example is cited in arguments based on tarka to buttress the inference. The Manual of Reason, it seems, goes even further and denies that the counterfactual condition is a true cognition, which implies, since they are not false either, that counterfactual conditions do not have a truth value. Udayana claims that tarka is of 5 types, namely self-dependence, mutual dependence, circle, infinite regress, and having an undesirable consequence, or reduction ad absurdum. These are basically self-explanatory. The 5th is the one used to great effect by Nagarjuna and other Madhyamika Buddhists. Other authors give slightly different lists. So God forbid I lost all my viewership, but continue because this is important. Got to get this right. Causation and the causal theory of knowledge. Overview of causation. The study of causation is an important part of Indian philosophical thought. One reason for this is the early interest in cosmological speculation. We should remember that philosophical activity in India arose out of the cosmogonic speculations of the Vedas and the Upanishads. The all-important business of philosophy was to attempt to discover some simple unitary cause for the origin of this complex universe. Another reason is that Indian linguistics, especially the Paninian system of Karakas, or relations between verb and noun, which greatly influenced Nyaya, Mimamsa, and Buddhist thinkers, is based on underlying causal model in which the verb is in a sentence designates an event, for the production of which each such object as is designated by noun has a particular causal role. The same model informed and influenced Indian epistemology and led to the development of the theory of pramanas, the causal means or processes leading to the epistemically accredited awareness event. Prama in the Nyaya tradition. 4 such pramanas are recognized: perception, pratyaksha, inference, anumana, analogical identification or comparison, upamana, and testimony, sabda. The accounts given for each of these employ an extremely causalistic idiom, typically question being what causes a perceptual experience, what are the distinguishing causal factors of true and false perceptual experience, under what conditions does knowledge of the premises of an argument cause knowledge of the conclusion. The choice of examples undoubtedly influences one causal theories. The Nayikas almost invariably illustrate their discussions with one of the following three examples. The pot or pot example, the effect is the finished pot. Some of its causes are the pot halves, which the potter joins to form the pot, the potter, his wheel, and the stick, the contact between each of the pot halves and between them and the stick. In the thread cloth example, here the effect is the piece of cloth. Among its causes are the threads from which is woven, the weaver, the shuttle, the loom, and the various contexts. In the axe tree example, the effect, the felling of the axe is caused by the axe, its contact with the tree, the axeman, etc. Some of the questions we would like to ask here are these. Can all instances of causation be fitted into the general pattern illustrated by these examples? Is there always an agent? Do the Nayikas have an adequate account of the causation even for these examples? Can they distinguish between those factors which are and those factors which are not causes of the effect? Can both objects and events be causes? Are causal relations based on repeatable regularities? Attempts to answer such questions as these led to increasingly sophisticated accounts of causations as the Nyaya school evolved. There are three types of cause. The Nyaya Vaisikas traditionally held that with the total collection of causal factors, within the total collection of causal factors leading to event, there are three distinguishable types of cause, namely substrate or inherent causes, non-substrate or non-inherent causes, and instrumental causes. This classification is repeated by the manual reason. A substrate causes substance in which the effect inheres. The substrate cause of a pot would be the pot halves of a cloth, the threads. This is because the Nyaya say that the whole inherits in its parts, and so if the effect is a whole, its substrate causes are the parts in which it inheres. If the effect is an object's coming to have a new property, the substrate cause is the object. Note that in spite of a certain similarity, the notion of a substrate cause is not the same as Aristotle's material cause, for the parts of an object are not necessarily identical with the material from which it is composed, and even an immaterial substance can be a substrate cause. For example, the soul, which is the substrate cause of epistemic events. All other causal factors are either non-substrate causes or instrumental causes. A non-substrate cause is one which inheres in the substance cause. Thus, though not being the substrate, it is closely connected with the conjunction of the threads is said to be a non-substrate cause of the piece of cloth. Another example often cited. The non-substrate cause of the color of a piece of cloth is the color of the threads, which color inheres in the threads, and which inheres in the effect the color of the cloth. Any other causal factor is called an instrumental cause. For example, the weaver's shuttle or the weaver herself. Why do the Nayikas distinguish between non-substrate causes and the remainder? Perhaps it was an attempt to differentiate between those causes which must continue to exist for the effect to exist and those which need not. If the threads were to lose their color, then the cloth would lose its. And if the threads were to become disjoint, the cloth would cease to exist altogether. If, however, the weaver dies, having already woven the cloth, or if the shuttle is subsequently destroyed, it will have no effect on the continued existence of the effect. It does not follow from these definitions that anything which inheres in the substrate is non-substrate cause, or that anything which does not is an instrumental cause. In other words, we still need to define being a cause. First, however, two more types of causal factors are distinguished by the Nyaya. They are the special instrumental cause and the operational condition. We often speak of the cause of an effect, and in doing so, pick out one factor from the total collection of causal effects as being particularly salient or important in bringing about the effect. Intuitively, the idea is that even if we have the substrate cause, the non-substrate cause, the contact between the halves, and even some of the instrumental cause, we will not get the effect unless the potter acts or operates to bring it about. It is, in a sense, then, it is the potter actually using his sticks, which is the cause of the pot. The Nayikas try to capture this idea by saying that one of the instrumental causes is the special cause of the effect, and they call it the karana. The notion is particularly important to the Nyaya epistemology. What constitutes the special nature of this cause? The Navanyaya answer is as follows. They introduce first the notion of operative condition, defined as that cause which immediately precedes the effect. For example, the operative condition for a pot is the conjunction of the pot haps for the felling of the tree. It is the final contact between the axe and the tree before the tree falls. The special cause is defined as the factor which brings about the operative condition. In other words, the factor whose operation directly brings about the effect. In the examples, it would be the axe or the potter's stick. These objects are for the Nyaya the true instruments by means of which the effect is produced. What is a cause? The Nyayikas build up this way of a model of causation in which different causal factors have different types of causal roles. The model reflects or is reflected in the Indian grammatical analysis of causal statements, such as the potter throws a pot with her stick, the lumberjack fell a tree with her axe, in which one distinguishes apart from the verb designating the event, an agent, an object, instrument, and so on. We do not yet know, however, how to distinguish between causes and non-causes. The manual reason provides the Navanaya answer given two entities, C and E. C is a causal factor for E if and only if C exists before E, C exists regularly with E, and C is relevant to E. The first cause is to prevent self-causation. The import of the second condition is that entities similar to C must always exist with entities similar to E. There must be an invariable or constant conjunction between C-type entities and E-type entities. This rules out objects which just happen to be there, such as, to give the Nayika's example, a donkey happening to wander past the pottery just as the potter goes to work. This feature of an account, the insistence that the causal relation instantiates a regularity, resembles a human account of causation. The Nayikas, however, recognize the possibility of accidental non-causal regularity, such as a day always preceding night, or the example given by the manual of reason, the color of the thread always preceding the cloth. Although the occurrence of a cloth is invariably preceded, not just by the threads, but by the presence of thread color as well, we would not want to say that the thread color is the cause of cloth. The third clause is their attempt to eliminate such accidental regularities. The same clause is supposed to stop the cause of a cause, the potter's parents, from being a cause. Its meaning, however, is not quite clear. Literally, it states that the cause must be non-established otherwise. Klidas Bhattacharya says that an invariable antecedent is irrelevant if knowledge of it is not required for any anticipative knowledge of the origination of the effect. Matilel says that an antecedent is irrelevant if it is possible to find a reasonable explanation of its appearance. The manual of reason states that an antecedent is irrelevant if its antecedent is only established along with some other entity. We know that the thread color precedes cloth only because we know that it occurs with the thread, which we know to precede cloth. Hence, the thread color is irrelevant in this sense. This highlights an asymmetry between the two regularities, the thread color cloth regularity and the thread cloth regularity. For a while, we can establish the latter directly by observing correlations between thread and cloth. We establish the former by observing the correlation between thread color and thread. Thus, the former supposedly depends on the latter, but not vice versa. It is not clear, however, that the dependence does not run the other way too. In any case, in using this criterion to block transitivity, the Nayikas seem to seeking a definition not of causality per se, which must regard as a transitive relation, but rather an epistemic notion of causal explanation or causal salience. Causation and knowledge. Cognitions that are not memories are classified under two headings, true and false. If we can find factors invariably preceding true cognitions, then we will have the beginning of a causal theory of knowledge. We will be able to say that a cognition is a knowledge episode if and only if it is true and preceded by causal factors which invariably precede true cognitions. Its truth will not be an accident. The Nyaya claim to find four and only four invariable correlations: perception, inference, comparison, and testimony, to which they applied the model of causation outlined above. In particular, they isolate in each case a special instrumental cause, karuna, krana, to which they give a name, pramana. In the case of perception, for example, it is the senses, not that an invariable correlation between the two entities in the sense defined above does not entail that whenever the first is present, so is the second. The potter is invariably connected with the pot, but only causes a pot when he's actually operating. Similarly, a pramana, the eyes, only causes a true cognition when it is actually operating. In other words, the pramana is a necessary but not a sufficient cause of true cognitions. To get a sufficient cause, the Nyaya, the causal condition that is special to true cognition is called a guna. And epistemic excellence, the causal condition that is special to false cognition is called dosa, an epistemic defect. In the perceptual case, the guna of a true cognition, X is F, is the sensory connection with an object X possessing a property F. This is, in effect, the operative condition for true perceptual cognitions. Thus, the occurrence of all the usual factors, substrate causes, non-substrate causes, general instrumental causes, together with an epistemic excellence, is a necessary and sufficient causal condition for the occurrence of a true cognition. Perception concepts and sense-object relations. What do all these experiences have in common in virtue of which they are all acts of perception? The manual of reason gives the classical Naya answer. Principle 1. In each case of perceptual experience, the experience has its special instrumental cause, a connection between the object perceived and the perceiver's sense faculty. All seeings are the product of sensory connection of a type to be specified with the thing seen. The basic idea must be embellished in two ways before it can serve as a proper theory of perception. Some account must be given to the fact that in all cases cited above, the content of perception is semantically structured, for otherwise perceptual experiences would not be capable of being true and hence fail to qualify as knowledge episodes. An account must be given to the type of connection involved here. Only then can we evaluate the merits of the Naya theory. Qualificative perception and the role of concepts. The structured perception of an object A as having a certain property F is called by the Nayikas qualificative, for if a perception of an object, the qualificand, as having a certain feature or qualifier, it is alleged by the Nayikas that any piece of perceptual knowledge must be of this form, and further that most cases in which we claim just to be seeing an object are really cases of seeing something in a qualificative perception. It is the qualificand which is in sensory connection with the perceiver. How then does the qualifier enter the picture? The Naya claim that principle 2, in every case of perception, the qualifier is a previously perceived entity, substance, quality, motion, or universal, which is recalled by the perceiver and superimposed upon the qualificand. The intuitive idea is that the qualifying feature is a concept empirically acquired by the perceiver and now used to categorize the object perceived. Use of the term concept here does not imply that the features are in any sense subjective for the Naya. They are objective entities or constructions out of an objective entities. The Naya thus use their theory of memory, initial experience causing dispositional trace causing memory events, as a theory of concept possession. Principle 2 has a number of consequences. In every case of seeing an object A as F is preceded by a prior perception of F, and if that prior perception were itself of F as qualified by some qualifier G, we would get an infinite regress. The Naya therefore state that in addition to qualificative perceptions, there are also non-qualificative perceptual experiences. In such experiences, on seeing both the object and its qualifier, but not as being qualified by the qualifier. Perceptual illusions, hallucinations are all explained as cases in which wrong features is recalled from memory or the concept banked. This is called the mislocation theory of perceptual error. Note that if all error is a product of qualifier mislocation, then no error is possible with respect to the qualificand with which one is in sensory connection. Note too that the Naya make no appeal to images, ideas, or any other subjective content to explain illusion. It is an externalist account of error. This shows that the so-called argument from illusion, from the phenomenal indistinguishability of the veridical and non-veridical perceptual experiences to their having a shared subjective content is false. It is not clear, however, that one can always find a suitable qualificand is a region of space really perceived in hallucination or a suitable qualifier. The Naya actually claim that it is an objective feature causally produced by the act of perceiving. This theory allows the Naya to say that locutions in which the qualifier, though perceptible, is not a visible property are genuine cases of perception. They classify them as a type of extraordinary perception called jnana lakshana pratyasati. The other types of extraordinary perception sometimes admitted are samanya aksana, in which all the bearers of the property are perceived by perceiving the property, and yogic perception. The Nyaya state that the experience amounts to knowledge episode when and only when it is true, when the qualifier actually qualifies the qualificand. The manual reason says that the guna or special causal factor for perceptual knowledge, when the qualifier imposed by a perceiver onto the sensory connected qualificand is actually present in the qualificand. There may, however, be the scope for Gettier-style counterexamples to this definition. Types of sense-object relation. The Manual of Reason reports the standard Nyaya view, which is due to Uttiyakara, that there are exactly 6 types of sense-object relations which ground perceptual experiences. Contact or conjunction, samyoga, ordinary perceptions of, like the pot. If by contact we understand some sort of causal relation, the Nyaya can be said to have a causal theory perception. However, they may mean that the eye is in contact with the object in some more literal sense. Inherence in the conjoined. We noted above that in non-qualificated perception, one sees the object and its features together. The relation between the feature and the perceiver is indirect when the feature inheres in the object with which the perceiver is in contact. Inherence in the inherent in the conjoined. If the feature in 2, the inherence in the conjoined, is a quality guna. Number 4, inherence. The Nyaya Vaisesika have a rather strange doctrine that each sense faculty is made out of the type of substance with which it is particularly associated. The auditory faculty is thus made out of akasha, and as sounds inhere in the akasha, the relation between the hearer and the sound is inherence. Inherence in the inherent. 5, by the indirect relation, the hearer is related to properties such as sound, hood, and hearing and sound. 6, qualifier qualificand relation. This is an important one. The Nyaya believe that absences are real objects and that they can be perceived. Absences are said to qualify their substrata and are perceived indirectly by the perceiver seeing the substrata. The Buddhist Dharmakirti argued that this is really an inference from non-apprehension. Gangisa's criticism and new definition. Gangisa criticizes Principle 1 on 3 grounds. It entails that every awareness is perceptual, since every awareness is produced by the instrumentality of the inner sense faculty or manas. It fails to include divine perception, which involves no sensory connection, and there is no one type of sensory connection nor anything obviously in common to the ad hoc list of 6 types. Gangisa therefore offers a new definition. Principle 3. A perceptual experience is a cognition which has no other mnemonic cognition as its special instrumental cause. Karana. 2 objections to the definition are countered. Objection 1. Since every qualificative cognition is produced by prior awareness of the qualifier, the definition underextends. Reply. No, the awareness of the qualifier is merely an auxiliary causal factor. The special instrumental cause is a sense-object contact. Objection 2. Since recognition, which is a type of perception, does have a prior awareness of the qualifier and its special instrumental cause, the definition underextends. Reply. No, the special causal factor is the memory of the qualifier triggered by the dispositional trace produced by the prior awareness, not the prior awareness itself. Gangisa's definition has the virtue of capturing the sense in which perceptual experience is more immediate than other types of experience, and is also applicable both to human and to divine perception. Restricted to human perception, it turns into the previous definition. Gangisa says that the inner sense should not be regarded as perceptual after all. Logical theory and Gangisa's analysis of inferential warrant. Vyapti. Overview of logical theory. Gangisa's Tattvasintamani is divided into 4 parts, one for each of the 4 knowledge sources or pramanas recognized by the Nyaya school. The post-Gangisa scholars focused more and more exclusively on the second part concerning inference and wrote increasingly detailed commentaries on a comparatively small portion of the book, namely the part where Gangisa examines the relation between inferential sign and property to be inferred, which is called Vyapti, pervasion, or inference warranting relation. Even today, in the traditional Indian education, study these sub-commentaries on various subsections of the Vyapti section of Gangisa forms an essential part of the curriculum. The general structure of a property formulated Naya inference has three components: thesis, reason, and example. The thesis again has two components: the locus, paksha, or place of the inference, and property, sadhya, whose presence in the locus is to be inferred. Thus, every Naya argument exhibits the same pattern. P has S because it has H. A sound argument must fulfill these three criteria. The reason property must be uncontroversially present in the locus. The reason property and the inferred property must be appropriately related, roughly such that whatever the reason is present, so is the inferred property. The example must be an uncontroversial place where both the reason and the property and the inferred property are present. Certain topics concerning this account are addressed in the Manual of Reason and other Navya texts. Among them are the conditions under which inference can take place and the condition under which the result is a knowledge episode. The correct account of the inference warranting relation between the inferential sign and the property to be inferred, called the pervasion or vapti relation, the distinction between inference and demonstration. The threefold classification of inference types: those which are universally positive, those which are universally negative, and those which are combined positive and negative. The types of inferential fallacy. I will discuss mainly the definition of the pervasion relation. First, however, a brief note on how the causal model of knowledge is applied to inference. The special instrumental cause of an inferential cognition is said to be the inferior's knowledge of the relevant pervasion relation. The operative condition is said to be an awareness that the locus of inference possesses such an inferential sign as it is pervaded by the property inferred. That is, in effect, an awareness which combines the two premises of the argument together immediately prior to the conclusion being derived, and is called the paramarsa or consideration. The guna or causal factor responsible for the truth is the inferential cognition, is the condition that this consideration be true, that the locus does in fact possess such a sign as is pervaded by the inferred property. Another auxiliary causal factor is that the inferrer must either not yet already know the conclusion or else must have a particular desire to infer. Given knowledge of the premises, the inference would normally take place mechanically, but if the conclusion is already known perceptually, then the inferrer has to have a special wish to reestablish it inferentially. The condition is known as pakshata and should not be confused with pakshata, which is the name of the condition one above. Definitions of pervasion vyapti relation. Vyapti or pervasion is that relation between an inferential sign and the inferred property, which legitimizes the inference. It would typically be expressed by a sentence such as, wherever there is smoke, there is fire, or whatever exists is transitory. Knowledge of this relation, according to Naya, is the instrumental cause of the inferential process. It is that relation, knowledge of which, when combined with observation of the inferential sign, will permit us to make a sound or knowledge-yielding inference. Gangesha therefore attaches great importance to the precise definition of this relation. He notes as many as 21 definitions, all of which he rejects for some reason or another, and then he goes on to give 7 further formulations, each of which he considers acceptable. Of the definitions he rejects, the first 5 came to be known as Vyapti Pankakya, and inspired a huge literature both among the Sanskrit commentators and their modern interpreters. These definitions are traceable to the earlier Buddhist and Nyaya literature. 2 more rejected definitions, known as the lion-tiger definitions, and are apparently due to Gangesa's Navya Nyaya predecessors. The definitions Gangesa finally accepts is called his Siddhanta Lakshana. The no counterexample definition. The 5 definitions which make up Gangesa's Vyapti Pankaka are all varieties of what we might dub the no counterexample definition of the pervasion relation. This states that the inferred property S pervades the reason property H, just in case there is no place entity where H is located but S is absent. Formally here, in logical notation, the definition is traceable both to the early Naiad notion of deviating pseudo-reason, one which occurs somewhere where the inferable property S is absent, and to Denaga's triple condition theory of the inferential sign. His third condition being that H must not be located in any of the disagreeing case. a place where S is absent. In either case, the intuition is that the relation expressed by where there is smoke, there is fire obtains just in case there is no place where fire is absent but smoke is present. No counterexample. The first definition which Gengesa considers is of just this form. It is that S pervades H if and only if H has non-occurrence in the loci of absence of S. Why is this plausible seeming interpretation of the notion of pervasion rejected Navanaya? There are two reasons. The problem of partially locatable properties. The first problem with the no counterexample definition depends on the Navanaya notion of partial location. A property is said to occur wholly or completely in an object if it occurs in every part of that object. Some properties, however, occur in some parts of the object but not in others. These are called partially locatable. Note that the same property can be wholly located in some loci and partially located in other. The distinction concerns two modes of property processions, not two types of property. An important point is that if a property is partially located in an object, then so is its negation. The main effect of admitting partially located properties into the system is that no longer the case of the property and its complement are disjoint. They may now intersect. If the inferred property is partially located, then the class of agreeing cases, places where the inferred property is present, and the class of disagreeing cases, places where the inferred properties are absent, overlap rather than being distinct classes. To put it another way, a property P should be thought of as having both a present range and an absent range, and the two may overlap. The upshot is that we must examine the present ranges of the property of the recent properties and inferred properties, not their absent ranges. A real counterexample to the rule is a case which is in the present range of the property, reason property, but not in the present range of the inferred property. Gengesa's second definition is designed to solve the problem. H is non-occurrence in the loci of absence of S, which are different from the locus of S. In other words, a locus of absence of S, which is also not a locus of S, should not be a locus of H. The effect of this new clause is precisely to rule out the problem of partially locatable properties by specifying more restrictively what constitutes a counterexample. The problem of universally positive inference. There are claimed the Naya patterns of legitimate inference in which the property inferred has its extension the entire domain. Such inferences are called universally positive. The stock Naya example is the inference this is nameable because it is knowable, nameability being regarded as a property of everything. Another example would be this exists because it is produced. If such an inference is sound, then its reasons, property and inferred property must exemplify the pervasion reaction. According to the above definition, to say the nameability pervades knowability is to say that any locus of the property absence of nameability is not a locus of knowability. The problem is that since nameability is a universal property, absence of nameability is an uninstantiated property. And the Naya claims that such properties are ontologically suspect. To put it another way, the statement, any locus of the property absence of nameability is not a locus of knowability, includes non-referring expressions, locus of absence of nameability, an unnameable thing, and hence its non-truth evaluable. The problem does not arise from all uninstantiated properties. For some, being a sky lotus or being a square circle can be shown to be constructs made out of simpler instantiated properties. Thus, the statement the square circle is circular can be taken not as containing a non-referring expression, but as meaning the circle is square and circular. However, unnameable thing is not decomposable into two distinct properties this way. None of the interpretations of the no counterexample definition considered by Gengesa can solve the problem of universally positive inferences, and Gengesa accordingly rejects them all. His own definition uses a trick to get around the problem. Gengesa's definition, the Siddhanta Lakshana. The manual reason reproduces with slight simplification Gengesa's new definition. It says that S and H are related by the pervasion relation, just in case there is a collocation of H with S, and S is not a property of the absence of which it is collocated with H. Almost the same formulation is found in other Navinaya texts, such as the Siddhanta Muktavali. This definition is supposed to be applicable even if the inferred property is universally positive. The idea roughly that if S pervades H, then no property whose absence is collocated with H can be identical to S. If we find an instance of a locus of smoke, which is also a locus of the absence of some property, coldness say, then coldness cannot be identical with fireness. There is an implicit quantification over P here, which this says is that there is no place where H is collocated with the absence of S, but it does so without actually using the potentially non-referring phrase absence of S. It thereby avoids the problem of universally positive properties. However, although the condition is necessary for privation, it is not sufficient for it is consistent with H or S being unsubstantiated. So Knaus insists too that H and S must be collocated. Gangase's trick implicitly trades on the theorem. Thus, clause 1 is virtually equivalent to the previous. This shows that we too do not yet have a definition which can deal with the partially locatable properties, for which we need something more like the second, hence Gangase's final definition. This definition of privation is able to handle both universally positive properties and partially located properties appearing as inferred properties. One may wonder why it is that, since a privation relation is of the form all H's are S, the Naikas did not simply use the notion of universal quantification in their definition. The answer perhaps is that they were in fact trying to define this notion and to do so only in terms of certain other notions, which they took to be primitive, especially the notion of collocation absence. If this is correct, however, then we must show how to reconstruct the definition without its implicit qualification over a property P. Okay, yeah, a lot of this is very complicated, and this concept of cause and effect is something that we're referring to in the future, and it's extremely important. So just to get some of this Vedic view on the deep dive into cause and effect. Meaning, understanding, and testimony. The language processing mechanism. Just as perception and inference are described in the Pramana system as knowledge-yielding faculties, so too is language. This leads the Nyaya to formulate a description of the mechanism by which a competent language user is able to decode noise utterances and derive language-based knowledge. The description the manual reason gives of this language processing mechanism is as follows. The input to the process is the hearer's auditory perception of a spoken utterance qua uninterpreted noise, and this is identified as the special instrument cause, karana. The operative condition is the hearer's tacit knowledge of the meaning of each of the words in the utterance. This is what marks off a person who understands the language in question from one who does not, but who may nevertheless hear the words spoken without having the capacity to interpret it. The output of the process, the effect of the combined causal factor, is the hearer's forming a belief. Just as in the case of perception, a number of auxiliary causal factors, such as there being adequate lighting, the perceiver's sense faculty being in good condition, the perceiver paying attention, so where two Nyaya isolates 4 such factors for special attention, namely spatial temporal contiguity of the uttered words, the speaker's intention, syntactic expectancy, and the semantic fitness. The first is self-explanatory. If the words in the utterance are uttered one at a time over a long period of time, or mixed in with words of a distinct utterance, it will be impossible to form a proper auditory perception of the utterance. The second, speaker's intention, is appealed to when the sentence contains an ambiguous word. Disambiguation proceeds via considerations of speaker's intended meaning. The manual reason defines the syntactic expectancy as the inability of one's words to produce without another word in awareness of the relation between them, and it cites examples. Clearly, the idea is at least that the utterance must be grammatically correct. More than that, there's a suggestion that in virtue of the syntactic rules, that the unarticulated semantic relations between the words are expressed. The idea here perhaps is that knowledge of the syntactic rules generates an awareness of the connected relations between each of these items. Semantic fitness, yogyata, is an intriguing concept. The manual reason defines it as the absence of incompatibility among what is signified by the words. Such sentences, though grammatically correct, do not make sense. This causal factor then is that an utterance is intelligible only if its proposition expressed is ontologically possible by the light of the preconceived ontological system, such as the Vaisika's system of categories. Some Nayikas, however, impose a more demanding requirement that to be semantically fit, the utterance must be true, that fit equals true, not merely possible, and that an utterance is intelligible only if it is true. In effect, they identify semantic fitness with the guna or causal factor leading to truth in the language processing mechanism. We will return to this dispute in a little bit. Semantic power and the reduction of semantic properties. The Manual Reason's definition of a word is celebrated and often quoted. It says that a word is that which has semantic power. A sentence is defined as a collection of words, so the Manual Reason's definitions fits with the modern one, according to which a word is semantically significant sentential constituent. Semantic power is that knowledge of which enables the competent hearer to interpret the word, and this for the Naiyikas consists of the word standing for an object. Means a relation between words and object of some type. The Manual Reason raises three questions about this relation. It is a new and irreducible type of relation, not reducible, that is, to any of the relations already admitted. What is the relatum? With what type of entity are the words semantically related? How do we learn the meaning of the word? The Mimamsakas and the grammarians were essentialist about meaning, arguing that the Sanskrit language is a natural entity, independent of human convention and usage, whose words possess intrinsic semantic powers to signify objects, just as fire has the intrinsic capacity to burn. The Naiyikas traditionally opposed this view, arguing instead that language is a product of convention, and that it is possible to account for a word's semantic power in terms of stipulations governing its use. The claim is that we can define and hence analyze the meaning relation, thus X means Y if and only if there is a decree stipulation of the form let utterance of X generate cognitions of Y. Now, stipulation or decree is claimed to consist in the decree makers having a certain mental state, desire, or will of the form specified. Thus, the meaning relation is analyzed in terms of the mental states and their contents, and not as a new type of relation. Who is the decree maker? The Manual Reason states that it is God, but most later Naiyikas drew a distinction between words which had belonged endlessly in the language introduced by God and words introduced by explicit human stipulation, the technical terms in Panini's grammar. What is the meaning relation of the word like cow in generic nominal expression? Here again, the Manual Reason contrasts the Naya view with that of the Mimamsakas. The principle here is that the prior awareness of the qualifier leads to an implicated awareness of the things qualified. The Naya reply to this argument proceeds by way of rejecting the principle cited, for they say awareness of a qualifier or universal is possible only via the awareness of the thing qualified. The Manual Reason states the modern Naya view. However, one can only identify an object by distinguishing it from others, and this involves the use of a distinguished feature so that individual is grasped in awareness as distinguished, qualified by the feature cowhood, since the meaning of the word is by definition in contribution to the final belief generated by hearing the utterance contained in the word. The Naiyikas in this way draw a distinction between type and token meaning, or as some say, between meaning and reference. The other Mimamaka subschool, Prabhakara, claimed that in order to explain the fact that on hearing a sentence we grasp a unified proposition and not just a list of entities, the meaning relatum of a word like cow is an object connected with another. The idea, in effect, is that all meaning relata are, in Frege's terminology, unsaturated. To this ingenious suggestion, the Manual Reason replies that it is superfluous, for since it is possible for the relation between meaning relata to be apprehended as what is signified by the sentence as a whole, it is not necessary to postulate a semantic power with reference to the relation. In other words, the Manual Reason claims that general, presumably syntactic features of the sentence are enough to connect the meaning relata without needing to claim that these meaning relata themselves do the connecting. The Nayika offer the following account of language acquisition. The child makes a series of observations concerning the linguistic behavior of adults. Then, by a twin inductive process of agreement in presence and agreement in absence, noticing the correlations between A, making or not making an utterance, and B, performing or not performing an action, and collection and rejecting. This is an empiricist account of language learning reminiscent of the account attributed to Wittgenstein and Augustine, and severely criticized by him. Apart from the superhuman inferential powers attributed to the child, the problem highlighted by Wittgenstein is that no amount of observation can show. Testimony. The Manual Reason says that statements are either Vedic or secular. It adds that hearing a Vedic statement is a pramana, a means of knowing that which is stated, because Vedic statements are originally uttered by God. The Mimamsakas dispute this, not believing in God. They say instead that a Vedic statement is a means of knowing precisely because it has no personal origin. An error in testimony is always a result of human error in the source. Hearing a secular statement is a means of knowing only if the speaker is an authoritative person, apta. An authoritative person is defined as one who speaks truth. There is an ambiguity here. Is an authoritative person one who is speaking truth with respect to the particular utterance in question, or is one who is generally truthful? Another question here is, must the testifier know that the testifier is an authority in this sense or not? To confuse matters further, the Manual of Reason says that the guna, causal factor responsible for the truth of the testify's belief, is which can mean either vertical cognition of semantic fitness or cognitional or vertical semantic fitness. In either case, the guna has nothing to do with the speaker's credential, it seems. Option 2, however, must be wrong, for it cannot be a condition upon testimony that the hearer already knows that what is said is true. Option 1, however, would not guarantee that the final hearer's belief is true, unless by fitness the Manual of Reason now intends a rather stronger notion according to which the meaning relata fit together if and only if they are in fact connected. If the utterance expresses a truth, this is indeed how some of the Nayikas understood the notion of yagyata, but does not accord with the Manual of Reason's own definition. I propose the following resolution. The language processing mechanism was described above as one which issues in the testify believing that which the testifier says. The truth of the testify's belief will be therefore depend upon whether or not the testifier is speaking truly, and so this should be called the guna here. However, we do not always believe what we hear, especially if we have reason to suppose that the speaker is not likely to be speaking the truth. It is possible then that the output of the language processing mechanism is not simply belief in what was said, but rather belief simply that it has been said. There are roughly two sorts of cases where this can happen. If the testify judges that the testifier is deceitful or unreliable or simply uninformed about the topic, and if the testify knows on independent grounds that what the testifier is saying is false, which is consistent with the testifier believing it and testifying sincerely, perhaps on a priori grounds concerning the plausibility of the assertion. With a little imperative license, we might think that these two conditions correspond to the two conditions imposed by the Manual of Reason on testimony, that the testifier must be an authority and that the sentence must be semantically fit. The Vaisesika concept of universal, inherent, and basic difference. Universals. The Manual of Reason reports the standard Nyaya Vaisesika definition of universal, samanya jati. A universal is something which is eternal, unitary, and located in a plurality of things, substances, qualities, or emotions. Universals are thus conceived of as unstructured objective properties which are necessarily reside in individuals. The postulation such entities in the Vaisesika schema as explanatory force, accounting for the distinction between natural and conventional classifications. Intuitively, this distinction between groupings which reflect natural divisions and those which reflect anthropocentric concerns. The Nayikas mark the distinction by calling natural properties universals, jati, and anthropocentric properties imposed or nominal properties upadi. Correlative, the semantic distinction is drawn between natural kind terms the basis for whose application is universal, and imposed kind terms whose basis for application is anthropocentric property. Udayana tries to make this distinction more precisely by giving a list of criterion for a property to count as natural. Examination of his list, which are called the jati barakas, impediments distinguishing natural properties, will reveal something further about the nature of the natural properties according to Nyaya. The 6 impediments are non-plurality, genuine universals must be plurally instantiated, equal polence, 2 coextensive properties cannot both be genuine universals, cross-connection, 2 genuine universals must not partially overlap, regress, a property like universality cannot itself be a universal on pain of infinite regress, universalityhood. 5, a property like differentiahood cannot be a genuine universal. 4, by definition, the basic differentia share no common universal property. 6, a property like inherencehood cannot be universal since it does not inhere in its locate. Of the 6, the last 3 are basically to maintain the internal consistency of the Vaisika system, and the first is a straightforward consequence of the definition of universal. It debars a singly instanced properties such as spacehood from the status of genuine natural kind, perhaps motivated by the thought that the very nature of a universal consists in its grounding judgments of the form X is of the same kind as Y, which presuppose that there are at least two entities. The second and third criteria are the most important and can be stated more formally as follows. If P and Q are distinct properties, then equivalence P equals Q implies that either P or Q or both is not a universal. Where P denotes the extension of P, the contraposed form P and Q are universals implies that P does not equal Q. Note that this does not entail that universal properties are extensionally individuated or equivalent to classes, as some have maintained. It shows only that corresponding to each class, there is at most one universal. Although within the domain of universals, a universal is uniquely determined by its extension, the distinction between a universal and its coextensive imposed property is an intentional distinction. As for the third impediment, Samkarya, if P and Q are distinct properties, then P partially overlaps Q. Either P or Q or both is not a universal. The contraposed form is P and Q are universals. The inclusion is strict because of the equivalence constraint. In other words, genuine universals are arranged in a hierarchy. Given two universals, either they are related as genus and species, all instances of one being instances of the other, or else they are completely disjoint, having no instance in common. The Nyaya say that if one universal is thus subsumed by another, the former is lower and the latter is higher. The higher part universal of all is existence-ness, sata, into whose extension falls every substance, quality, and motion. The demand that universals be organized hierarchically shows that the Nyaya took as their paradigm the biological species which tend to exhibit this structure, bearing in mind that the term for universal, jati, is also the word for caste. Matilda speculates that one might discover in the Nyaya doctrine of general property a remote influence of the social religious idea of the Brahmins. Translated into biological terms, the principle of non-overlapping becomes a principle which opposes crossbreeding. There is thus some evidence that the Nyaya bias for real generic properties was partly influenced by the Brahmanical concept of an ideal social order where intermixture of classes is not to be permitted. Some Nyayikas, especially Basaravajna and Raghunatha, reject the cross-connection impediment, pointing out problems encountered trying to apply it to non-biological natural kinds. Raghunatha suggests that consistent application of this principle would eliminate virtually all universals from the ontology. Udayana's criteria for a property to be natural is thus not a necessary one, and neither is it sufficient. The idea that universals are in some sense located in particulars generated two distinctive objections to the theory. Dinaga trades on the spatial metaphor to argue that the Nyaya conception of universals is incoherent, for if a universal is unitary, it can be located in at most one place, and thus not plurally instanced. If conversely is located simultaneously at many places, then it can only be because it has parts each located in a different place, and hence is not unitary. This argument plays on the ambiguity of the notion of being located. Nevertheless, it forces the Nyaya to be more careful in its accounts of the universal particular relation. As the Manual Reason notes, a universal is said to reside in its instances by the relation of inherence, defined as an inseparability relation of the two entities x and y. X is inseparable from y if and only if x cannot exist unless y exists. The same relation is claimed to occur between non-repeatable qualities and substances, a whole and its parts, and the basic differentiator of the atom. Spatial location, on the other hand, involves a quite different relation, namely contact. In this way, the term location is disambiguated. The other problem is the classic one: what happens to a universal if all of its instances are destroyed? Can universals exist without being instantiated? The definition of the inherence relation permits this. However, it's not so clear we can say in the same way that the parts cannot exist unless the whole exists. The basic differentia of Vasisa. The Vaisika traditionally and uniquely accepts into their ontology a category of item called basic differentia Vasisa, from which some claim they derive their name. The Manual of Reason defines these items as follows: those entities which reside in the eternal substances, the atoms, and functions as their differentiators are called Vasisa. The idea is that just as a cow and a horse are distinct entities, As they have distinct properties, so too even two atoms of the same substance, Earth, must differ with respect to at least one property. Each atom therefore possesses a differentium unique to itself, which serves to distinguish it from any other atom of the same type. This assumption then is that any two non-identical items are distinguished by virtue of possessing distinct properties. This is contraposed version of Leibniz's law of the indiscernibles are identical. The principle faces triviality unless certain constraints are placed on the ranges of properties quantified over. For example, if the property equals y is permitted, the principle states vacuously that identicals are identical. The Vaisesikas implicitly restrict the principle to intrinsic non-relational properties of the object concerned, ruling out, for example, being of a certain spatial and temporal location as being a property capable of discriminating two otherwise identical objects. Thus, the claim seems to be that no two objects, including atoms, can be intrinsically identical. This is how Leibniz himself appears to have understood his law, saying that it is always necessary that besides the difference of time and place, there be internal principles of a distinction. Thus, although time and place serve in distinguishing things, we do not easily distinguish them by themselves, and that there is no such thing as two individuals indiscernible from each other. This principle, admittedly a strong one, Wittgenstein points out that entails the logical impossibility of a universal containing two identical spheres. Wiggins notes that it implies the logical impossibility of even a single sphere or any other symmetrical object, since it entails the identity of two hemispheres and so on until it reaches a geometric point. More to the point, the Vaisesikas implicitly realize it implies the logical impossibility of more than one atom of a given substance. Rather than reject the principle, however, they instead introduced new intrinsic properties, the basic differentia, thereby avoiding the unpalatable consequences. The ontology of non-existence, abhava, and the semantics of negative statements. Motivations. Later, Naiyayikas developed a remarkable theory of existence. According to them, the absence of an object or a feature at a particular spatial or temporal location is a state of affairs just as objective as the presence of the object or features there. To Kanada's original list of 6 categories or types of existence, they therefore add a 7th, absence, abhava. This ontological doctrine is underpinned by phenomenological and semantic considerations. The phenomenological point was that a negative awareness, say that a certain person is not in the room, is a kind of awareness phenomenally distinct from the awareness about what is in the room. Cognition of what is not has to be autonomous phenomenology. The idea is notably articulated by Sartre. The principle appeared to is thus: experiences of non-existence are phenomenally distinct from and irreducible to experiences of existence. The idea emerges in the Naya epistemology with their claim that absence is perceived and that this perception is a sui generis type of perceptual experience, not reducible to a combination of ordinary perception and inference, the 6th type of sensory connection in Udayakara's list. The semantic point is that the Nayas espouse a version of the correspondence theory of truth, according to which a true sentence corresponds to facts. It is alleged that true negative sentences correspond to negative facts. Facts, however, are all for the Naya the same basic relation or form. They are said to have a qualificand relation qualifier structure. They are complexes of existing entities. This restriction is on what constitutes a fact is expressible via the following semantic principle. Sentences correspond to facts constructed out of simple or complex entities. This principle entails that one cannot use true functional connectives to construct facts except where there are equivalent to term logical connectives. Temporally and spatially located absence. The Manual of Reason reports the usual Naya view that there are 4 types of absence: prior non-existence, posterior non-existence or destruction, constant or absolute absence, and difference. Of these, the first 2 refer to possible temporal states of a transient object. The Manual of Reason records the older Nayika's claim that these double absences must be identical with the original entity on pain of an infinite regress. Later Nayakas apparently disputed this natural identity, which corresponds to the law of double negation in classical logic, on the ground that double negative constructions contain the concept of negation and hence are logically more complex. A third type of absence, called constant or absolute absence, the Manual of Reason states that what distinguishes this type of absence is that it is located in the 3 times past, present, and future. This seems odd, as it might be that the the pot is on the ground at some times but not others. Perhaps the point is that the locus of the absence here is a spatial entity rather than a temporal one. The fourth type of absence is difference. This is to be read as a non-identity statement. The Nayakis thus say that every negative sentence in the negation of a sentence of the form A R B, and they distinguish it between cases where the relation is the identity relation and cases where the relation other than identity. The object A is called the locus of the absence, and the object B is called the contraposition or negatum of the absence. It is the object whose presence in the locus is being denied. That highlights the fact that the absences are thought of a kind of property or locatable rather than a kind of location, at least when the relation is not an identity. For example, the absence of A is located in many places at once. It is not said that there is a distinct absence of A at each and every place where A is absent. We can now see how the Naya parse negative sentences without using the sentential negation. The logic of negation. The Manual of Reason makes some very interesting observations about the logical properties of absence or negation. Reference versus description. It's claimed that there is a distinction between qualified absence and a mere absence. Perhaps we find here a realization that nominal expressions such as the author of the Manual of Reason have two distinct logical functions, namely those of referring to an individual and describing an individual via their properties. Universal quantification, the Manual of Reason draws another very important distinction between specific absence and generic absence. Indeed, in Nyaya logical theory, generic absences are used to formulate the privation relation. In the Nyaya technical language, the distinction is made out of by saying that the property which delimits the contrapositiveness of the absence. Logical connectives in the De Morgan's law. The Manual of Reason touches on the meaning of the conjunctive and disjunctive absence, absence of both A and B, or absence of either A or B. In fact, as Ingalls showed, the Naya reorganized the validity of the two general equations. Absence of both A and B equals absence of A or absence of B, and absence of either A or B equals absence of A and absence of B. These are recognizably versions of De Morgan's law, and as an example, the second of these laws, consider Matharada's remark that a heap of a specific absence is equivalent to a generic absence. Okay, so thus concludes this long presentation of Indian epistemology and metaphysics. So hopefully, maybe even tomorrow, I'm going to do metaphysics in Chinese philosophy, because this will probably take like 2 to 3 hours, the metaphysics and epistemology in Chinese philosophy. And that's all that I have for today. So yeah, this was pretty intense. A lot of information here, a lot of technical stuff. Yeah, I wanted to get through this. I wanted to get through it for a while, and I said, like, it's very technical, and there's a certain importance to Vedic metaphysics, especially in understanding the connection between perception, reality, and mind. That to some extent, oh, thanks a lot, Lauren. God bless. Always a pleasure. Hope everything's going good for you. Especially, I would say, like, the Vedic interpretation of these things, like sense perception, mind, and reality, are probably the best that you'll find anywhere. And so for that aspect is extremely important. And I'm glad I covered it, and I hope to go more into detail in the future. Besides that, there is also there's the Jain, there's more Buddhist, there's later schools. You didn't even get to like the ISKCON, the Chaitanya, the Achitya Veda. But you hope to get into more of that in the future. So if I have the strength, tomorrow I'm going to do the Chinese stuff, and then hopefully I'll return to my Profiles biography series, and we'll see if I continue like the 6-7 hour streams. Maybe I'll cut it back to like 4 or 5 hour streams, or see. But I want to get back into the rhythm of doing it. It's a lot of research. I've been busy with other things, and so stay tuned. and hope to see more. So let me just wrap up. Not going to ramble too much on this. And God bless. Reach out, more interested in talking. Join my Discord, or reach out any of my social media. And hopefully, I'm going to schedule right now. Plan to do the Chinese metaphysics and epistemology tomorrow.